use taxis or public transportation to get to EWC, I always end up late. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. Borrowed it from my producer. He's doing pretty well. Oh, bonjour. I think I'm too tall. Ugh. Okay, that's terrifying. Now it says Def System Control Motor Serandra Letelier.
It's normal.
Does that mean that the car is on fire?
No, it's normal.
Okay, where's the Prindle?
What?
Okay, so here there's like different buttons. There's Sport.
There's different mode.
Different modes.
Sport.
Sport.
And CT off. And CST off.
Okay, but where's eSport?
eSport? No, it's just sport. It's not possible, actually. Sorry.
You can't have eSport mode?
No.
So now what do I do?
You can upshift.
Upshift?
One gear.
What's this button?
One gear. It's good? No.
Why is there dual wielding horns? Look, there's a horn here and there's a horn here. So I can...
It's good.
What if I press it both at the same time?
Okay, let's go. Corner difficult.
Corner is difficult? No, I got corners. Watch this. All right, now when you're on this track, what's important to remember?
Eyes up.
Eyes up. If I want to check my phone really quick.
No.
No, I can't? No? Oh, okay. All right.
Eyes up.
My eyes are up. Where else would they be, sir? Okay.
More gas.
All right, I'm gassing it.
You are too slow. Stop here.
I feel like I'm doing a good job.
Yes, but let me drive.
Okay. I don't think I was driving that slow. Yeah, I feel like I went pretty fast. I don't know if you can go much faster. Oh my God. I thought I was Tokyo Drift, brother. Holy crap. Wait, there's a barrier. Are we gonna stop at the barrier? Oh my God. I should have listened to all my middle school teachers and high school teachers and college teachers. Playing video games your entire life is only gonna put you in life or death situations. Should not have a driver's license. None of this is okay.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026. The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every games champion. incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender, captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. De pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to CROSSFIRE EWC 2026, and we have some fantastic action for you on your screens once more here on the B stream for CROSSFIRE. My name is Dan Gaskin. I'll be desk hosting for the day, and I have two wonderful commentators slash analysts slash anything I tell them to be. We've got Scriv and Penguin. Guys, it is a pleasure to have you once more. Scriv, yesterday, a pretty intense day for a lot of these teams. Any favorite moments you had?
I think the Nemesis 10-1, that was pretty exciting to kind of, get baited a little bit into what they might have been able to do. But yeah, it was a lot of teasing, a lot of excitement about upsets, and that's kind of what we're after. Maybe we get some today.
Penguin, how did you find your first day yesterday?
Yeah, I was super excited to watch the games yesterday and the action of CROSSFIRE. I mean, I wanted to talk about the 10-1 as well, because this is one of the surprises that we've been looking at, and then the games after this. And I mean, everything in CROSSFIRE is unexpected, so you cannot expect who's going to be winning, because we expected Rock to dominate Nemesis, and Nemesis just dominated them, and everybody's talking about it on the socials.
Lots of unexpected things, lots of maybe results we didn't think were going to happen, but one thing we know is going to happen is how this tournament runs, how the format goes, and basically what's going to be happening in the group stage. As you can see, we had 16 teams. We've got to whittle those down to 8 squads, and that's going to happen pretty much today, because we get our qualification matches. They're going to happen. We have Group A, we have Group B. In terms of this format, I mean, with it being a group stage bracket that is winners bracket and losers bracket, do you think that these teams like having that fallback, being able to, that second chance of a lower bracket?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a game like CROSSFIRE, the maps can be quite constant. Everyone feels quite comfortable in that sense. So maybe you do pick a map and it doesn't quite go your way, and that sort of series over. We saw that yesterday with Execration, right?
Exactly.
And I think that having a second chance to just fresh slate, new day, forget about yesterday is always going to be a really big opportunity, yeah.
Because that changes when you go into then the playoffs, right? It's just single elimination bracket.
Yeah.
Suddenly then you don't have that safety net, and it becomes a bit concerning.
I mean, when I used to play, I'm a fan of having a lower bracket, because this is a second chance for you, and maybe the first day is not the best day for you. Maybe you're not having your best day today, so if you have a second chance, usually you are not as pressured as playing without any second chance. So on playoffs, that's the playoffs. That's why everybody on the playoffs is just fighting for this spot.
And everyone's fighting for that prize pool as well. You can see on the side of your screen, 2 million big ones. $2 million going to be available, 750,000 for first place. Back when I used to compete at Scriv, it was a voucher for a sandwich shop and maybe a controller if you were lucky. And now these kids get to play for so much money, and they are very lucky indeed. I think that that is part of it, right? We were discussing this yesterday in the pre-show. The prize money, it puts a lot of pressure on you, Scriv, and you've got to try and forget about it when you're on that main stage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously a very big deal to these guys. I think there's a lot of that competitive element that really does come in. You know, there's a lot of money on the line, sure, but these guys want to be able to prove that their region's getting better, that their region can compete with the best. So the money is one aspect, and I think it really does make a big difference, but it's also just all to play for, to be that, you know, best team in the world. There's not many internationals that happen across the course of the year, so a very big deal to just get in there and get the wins.
Well, speaking of the teams, we can take a look at all of the attending teams as well at this tournament. At the moment, all of them are still in the competition, but we have to start to say goodbye to a few of them. Well, actually, it's probably going to be 8 of them today. We've got Group A, we've got Group B. Penguin, just looking at them all, I know we had some results yesterday, we have some favorites. Who do you think might not make it through to the playoffs?
It's gonna be tough to say, but I think it's gonna be Geekay.
Ooh.
I've watched Execration yesterday. I mean, I know that Execration gonna be playing Geekay, and they're both having the last chance now. I mean, the way Execration played versus Liquid was just insane. I mean, I know they didn't have a good port, but they did have a very, very good Black Widow, and I think they can just elevate this gameplay into another map. So I think Geekay might be the first to leave.
Well, I gave him the hard question. Scriv, who do you think is going to go through? This is the easier question, right?
Yeah, sure. I think, you know, we've got the likes of AG.AL, we've got the likes of a little bit of BaiSha as well. I think that these are the 2 teams that everybody's watching at the moment. They should definitely make it through. I'd be interested to see the likes of Stallions, though. I think that could be a fun one to see those guys go through as well. So there'll be a few teams in there that I think will raise some eyebrows, making the qualification.
Well, we can start to look back at what happened yesterday, and we really had, you know, games full of everything. There were some one-sided affairs, there were some stomps, there was some overtime. Once Scriv got on the desk as well, thank goodness, I was asking for it. I do think that today we're going to see even more closely contested games as we get further into this bracket. But just looking back at some of these highlights, Scriv, it was difficult for some of these players to, I think, expect what was going to happen, because some of these teams, they just came out all guns blazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you very quickly get into the action. You've got to be hot in the game of CROSSFIRE, right? The momentum picks up very, very quickly. We talked about early rounds, how important they could be. But yeah, there was a lot of sort of getting caught off guard, a few comebacks required, and indeed a few very, very important timeouts for some of the teams we caught.
Penguin, I was really impressed with the Brazilians yesterday in particular. I loved the way they played. We've seen a lot of regional difference so far at this competition, haven't we?
I mean, we watched all the Brazilians. We've watched first seed, second seed, and third seed, and we're gonna be watching them again, and we're gonna be watching them facing each other. I love the Brazilians' play style. They usually they don't have the scripted rounds like all other teams. Sometimes they have to compromise. Sometimes they have to be adaptive inside the game. That's why it makes this region one of the best inside the wall.
Would you say that Nemesis was the biggest surprise yesterday in terms of like an underdog that almost made that upset?
Yeah, I think so. As we've said, everybody's kind of talking about it, right? It's a really great map. It's a bit of a shame. They nearly had us believing on the 3rd map, but not quite. So a big test for them. I think they've not quite passed it, but they got close, right? And they obviously get another chance at that today. So we're hoping that they don't just kind of filter out into today and they continue to impress and maybe take a win here at EWC.
Yeah, we'd love to see an underdog win. I know that on the A stream, on the main stream, we had a few interesting results that were happening, but here on the B stream, they didn't quite get over that finish line. But we can look at the brackets as well. I mean, it's going to be an interesting day with how the bracket system works. The group stages, we will have 2 teams that qualify from the top, and then we need to see teams qualify through that lower bracket as well, which will be tough to do because some of the biggest and the best will be competing. This is how the bracket looks and how it stands right now. We saw Stallions take down Geekay yesterday, Liquid beat Execration, Vitality took down Evolution Power Gaming, and AG.AL took down Q9 Club. This was in Group A. Was there any big surprises for you here, Penguin, just looking at those results?
I mean, I don't want to say it's a surprise, but Vitality just revenging Evolution Power is just an insane. I love the game. I was casting, I was trying to check the scores because they were playing on the same time, and it's just our West League team. We'd love to see them just going forward, and Evolution Power, I believe that they still have the chances and they can make it throughout the lower bracket.
There are definitely going to be some interesting decider matches, but we move over to then Group B, and we, of course, were lucky enough to be able to see some of these incredible ones on our screens as well. The biggest one for me would have been Na'Vi beating Falcons. I know that wasn't as much of a surprise as maybe I thought it was, but the fact it was a 2-0 square.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we're all in agreement there. Falcons, we had high hopes for them last year. We had some high hopes this year as well that they were maybe going to be the best of their region, but it's not quite panning out in that way. We want to see them find a map that. We want to see them be competitive, and they were close, but yeah, Na'Vi I think ultimately looked very, very comfortable there. And I do worry, you know, they're up against Nemesis, who of course have got all the storyline and everything, so they'll be looking to really just take a scalp, and they don't care who it is. They will be after that victory today.
Another big thing was the club championship as well. I mean, Na'Vi, I saw today on socials, they have a 0.22% chance of winning the club championship. Well, part of that is by beating Falcons in that first game to get one step closer. Now, day 2 is almost ready, and to give you a little bit of a teaser and how exciting today is going to be, check out this video.
Team Liquid, we haven't met each other yet, and we're looking forward to face you.
Eu espero que a Team Stallions estejam preparados. A equipe da Rock é uma equipe muito forte, tem grandes jogadores experientes, mas acredito que se enfrentar a equipe da Na'Vi em um torneio internacional, eles vão acabar sendo eliminados.
Anubis là một bí ẩn nhưng mà chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức.
Execration thì đã trên với bọn em rất là nhiều và có lúc bọn em thắng, có lúc bọn em thua. Nhưng mà đến với EWC năm nay thì bọn em có thể nghĩ là bọn em có thể giành chiến thắng.
No more excuses, no more day 1 nerves as we move into day 2 now. You have to make sure you are secure in your seat. Otherwise, if your seatbelt is not strapped in, you may find yourself eliminated from the competition today. But moving into day 2, boys, we have some exciting matchups, as we've already been able to allude to in the pre-show. We have elimination matches, we have qualification matches, and this is how everything is looking in today's schedule. Stallions versus Liquid, Na'Vi versus Rock, Geekay versus Execration, and Anubis. Very excited to see Anubis on our stage versus Vicious. Scriv, first looks at this one. Favorite matchup?
It's got to be the first one. I think Stallions Liquid, to be honest with you. We have like the meeting of two teams that have ultimately shown different sides of the game. Stallions very, very, very dominant yesterday, and Liquid having to work hard, getting a payoff on port, of course. So we'll see how they are able to compete when they sort of meet. You know, Stallions, are they going to be able to repeat it from yesterday? Liquid, have they still got energy after the comeback on Black Widow? We're going to find out.
I mean, since Kriv just picked Stallions versus Liquid, I would go for Na'Vi and Rock because this is the derby of the Brazilians. Yes, I know it's first seed and third seed, but still, Na'Vi just beat CROSSFIRE on the CFBL playoffs 3-0 and immediately just followed by a comeback from Team CROSSFIRE, and they beat them again on the lower brackets, another 3-0. So this is gonna be deciding. It's like a best of 3 in terms of games because Na'Vi won 1, Rock won 1, and now on the international stage, they need to have a winner.
So both of these boys want the qualification matches. For me, I like the elimination matches, baby. I like sending teams home because I like tears. They taste great. No, I'm joking. I don't want anyone to go home. Now I'll start crying. But Stallions versus Liquid is going to be our first matchup of the day. And I've heard a lot about Stallions, right? They have been the team that has been on the lips of everyone, it seems. Are they one of the best squads that we have here in CROSSFIRE? Are they up there? Could they win this whole thing, Scriv?
I mean, they come in as a bit of a dark horse, if you'll pardon the pun. But ultimately, I think, you know, we also have a few flag bearers in the green room, right, from the Philippines. So it definitely helps the conversation around that. But yeah, I think they are certainly capable. The scene over in the Philippines has been slowly on the rise. And I think that this might be the year that they can really upset a few teams from that Chinese region, especially if those Chinese teams are a bit too focused on each other, you know, and trying to beat out, and then Stallions kind of creep in. You've not quite done your homework on them. They really do have a chance of taking it all, yeah.
Who's the go-to players on this squad? Who should we be looking out for on Stallions?
Definitely Chris from this NO, and I guess KLP is having a very good tournament as well. So we are talking about Noah and KLP, two best players on Stallions, and I want to just say about the Stallions. I mentioned last year that they had no pressure going into international stages and they went to runners-up on CFS 2025, and now they are starting to have some pressure because everybody's starting to favor them. Before, if you're playing versus Stallions, you would favor the Chinese teams, so they have no pressure at all. If they win, they are the underdogs. If they lose, so I guess that's the expected result.
And they were able to take down Geekay 2-0 yesterday. It was pretty comfortable in the end. But we move over to then Team Liquid, their opponents in this one. We again got to watch that on this stage. They took down Execration 2-0. It was actually more of a fight back from Execration than I thought there was going to be. Black Widow and Port went in favor of Liquid. Scriv, talk to me about this Liquid team. What are their chances here against Stallions?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be tough. You have a lot of experience on this team. There's still some great firepower, but what they have is a lot of resilience. You know, to see a 1996 97. I guess that's the year of his birth compared to the 2000, so we've got plenty of on the other side. Yeah, there's a lot of experience here, right? And I think that that's something that they can really lean on. They also have a deep pool of like, okay, you've got the hot hands, we're going to give you all the resources here. We saw that with 7-7 on map 1 yesterday, but then into map 2 not necessarily needed as much. So they have a lot to work with. It's just kind of a case of focusing up and respecting their opponent and indeed bringing that A game, which they didn't quite have in the first half of Black Widow yesterday. Nearly cost them.
Yeah, exactly. And Execration, the way they execute and the way they played versus Liquid, because Liquid, look at the names. ATRF, he's a world champion. Nemesis is world champion. Gookin, he didn't touch that, but he would love to. And 77, this guy and WY, they are the newest additions to the Brazilian scene, and they were performing to the best. So look at how Execration played versus them. The executions, I just mentioned on the green room that I like how Execration is playing. That's why I just favored them above Geekay, because the way they execute is just they have the same smokes for every strategy. So you cannot guess. When I was playing and there is a team is playing like this, I'm just so puzzled. I don't know what to do, because every single time they throw the same smoke, so you cannot expect what strategy is going to be gone.
And before we get to the veto process, I guess it's a chance to pick your guys' brains a little bit of what we might expect. We had 4 different maps played between these two teams. Neither of them cross over. Neither of them are going to be the same. Do you think that's going to be a target ban situation? Are they going to be doing a lot of research last night to try and go up against one of these squads here?
Well, I guess Stallions, they target ban everybody because they play the 7 maps. I mean, for Liquid, sometimes we've seen target bans into themselves, because sometimes they hate playing Ankara. They sometimes also hate playing New Mexico. But if you look at the Stallions, they play the 7 maps. So I think they might be target banning for Liquid.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a lesson learned yesterday as well. Normally, a lot of teams domestically will ban that Black Widow against Liquid.
Yeah.
It didn't get banned yesterday, and you see what they're kind of able to dig deep and come back and all that sort of stuff. So they obviously have a lot of experience there. I think maybe the Ankara will come out here as, again, a little bit of a target. It was the decider yesterday in Liquid series, and then we'll see. Liquid might go towards Port just because it looked so good yesterday. Yeah. They might stick to that Black Widow if it's open. There's a lot of options, I think, for Liquid in particular, but as you say, Stallions have a lot of versatility, so it's going to be difficult veto-wise to know which way that Liquid might want you to go. I think Stallions have got a lot of options there.
Speak of the devil, and she shall appear.
Smart. It's smart.
Black Widow is taking away Eagle Eye, and we're going to go over to Subbase. Subbase has been my favorite watch so far this tournament, that has to be said. So Liquid are going to be attacking on that side. Stallions pick defending on new compound. Penguin, talk to me. What are you thinking?
I mean, Subbase pick by Stallions is just going to be insane, because we know that the Brazilians, they know how to play Subbase and they're very good, but Stallions, it is their best map. If you remember Obimaniac back then, when they used to be called Obimaniac and they played versus the Chinese teams, they have never lost on Subbase since 2024. So these guys on the international stage, especially on Subbase, is just so strong. And now we get to see Ankara again as a decider, as he mentioned. Then the big new compound, in my opinion, this is the surprise of this veto, let's say.
You think we can go all the way to 3 here, Shriv, or you think this is a 2-0?
It's going to be tough. It all comes down to the new compound, like Penguin is alluding to. I think I've seen Liquid pick it a couple times domestic, try it out in the group stage or something like this, and it's not quite worked for them. It's a little hit or miss. So it does feel slightly risky. Very, very, very intrigued to get into things here, but I want to go through maps here, Penguin, I think, as we get into the action. I think it's all going to be really down to that new compound. But yeah, we're straight on the sub-base, not wasting any time getting in here. And we'll see if Stallions can come out of the gate absolutely raring to go. And I think that's maybe what some people are wanting after yesterday.
Exactly, and this straight to the game, and now we are seeing sub-base picked by Stallions, and now on the attacking side, Liquid. And we mentioned that sub-base usually for the fans, if you're just watching the game, you should know the blacklist. It is a blacklist-sided map, so you would see a good strategies from Liquid right now, especially on the Brazilian League. We know that they love sub-base and they know how to play sub-base.
Yeah, I did potentially expect to see this yesterday, actually. But then the Black Widow wasn't banned, so I suppose they went that direction. But I thought that with where that veto opened, but we are straight in towards this attacking B bomb site, and it has not gone well for Liquid. Goodness me. Goodness me, they've been absolutely flattened there. No, with a triple kill to open us up. Not a single kill coming in for the Blacklist side. That is not a good sign.
I mean, that's a flawless round. I don't think anybody from Stallions just got damage.
Yeah, right.
So if you look at this round, it was a quite fast one. We've seen Liquid going high, going just sharp before the game, and they were just shouting. And then suddenly it's all Stallions just sweeping them off from the floor. And now they're going to be trying to fasten the pace a bit. And Loy is just a bit caught off guard right here and he just got eliminated. WI is one of the best players on the Brazilians league that can just thrive kill with the HK, and now he got the kill on the low and gives them the advantage, and Liquid are back immediately in full.
Yeah, that's going to feel good, I think, opening up this second round after such a dominant first one. Just to ease some of the pressure, get that first kill. And actually feel like you have a chance. You don't want to go into 2 or 3 rounds getting dominated. Moving towards A here. Pretty pacey. Nice flash, though, from KLB. That slows them down, makes them reassess. They are still going to try and look for it. The nade stacking coming in doesn't quite hit the target, though. So they have to draw back, even though they are man advantage here. They're still looking a little shakier, lacking some confidence.
I mean, I love how Stallions are playing. Like, look at this. They were just very close to his side. Liquid tried to push his side. KLP just flashed him, and then no, immediately he left after he knew that there is no push, and he wanted to kind of just support B-side because he knows that they are man down and he needs to be the rotating guy for them to be able to secure the sides. And now KLP, I like how this guy is playing it on. Honestly, he's just the guy that he takes the fight. He's not afraid to be killing 1 or 2 or 3 players, and Liquid did kind of slowed this round because they knew that they got spotted and they have numbers advantage. No need to rush anything into the round. 40 seconds and the execution is probably going to be again on his side with 1 or 2 lurking players.
It's so late, though. It feels really quite late here, and it feels like they're lacking some decent map control. A push off of A towards the end of this round for Stallions just to gain some information. So they're setting up a decent flank, but also preparing their B players a little more. It is going to be straight through mid, though. Noah's here on the edge of the smoke. It's KLP who comes around with a sniper token to take out Noah. Is a pretty big find. KLP gonna have to go crazy. 10 seconds, he's dropped the C4, slowing them down in a big way. KLP keeps them coming, and it's KLB from behind to finish it off. My goodness, Stallions are looking good.
This guy, man, on Darkroom, you need to get red out of him. This is every time he's there, he's not gonna let you pass through. And this is exactly what we've seen from Liquid last game. The same round. It was a split to B side. 3 through woods, 1 through vents, and the other through machine. And immediately NO just sneaks and gets the kill on 77 and gives his teammates an advantage. Jai, now he's trying to support on his side. He knows that there might be a push into the side, and a good read from Stallions. Actually, KLP just gets a double, and WI just trades it immediately and makes it 4-on-2.
Looking really good here, isn't it? Looking so good for the Stallions. It's a 3rd in a row as Team Liquid. They try the pace change. They try to catch you off, catch you sleeping a little. It's not working. Stallions, immediately for me, looking scary. Looking very, very scary. Man. This is not in a good position for Team Liquid, as they have struggled, it is safe to say. The man advantage in the second round, don't win it. And 2 very, very dominant finishers to give Stallions their 3 rounds. Looks very, very impressive. Up in the vent, getting cheeky with it here for KLP. Team Liquid in a pretty scary position as they are playing the far back default here.
I mean, KLP is just trying to deny the crazy plays from Liquid onto Vents, and exactly this is what is needed. WI might lose his life if he just goes straight forward to the Vents. And KLP is just the patience is the key.
Yeah.
Right now, I think that Liquid, they can't execute without having at least 2 man's numbers advantage. We've seen 1 and it didn't work out, and now they need 2 at least. And WI already just took a lot of damage. 77 is still quiet, 7-3. And
I don't know, there's just not a lot of movement here from Liquid. Not a lot of attempts at gaining control or anything along those lines. So they've lost a fair amount. And again, KLP's in a position where he can maybe get in behind. We've also got the advanced position from KLP, who's going to try and slow things down. Flank is dealt with. KLP low here as well, and he gets finished off. The pistols go flying in, nice and aggressive to get it done. Jay does find a good one. Is there going to be any more? Oh, with this left. They're looking for a pivot, though. Drawing away from the A bomb side, not trying to risk it, and looking more towards B. Again, Stallions are going to be prepared for this. They also just bail on A. So it's like the defenses are still looking like they're in a good spot. Got to try and cut them off here. What is the avenue? Which way are they going? Danimals with a big find. Jay gets super aggressive there. I guess desperate to try and get anything done. And the trades come in the end. Team Liquid with a quick pivot, a wacky rotation, but it works. They're on the board.
I mean, the key kill for their... I guess it was Gookin on the vents. He got rid of KLP, and he just took a lot of space, and he just allowed him to rotate because he was very, very close to B side, and that was a call from him. And this is exactly what you expect from Gookin. He expected someone is being boosted on vents, and he knew how to dodge it and just kill him and get the kill. And now we are seeing Stallions. They're trying to change the pace. They are trying to take the woods control, because if they leave the woods for Team Liquid, we've seen that they used it 2 times out of 3, and now the Flash, they're trying to get a 1 kill, and KLB just immediately fall down. And then 77 and WI, both of them got 2 kills, and now the numbers advantage is suddenly for Liquid.
Wow. Okay, Liquid back. Liquid are certainly back here, looking good. You can hear them getting loud as well as they will. That is something that the Stallions are going to have to deal with. They get in your head. The Stallions rocking straight out of the gate. Team Liquid with some good responses here in kind of the perfect spot, right? Yeah. Just as we start to worry that it's going to look dominant in the first half, they have managed to start responding. The question now of what Stallions do as they face forwards. Some kind of response on the cards, potentially, from the Stallions. Easier said than done at this stage. Team Liquid holding pretty far back at the moment. Again, not looking to give away any early kills. They will send some information forwards, though, as WY looking for that first kill.
I mean, it's working, right? They slow down things and try to get some information, but they're kind of looking for a mistake from Stallions. I believe that Stallions are not the teams that are gonna give you the mistakes easily. As we can see now, the change in the play is a fast rotation strategy coming out from Stallions. 2 around Cage, 2 around B, and it was going to be very quick. And I think this is the best for Stallions. And now Eno and Loy each gets 1, and Jai just backs it up. 77 is the only guy who's fragging for Team Liquid, and suddenly it's a 1v2, and then No just tells him no, and he's back on board. 4-2, and Liquid just kinda throw it away. 4-man in BC is just not the best strategy that you can do versus Stallions.
Yeah. Liquid not looking super comfortable on sub-base. I think it's safe to say, right? Like some of the rounds, some of the developments are not great. We're moving fast.
Sneaked again.
Roy, does get caught. Really, really nice early move from Danimals to watch out for that. We'll give Liquid the upper hand here in round number 7.
I mean, he tried to sneak as No, but when we've seen No sneak, he just immediately went for the push and got the kill. And Loy tried to be a bit passive. He wanted to use his trigger discipline just for his side, but didn't work out. And now Stallions, they are back on numbers disadvantage, and we've seen these guys multiple times in such situations, and they came back from it, winning the rounds 4-2. And now it is 1 minute and 35 seconds, and Liquid are kind of the team that's slowing the pace, trying to get information. They have numbers advantage. I get it. They didn't need to do anything, but now Gookin is trying to take steps. If he can get rid of No, I think it is going to be a good ease round for Liquid.
Yeah, we'll see here. No is in a pretty good spot. Here's that nade coming in. What's his thoughts? Does he want to get aggressive? Does he want to chase after it? It's obviously a lack of information for him to work with. Moving back towards mid here as Team Liquid, again, winding things down before they get going. Well-timed flash, but Jay not really able to find anything off the back of it. KLP here on the sniper, totally caught off. Some missed shots as well. 7-7 looking good, but they really were not expecting him to be there. Team Liquid, it feels, have pulled the wool over the eyes of this Global Risk side. No remains alone against 5, so we'll see what he can do. Potentially just a few stats at the end of the day. He's having a pretty good game. Find another clean one, maybe I start to believe, but an unchecked angle, down he goes. And we are now within 1. Stallion still keeping them at arm's length, but Team Liquid remaining competitive, which is good. Definitely what we wanted out of this game.
Exactly, and look at 77, man. He was 0-3. Now he's 9-4. This guy got 9 rounds and 1 death. So he just immediately activated when we asked for, and Liquid, it's finally And when you're seeing 77 is just fragging, definitely you're going to be see Team Liquid on the board and 3 to 4. I know it's not the best for the Blacklist side because we mentioned that sub-base you need to have 5 to 6 rounds on the Blacklist side, otherwise it's going to be very, very tough for you, especially that if you are playing Stallions as well, because Stallions themselves, I used to see how they play on sub-base, and there's other teams as well calling their strategies Stallions because it's the playstyle how Stallions play the sub-base. So, for example, on West League, they call, okay, let's do Stallions, and this is a specific strategy for them because they know how to play the Blacklist side map. So, Liquid, they're going to be in big trouble if they don't secure at least 2 more rounds.
Right. There you go. Some lovely contextual information for you. Team Liquid feeling nervous then, as they need to find a big round here. Time and time again, things are looking harder and harder. A lot of nade damage coming in, some spam as well through smokes. So a good start for Stallions, even though they're not quite sure, they don't quite know it. But at this stage, starting to feel confident. Maybe too confident. Jay finds a nice kill onto ADRF. Advantage in favor of Stallions as they look to try and absolutely hammer home a 5th round here. Would be a really big deal for them.
I mean, with Liquid on the numbers disadvantage, I'm starting to get worried because usually if you see Stallions, you'd say, okay, they can flip the round, and they did multiple times. And now it's going to be the vice versa of this strategy. And let's see, KLP is trying to fight back on a side. This flash is going to catch him off guard. And yes, it did. And now he's going to face 2 double. Look at Choi just immediately flicks. And KLP just gets 1 before dying down. And now backed up. They did the bait strategy on his side. And it worked perfectly for them. And now it's going to be all up to Gokin, the god tier sniper from the Brazil. Against 4 Filipino players, just fears nobody else. And now Lloyd just immediately just quick scoops him and gets 1 more on the board for Stallions. I believe that this is going to be very, very, very tough for Liquid now.
Yeah, looking good. Stallions looking good. And just able to stay in there, you know what I mean? Team Liquid are getting sporadic rounds. There's not enough stringing together, not enough momentum from them at all to feel like they are in control of the game. And that's always going to be a pretty big deal. Again, as we say, against Stallions, feels like an even bigger deal. So Stallions looking good here. Felt like we were maybe going to get the marquee matchup. It's still pretty close. Still could go either way. But it does feel like, as you're saying, Stallions giving themselves a good foundation going into their Blacklist side. Nice little contact out on towards A. That finds the first. It's pretty cheeky. Some good nades as well. A lot of damage coming in towards middle. Gokin with the hold. Yeah, brilliant round here from Team Liquid. Really well put together. Some fresh ideas. And it works super, super successfully. No and Jay looking for a way back in, but it does not seem like it's going to happen.
I mean, it is a much needed round for Liquid because otherwise it's going to be one-sided game on the Blacklist side. Now, Stallions, I think they did their best on just having 5 rounds on the global side. Now they're going to be switching to their favorite side because I believe they picked sub-base because of their Blacklist side. How good they play this side and how well organized these guys are. But still, they are playing versus Liquid. They're playing versus one of the best Brazilians team, the 2nd seed, the 1st seed on Season 1. So now they should be having some troubles as well, just fighting through Gokin, just fighting through 77, because this guy is also having a very big tournament, and one of his best days as well today, because you would usually see him fragging that much on this tournament. And now Stallions gonna be trying to shuffle their papers and try to dodge both players. Gokin, 77, they are all trying their best to put Liquid ahead.
Yeah, if they can. We are going to see. It was ADRF here. You know, you picked him up yesterday as a bit more of a recent addition and hoping to change things up. Looks really good domestically, but he has been quiet, let's say, across the course of the EWC Championship here. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on him.
Oh. All right. He needs to step up then, because we said that 77, he's not having the best day. He's then 9 kills, and then we stopped talking about him, and he has 5 deaths now, so he didn't get any kills since then, and now...
Been a while.
Well, but he's switching to sniper rifle. As we can see, they're playing 2 snipers, 2 TRGs from the side of Liquid. 77 and Gokin, both of them are locking down sides. Gokin is just locking down A side. And 77 is just watching B connector, killing the first entry, and this is the hardest you can face if you are pushing from BC. And now you're seeing Stallions, they're preparing for an A push with the flash, smokes, nades, and look at that, 2 players only pushing, and now KLB just immediately destroys WI, and it is a 5v3 because only Gookin in down, he's trying his best and he gets the double, the cold shot, and he misses, and KLB is still whiffing and whiffing on him, and finally in the end it's a 2-on-2 after a 5v3, just Gookin holds on.
Into the 2-on-2. Taking a little bit of time to get here, Team Liquid. And a great angle for No to just stop them in their tracks. ADRF goes in first, goes down too easily, and No will get both. They weren't ready for him on that angle. A big find from him, as Stallions will win kind of a key 50-50 there in the 2 versus 2, making it look easy at the end. They retain their lead. They're starting to edge ever closer to that number 10, but a good keen start from them in the second half here.
I mean, Stallions, if you looked how they pushed this side, they only pushed with 2 players. This was so worrying for me, but then suddenly it turned out to be very good because the other players just arrived very, very quickly, and also they cut the rotations from Cage, and so it was a perfect round from them. Everything is well executed, well organized. These guys done their homework yesterday of watching Liquid probably through their local tournaments, and now they know how Liquid is playing. Liquid is usually relying on the rotations from Cage. That's why they put 2 players cutting the rotations from Cage, from Vance, from BC. Usually you would put someone just trying to waste some time, and it is exactly what happened and worked out very well for Stallions. Now they're up 2 rounds, 6-4, and they're still starting their Blacklist side again with an A side push.
WY in the key spot here does get taken down. Gokin's still alive though. He's able to chime in, take down a mid player. Loy flying in, nearly the double from him. Not quite enough though. Danimal's left very, very low after that exchange. They're going to get the C4 down. He's just about able to survive the nades. So yes, 3 versus 3 on paper. I mean, it could swing either way. We've got chunks taken out of the Stallions guys as well. So Blacklist side just looking to hold on to this site as best they possibly can. KLB nice and confident on a headshot angle here, trying to find those first kills as they entry into the bomb site. Flash comes round, he avoids it, and he will indeed strike for 2. 7-7. That supportive element with the nades from behind. Looking for a sniper angle, it never happens for him, and now he's too far away, right? Not enough time to get the defuse in. They'll track him down. KLB gets it all done. 3-piece for him in the end. He's on his feet. He's feeling good. And Stallions with another round.
We might be seeing the tactical timeout right now from Liquid. As we can see, the players' hands are off their keyboard, and now they're going to be trying to talk, trying to think what is going wrong with them. I mean, they only played 2 rounds and they only pushed aside. I don't think anything is going wrong except that Stallions are so good on sub-base and they picked the right map for them, and now they're probably going to be trying to, let's say, try to play more aggressive, because I know that if Liquid leaves the woods open for Stallions, it's going to be troubles on A side. If they leave the machine open for Stallions, it's going to be also troubles on B side. So they need to be taking one of those angles and try to fight for the other. Probably just gives a retake, gives some kind of hope for themselves. Other than that, because Liquid is just playing super passive, Gookin is just unleashing himself only on Idan. And yet 77 is just doing a retakes. You need to put this guy in one of the angles that they're going to be pushing. You need to put him more aggressive. Just give him a rifle and let him unleash himself.
Absolutely. These things need to be hopefully relayed in the tactical timeout, but difficult to figure out. Not a lot of time, right? You've just really got to try and pull the team together. Can they hold on the GR side? Yeah, Liquid's key a little under threat, not massively just yet, as of course they will still have some room, but this is a key game. You want to get in there early, don't you? You know, when you're looking down the barrel of the playoffs, you want to get in there as quick as possible.
Yeah. Now they're back. Let's see what Liquid will change in the play style right now, because we're seeing the same setup. It's just a stack around beside, and immediately Gookin just gets killed in the beginning of the round, and now they're going to be playing this round after the tactical timeout with mans down, and guess who's down? It is Gookin. the guy that can carry his team, and now he's left. 77 needs to fill his position, and exactly that's what he did. He moved to cage because he needs to be looking at these areas. The stack around quad boxes, they expected Stallions to be going a fast B-side push because this is one of the rounds, but it didn't turn out to be this time, and now Stallions just swing woods to get the red out of Goken. And yes, as you took your tactical timeout, Tanks as well took his time to talk with the boys and just tell them to go swing and get Goken out of the picture just early on this round.
Yeah, I mean, it was double sniper. I think that was kind of the very core of the idea from Team Liquid. So to immediately get rid of that is really quite solid. However, they will walk into the trap ever so slightly. 7-7 over here as well. Always confident, always able to deliver. Can he do so in this moment? Pistol comes out. Brings it down to just 2 now of the Stallions. Drop that C4 as well, and he'll keep on going. 7-7 with some huge finds to keep Liquid's dream alive here. A huge, huge find.
I mean, if you watch how they played this round, they played the double A-top setup, the Chinese setup that we've talked about yesterday. They still did it again, and just we've seen the Brazilians just usually using this setup when their numbers down and they're having troubles just defending a side, and this is exactly what they did. They had a fast rotation. This setup is actually all on fast rotation. If you're playing 2 top and just leaving A side completely open, as you can see, it is a fast rotation, fast retake setup. If you go to B side, you have 2 players immediately just following into you, and if you are having an A side push, you can immediately do some nades, some stacks, some flashes, and do a retake into the side. Well played by Liquid, changing the pace of the game. And finally they got 1 round on the board on the global side. Now they need to stack few more in order for them to get into that draw between them 7.
Pretty key round here. Stallions need to make sure that it's just the 1 round for Liquid. And Stallions can't lose sight of the finish line. Not quite on the horizon. Couple more rounds. If they can get them nice and early, nice and easily, it would be a really big deal. Danimals at the bottom of the stairs here. Oh, up for the double. Beautiful spray transfer from him.
Ooh, the C4 is here as well.
Yeah, I know. It's really not a good start. He's in an advanced position. They were not ready. Goken's coming in towards middle to make sure that it's all locked in. And just KLP to get it done. And he cannot find anything. A flawless round from Team Liquid to follow up. Really quite a big deal. Timeout now for the Stallions. It's getting dicey. It is getting dicey.
I mean, this is Liquid you expected to see after the timeout, and now it is time for Stallions to be talking about few changes. They had a 7-4 lead. It's down to only 1 round lead between both those. You need to be changing few things. We've seen the aggressive pushes from them is not working out very well right now because they put the snipers in the positions where they can get multiple kills and frags, and Goken is just insane out of his world right now. As I know that he got eliminated early on the first round after the tactical timeout, but now he changed his play style, he changed his position, and he got multiple frags, and the Animals as well is very good on holding it down. Stallions needs to change. Stallions needs to go through a B. They need to use B connector. They need to use defense more. Yes, they put 1 guy only. They probably, if they put 3 guys or 2 guys and just jumping into a top, gonna be countering the strategies coming out from Liquid. Stallions only showed us an A side push, and this is exactly how Stallions play, by the way. We know that they know have variety of pushing aside, but I believe that Liquid are now kinda having the let's say the counter strategies for this. So Stallions needs to switch, they need to flex other rounds, and I guess Liquid is gonna be expecting this as well, because if A down pushes are not working, if Woods pushing are not working, you're gonna be going to B side. So probably you're gonna be seeing a stack into quad boxes from Liquid back again, as we've seen from them after the pause, and maybe Stallions might fall for this trap if they change their playstyle immediately after the tactical timeout. Because sometimes when we play Crossfire, we just say that the adaptation is going to be starting from the round after the tactical pause, because the enemy team is going to be expecting.
Time to find out. Big timeout coming in. Stallions losing some of their steam, hoping to get it back. Some of the magic of the defensive side seems to be missing. And we moved on to the blacklist side. I was expecting big things. You know, you bigged them up. You said they'd be very capable here. Teams learning from them even. Well, maybe learning a bit too much. And Stallions now having to reevaluate, reassess be less predictable. Or triple nade stack, it's a nice idea. No one there, though, on the end of it, but I do like the thought. Maybe pull it out in a future round. Either way, they were trying to really force that first kill to go their way. Just hasn't been the case here. So they have to back off. They have to look elsewhere to create this round.
Exactly, and we are seeing now Stallions, as we mentioned, they tried to leave a bit onto the A side, and now Liquid kind of just overthink this round and they played their minds. And they stacked it down, and Stallions did change the pace a bit. They want to be going through this B side. They want to be testing ADRF. Of course, he's having a 3-10. That means that it is not his best day, so you need to be testing out him afterwards. And then Stallions suddenly just wants to go to a side where two players from Liquid are there. It is WY and Gookin to defend this side, but WY just got an information and he knows everybody where they are, and now KLP is just trying to fake into a side, and the push are already, he's already going onto a side, and KLP is the only guy to get the kills, and oh, immediately just trades back on Gookin. WY just leaves with 16 HP back to Spiral Stairs, and he's like giving the hardest information for his teammates because he's saying that I'm very low and it is an A side push. Now Liquid gonna be having a troubles of retaking two areas. They need to retake A top from NO and they need to retake also a side, but NO just stays behind the box unchecked from 77 on W1, and he's only a DRF left alone. 3-10 just to make it 6-10 if he wants to put his team on board, but NO just gets the red out of him, and now KLB is just yelling back again to Liquid, and they are back on board after the tactical timeout.
Yeah, which is always big. I think, you know, you take that timeout, they're quite lengthy in this game as well, so you have a lot of time to really figure out what you want to do, especially if you're trying to build a round from scratch. So you need to find success with them. If it goes south after a timeout, we saw it a lot yesterday, the game just doesn't get going, does it? You feel so demoralized, you feel like you are really stuck for ideas, so the fact that Stallions have managed to make it work is a big, big deal. 2 more to go. Getting ever closer. TL will come out with the double snipers again, looking to try and find an early pickup. And Danimal's in that same spot that he was in a few rounds ago, had great success from here. So feeling confident for more of the same. They go for the triple nades once again. I mean, there'll be someone there eventually if you keep doing it, but maybe it will be figured out. Nonetheless, they're able to make their way in towards B. Both snipers are around, though, and they lock them out for now. A quick 5 versus 3 ensuing, make it 2. Team Liquid holding off, looking good.
Indeed, Gookin. This guy is just insane right now. 14 kills on sub-base versus Stallions is just big numbers with the rifle, sniper rifle, because usually Stallions don't give you a chance to retrade. Yes, if you get 1 kill, immediately he's just gonna collapse on you, but now he's getting the multi-frags needed, and look at Liquid, he's just taking everywhere, leaving no gap for these guys, leaving no chance for them to flip the script and get the round. Giant KLP in a very tough situation, 2v5, to get Stallions into the 9th. Which I doubt is going to be there because Danimals, look at Danimals as well. He's just getting information. He got all the info needed for himself. And he puts his team into where could be these guys. The flashes are ready. And Danimals is ready for the push. We've seen him doubling down 2 players. But look at WY just immediately get wiped out by Jai. He's very, very low HP. Danimals just need to hit 1 bullet on Jai. And he gets it. And immediately just KLP is on a 1v3. If anybody can make it, it is gonna be this guy.
Slow game though. Oh, and he eats a nade. So the optics not looking good here. Flash is also pretty effective. He'll take the peek, but he's traded immediately. I think that's probably the best he could have done given the situation. So Team Liquid with a response. Staying close here, Penguin. It really is difficult to split these two teams as Stallions, they can now see that finish line, but Team Liquid holding them back as best they can with the 7th round.
I mean, Liquid are doing very good in my opinion. I expected a bit of Stallion one-sided half. Not a game, but a half, because we know how good Stallions are on the Blacklist side, but still, they are relying on their A pushes. And every time it's not working out very well for them. Especially after how changed Liquid did on a side. They stacked He put a rifle, he put a sniper, and then they're just looking into one more cage stack. Gurken behind this smoke is just trying to find anybody, just oversteps from the doors, trying to be very, very sneaky after that. And then still ADRF, we are looking at him and he's not performing very well, and the guy is not tested at all. The Stallions are still want to be going into down. They don't want to be trying to contest this guy, and Gurken almost quick scooped one guy behind the smoke. Just pre-firing him, and still minute and 25 seconds on the clock, and Stallions are nowhere to be close any of these sites. We're seeing the C4 is just trying to move around the cage. Probably it's going to be a B crush because we are seeing one guy on machine, one guy trying to make some noise on BC, and the C4 is going to be followed into the guy with machine. So it's going to be 2-on-1, 2-on-2. Not 2-on-1, it's going to be 2-on-2, yes, exactly. And it's going to be throw B side with a fake onto a side.
Not biting though, I mean they're keeping the defense on B for the most part. Maybe able to split them though, just got to check the angles. They're really convinced that someone's playing that right hand side. Not going to be the case, it's a mess over here. Just about able to even up the numbers, take control of B, but an overstep from Jay gets a little aggressive there, doesn't he? Bit too far forward, will go down. WY with a key find. And it's all on to know here. He's having a great game. 21 kills to his name. Looking for just 3 more in a very, very important round. Here, the nade gets the job done. Softens up another. And suddenly he is in the 1 versus 1. Danimals is the only one to stop him. He's been spotted now as well. No looks good. The headshot lands. And Stallions with a 9th. The 1v3 out of nowhere.
I mean, if this guy is just clutching like this, just getting these kills, I guess Liquid are now mentally destroyed and they need to be having a relief after this round. A 1v3 from him, a nade kill, and then followed by 2 double kills.
Yeah.
That's insane from him.
Unbelievable, you might say. Gurken opens here. Loy looking to get caught, and he does. Team Liquid are not happy. Back with a vengeance into around 17, trying to extend play here if they can. Looking likely in this round 5 versus 3. They've got the C4 as well. Yeah, didn't notice that until now. Really big finds therefore. And Stallions are way out of position. Really trying to find a way back in here if they can. Slow going as they're sort of, you know, trying to confuse things, not go straight towards that C4. Animals to go down. Nice clean kill. Makes you worry ever so slightly. Smoke comes in. They'll opt to push through it. WY the next port of defense. Oh no. Oh no. They're doing it. They're taking the kills where they need them. Trade is there onto ADRF. It's all on Gurken. He opened this round and somehow they're getting away with this. No up to 26. I mean, if he is in proceedings, there's always a chance. Gurken to save the day. He's got to clutch up against 2. Moves around here. He's tracking them. He has maybe let them slip by. He's not quite sure. He's not quite sure. Oh no, Gurken maybe going to get backstabbed a little bit here. He has missed the timing completely, Penguin.
It's unlucky for him, man. I mean, he was checking and then suddenly these guys just cross. And they think they're not gonna hunt for the kill. You're just gonna drop the C4 down and hope for the best on their post plant. And now Gurken thinks it's an A side because he just came from B side. He's just got bamboozled by them.
That's awful. That's really rough, and it's obviously going to buy a lot of time. Maybe becomes a very different looking post plant now for the Blacklist hold. He's out with the pistol. He's just got to try and get in there and hope that he can overwhelm, hope that he can find the headshots. Been spotted out now, of course. Patient game. KLB will take him down. Stallions to do it. The 5 versus 3. The 5 versus 3. Liquid will look back on that with a heavy, heavy heart. A really, really key round that got away from them. But Stallions, a fantastic game. There were some hiccups. There was some slowdown. But they were in control the whole way through. Only by a couple of rounds at a time, but still able to just hold on to that lead the entire time.
2 of these rounds are clutches. We've seen a 1v3 from No We've seen a 5-3 team from the guys. Let me tell you that this 1v3 just pushed, I mean, Liquid into some kind of madness round, which made them just push immediately to Machine. They push Woods, they tried to gain back their confidence. Exactly, they got 2 kills and then suddenly just crushed by 3 players from Stallions.
The 1v3 should have never happened. Let's be completely honest. When that happened, I was like, all right, yeah, this game's chalk, this one's done.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think they'll look back at that, and as you were saying, Scriv, without it, this could have been an entirely different game. Maybe we go to overtime as well. Yeah. It felt like they dropped the ball a little bit. But, you know, you have to move into map 2 and hope that you can just kind of forget about that one. It's a difficult round to forget about, though, isn't it?
No, it is true. It is true. I think, as we alluded to a lot, you may be prepared for Stallions, you know, on this map. Sub-base is going to be a really, really confident one for them. But all the same, Liquid, it felt like they were just very close all the time, not quite able, you know, to take the lead, not quite able. And then there was those, key rounds in there where they should have done it, where they should have snatched control, and they let it slip through their fingers. So they really only have themselves to blame, and nobody else is going to know that better than them.
No one else is going to know it better than No, right? No was constantly on the kill feed, constantly putting kills on the board for the team, and in the end put up, what, 20 plus frags for the roster? I mean, I think if you've got someone playing that way, you're going to be feeling very confident.
Yeah, that's the captain. I mean, that's the guy that always flips the script for them. And this 1v3, I was about to say it's doable because 2 players are very low HP, and then he tosses the nade, kills one, makes the other very, very low HP, and then Danimal suddenly finding himself in front of a guy who just killed 2 players, having very much confidence in himself, and just got 1 tapped. So, I mean, this guy just flipped the game for them. I believe that, as Chris said, if this round went for Liquid, we could have went to overtime or probably just a win for Liquid.
I mean, it's always easy to say when it's a 1v3 it shouldn't happen, Scriv, but was there anything they could have done differently in that 3 versus 1? Because they were kind of stuck in the room. The nade really hurt them as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think it's also kind of getting the onus, getting the speed in there, you know, to just make sure that you are not allowing this guy to isolate fights, not allowing him to direct things. And that also, I think it's quite nice because you can extrapolate that to the whole map. It just felt like Stallions were mostly able to direct, and a lot of the Team Liquid rounds were off the back of an early pick that they would then try and convert. There wasn't a lot of X factor to them. It was maybe just right place, right time, more the Stallions making a few early mistakes that, you know, cost them their own rounds.
Maybe it was a little closer than I expected it to be, considering how much everyone's talking about Stallions as well. I thought that this was going to be one-sided, but the reaction from Stallions, I think, said it all. They know how close this game was. They know Liquid came to play, but now they get that first map on the board here with a 10-7 victory in the end. But a little bit too close for comfort as they move into map 2. I'm sure they're going to be hoping this one is a little bit more comfortable for them. No was the standout player, of course, 26-9, which is just a ridiculous statistic. Do you think that now they'll take this momentum and carry it through to a 2-0 here?
I mean, they should, because that's why they picked sub-base, because they know that they have high chances of winning sub-base versus Liquid, so they need to take this momentum into new compound. Yes, I know that maybe Stallions, they went so overexcited because they won the first map, that they still have to go through new compound via 77, Goken, 2 sniper setups, so it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, new compound coming up next, but before that, we're going to jump away, we're going to step away, we're going to have a little bit of a break. Go grab yourself a cup of tea, some water, stay hydrated, and we'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
grab a cup of tea, English breakfast. I hope, Scrib, I know you're an English breakfast man, aren't you?
Absolutely.
What's your tea of choice, Penguin?
Black coffee.
That's not tea. That is not tea. You have just avoided the question and you've gone for coffee
because
instead.
I don't drink any tea.
That is a
just
man.
Black coffee.
He knows his caffeine, right?
Yeah.
He just wants to get his fix. All right, and I want to get my fix of some Crossfire. Welcome back, everyone. We are moving into map 2 now between two giants. We have Liquid and we have Stallions at the moment. Stallions have taken a 1-0 lead against Liquid here, which I guess was the expected. We thought the Stallions would be the better team, but it was far closer than expected. Now going into map 2. Talk to me, Scriv. Give me some hope. Are we going to map 3? Do you think this is going to be all Stallions instead?
I mean, I'm a little bit worried. I am a little bit worried. I think that Team Liquid, obviously, it's going to be tough. There were the big moments in there, the big rounds they lost, so we have the morale conversation, but also just the fact that this new compound, it kind of comes in as a slight curveball, and I think that there is definitely a chance that Liquid are not going to be as clean, as prepared as they wanted to be. And I think the Stallions look good. There wasn't enough fragging power for me on that Liquid side in that game. So yeah, I think this is Stallions all the way now.
Does New Compound lean towards the Stallions gameplay for you, Penguin?
I mean, it leans towards Liquid because they have the double sniper setup, they have 77, and they have also Gokin, so they know how to defend on this map. But I think they picked it for a reason, so I think still Liquid, they have the chances. How good they played also on subbase, I thought it's going to be 10-4, 10-5. But it was very close. It was, I would say that it could have gone into 10-8. So I think Liquid still have the chances.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the battle cry that was coming from the stage. But it's time to get into map number 2. Our casters are Scriv and Penguin. Enjoy this one, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. My first time, actually, Penguin, doing the new compound, so that'll be fun. I think it should be a pretty interesting map here, of course. But yeah, curious to know what has been talked about in between. Liquid looking to put their best foot forward. WY charging up and leading the battle proceedings here to kick things off, trying to get in towards B, trying to be a nuisance, but also quite a distraction that he is causing over here.
I mean, always we're going to be seeing fights onto this big and mini, but KLB just grabs the first. WI, the first one to fall. Nobody was close to kind of just trade or try to recontrol, but this guy is just insane. ADRF just gets big off as well, and Stallions, they find themselves 2 man ahead. And let me tell you that Stallions, they picked global risk on this map, so if they have a very good first half, they might just end it.
Not started off well for Team Liquid, yet to get a kill in this round despite trying to take control of things, being the first in there. Gokin will be all alone at the back of the site. He does have the C4. That's kind of the only thing that he has in his favor here. Hoping that there is an over-aggressive contingent of players for Stallions that he can catch off guard. But not looking too likely. Moving into the last minute now as he stands back. What are the plans? What are the ideas that he might be coming up with? I think he's just trying to be annoying in the early stages, you know, really make them work for it and find that final kill. A lot of an opportunity to talk things over into the next round as well. Gokin will go down, the inevitable. A flawless one to kick things off again for Stallions. So it's going to be immediately another uphill battle for the side of Liquid.
I mean, again, a flawless round in the first round. We've seen this on subbase, but this time we've seen Stallions took some damage. The first one on subbase, they didn't even get any damage, and now the fight through the mid containers. ADRF is just trying to recontrol this area. Trying to keep the control actually for his teammates, because last time they went to big and mini control, it was not the best at all, in my opinion. And it was a 1-by-1 solo control, and now they're grabbing 3 players, leaving the C4 behind, and just putting WI with at least 2 more players, so they can trade him when the control is going. The big is for Liquid right now, and the mini is just being controlled by Stallions. This mini box room area is just where all the fights is going to be, because this is one of the crucial spots that we talked about yesterday, and usually the teams are fighting for this area, because if nobody's around this area, they're going to be stacking in a site, and it's going to be very, very tough for you to push into a site with a big stack. And B-site is usually the side that if you took B-site and you planted the C4, it's just completely done for you. You won the round.
Just waiting here for these smokes to dissipate, and then potentially looking to make a play Out towards B. Stallions, no chances taken, no aggression to contend with this time around. We do have decent info outside of A. Set up and ready for B. Moving into the servers here. Slow going from Liquid, though. They've been sat out of there for a little while. They've been spotted nice and early into proceedings as well. The flash gets the entire team. They'll buy even more time. Smoke coming in, try and cut off the rotation. But they are yet to move. Team Liquid been building this one up for a little while. They'll start bursting forwards and try and just find the heads as best they can. Jay's still alive, though. And he comes away with 3. It's a big, big deal. KLP traded out by the sniper. There wasn't enough support on the site initially. Jay does his best, but it's not enough.
I mean, this round, what happened is that Liquid faked pushing first. So all of the Stallions B defenders just throw their flashes, and they had to go, let's say, through a dry round. They didn't have any flashes, they didn't have any smokes, they have no utilities, so they just tried to go one by one trade. Just Joyce, as you mentioned, he tried to go very hot in this round, getting 3 kills, and then Go can just immediately just finish this round into their favor. And Liquid, first on the board on the Blacklist side, is very good signs for them and makes them at least having some size of hope, because Stallions, the way they started this round, this game, was very strong. They killed everybody. It was a flawless round. It was a pick by pick. It was a solo control from Liquid. I was expecting more organized control, and this is exactly what we've seen from them on the next round. Probably the first round was just, hey, let's test waters. Let's just check how these guys are playing on the big and mini. And the second one was the complete strategy that they did, and it worked out very, very well for them.
Yeah, a little bit of a technical pause here, I believe. So hopefully not waiting too long on that one for you guys, but just keep you updated. All the same, comes an inopportune moment. I, for one, I think as a competitor, would not be a fan of the early pause. Just want to get into it, get warm. But I don't know that there's any time for an unexpected pause that feels good. All the same, looking to try and find which team is going to have that hot hand moving into things. Stallions, they get the first look at the logo. There's the big man, of course. Absolutely crazy numbers. Hoping to get a little bit more of that here on New Compound.
Yeah. And still, I was trying to check what is going on with this technical. Well, I guess one of the players was pointing to his headset, I believe. So maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Certainly. We'll get back in when we can, I'm sure. But a pretty big game here, of course. You know, you want to be hitting the qualification and avoiding that lower bracket, avoiding that elimination. Playoffs, I think, is for these two teams here as well. Just the general expectation. Liquid missing out on it last year a little. They were very, very close, but didn't quite make it. And I think that they will be disappointed with that. You know, you have a few ex-world champs and stuff on this team. So they at least want to say that they left a piece themselves. They were in the playoffs. They played one of the big boys, or they played the eventual winner, whatever the, you know, bragging rights you may need. I think a very, very big game in that sense is often where teams can crack under the pressure. That looks like a good sign, doesn't it? Little fist bump. Here we go. Back into the action. As the slowdown, is it going to benefit to have some time to think? Maybe, maybe not. All depends. I love the psychology of the game. It's something I really do get into. Of course, Loy getting aggressive to start things. And he will go down very early. It's a classic. You take a long time out, you just get straight in there, hope to catch them off, but it doesn't work here.
Yeah, I mean, Lloyd just lost his life. It was a 3-man push into the into the A-long. And they just do the control. But look at the Stallions. They're trying to reclaim this area. It is so deep from them. And now NO just finally gets WI, but at what costs? NO just lost almost 60 HP. And now they're going to be fighting through this. But Danimals just falls to no one. He just loses his life into a 1-man bullet. And gets them back into a 3-on-3 after the numbers advantage that Liquid had. It was a 5v3, and now they are back on action because of this guy, this Wonder Kid. He's just making numbers for his teammates.
3-on-3. Key round here to be getting in the bag. Team Liquid taking it slowly, moving out towards A, clearing every angle they possibly can. Making sure nobody is hiding around. There is a good defense over on A because we've got all this information from No. So KLP going to be ready. KLB, looking to back him up, but he's doubting. He's maybe moved back towards B, and yeah, it's a little confusing. They don't rightly know what's going on. KLP, though, he's quick with it. He will lose his head on the second time of asking. Maybe would have preferred to see him stay alive there. There's a flank that comes round, able to get one. Gokun moving aggressively to try and get this kill. Sniper out for KLB, pistol out as well. He's swapping all the guns, and he will eventually look for a reposition here. With very little time remaining, but Gokun gets the drop on him. And a big clutch coming in, as it will be Team Liquid moving up to a second.
I mean, this guy, just Gokun every time. There's more pressure on his shoulders. I mean, he just delivers and immediately just clutches 2 rounds. By the way, the last 2 rounds for Liquid were Gokun shots, and now he just gets the drop shot onto that. And he's replying to the yelling probably from Stallions because he's probably getting more mad, and now KLB just whiffs the shot, but Chai just immediately just backs him up with 2 kills, and now... I mean, ATRF is not having the best, but WY is trying his best, he's swinging, he's doing everything, but this guy needs to... I talked about 77 and Gokun double sniper setups on Liquid, and we need to talk about this. KLB, KLP, and also sometimes Loy is having his sniper, so I think they are still getting matched by those players.
Yeah. Certainly in agreement. And again, it is just going to be so very back and forth between these teams. I think that, as we've talked about, very, very evenly matched. So the rounds will keep swinging. Get used to this. C4, not quite sure where it wants to go at this point. As they have hit a slowdown on the TL side of things. Of course, you would expect that. 2 men down, looking for a cheeky opportunity if it presents. But easier said than done at this stage on this map as well, right? Like, trying to get back into a round is really quite tough on the Blacklist side. KLP with a spot. No kills coming off just yet, though. Still in this 4-on-2. That's maybe what they were looking for. A double push here. No will bail on it and manages to survive. Oh, it's getting very disjointed here. Loyal come in late. He baited his teammates out, and he will find success. God, that looked really tense. They weren't quite sure. Are we going? Are we running away? But it works out in the end.
I mean, they were about to flip it because I've seen how good Stallions are on defending onto this B side, and then suddenly just Liquid changed the pace, goes to mid, try to find some kills, and exactly what they did. But now we are seeing Liquid trying to recontrol the map. They will try to recontrol this area because Jay just playing aggressive, and ADRF finally just finds the first kill and gets his team the numbers advantage needed. Stallions are kinda just pushed. If you look at that, you just have the B pillars, have the B connector. You probably have also an early information on A long. Just one guy playing deep on A side. Just leaving completely the mid and B side open. You're just risking and gambling the push where Liquid gonna be going. And I still think it's gonna be very good because if they push into a side, these guys can just immediately rotate and then have a backstab into them. But know that plans are changed and all of Liquid players are going onto the side.
No, blinded up, but he's able to spam away. Just got in the corner in time. Picks up 3. Absolute insanity. It's all going to be down to Gokun here, who has responded with 2 quick kills, but it's not enough for him. No, with a huge moment. And I thought that was risky, but he just manages to creep into that corner unseen. Half a second later, and he's a goner. Absolutely massive, and if he can get going again, Team Liquid will have a real problem. 3rd round for Stallions as we now hit 3-2. Still just a slim lead. KLB to open, though. Stallions looking to extend that lead here in round 6.
And guess who is the one to fall? It's Gokin, just followed by the Animals. The AG.AL, the brain of Team Liquid, just falls, and Stallions are getting under the skins. You can tell from the pre-fires, you can tell from the yell, you can tell from the shooting on the dead bodies, and now Stallions are winning the mental game slowly but surely. These guys are getting under the skins, and now KLB is just having a big blast on this side. One more kill, WI just to fall, ADRF is to trade, and 2-on-4. Just make it a 1-on-4, and now it is gonna be their time for a tactical timeout. Stallions are just running the map.
Yeah, really nice round. Great response. As you say, the whole energy just lifted by that insane individual moment. And they look to keep that trend going. Timeout called in the middle of that one. So we obviously have Team Liquid trying to stem the bleeding. And they can feel things getting out of hand. They can feel the mental just dropping immediately. Get some voices going. Hopefully try and come back into it. Stallions, meanwhile, there's a few happy faces over here. They just want to keep it all the same. No need to change things up. It's all going rather well so far.
I've seen ADRF is just quite, not only in game, but also outside the game. If you just watch him, probably he's just not having the best days right now. Now we can see Liquid players, or they're just trying to talk, they're just trying to calm down. I believe that this tactical timeout is just needed for them, because we've seen Stallions, they were just unleashing themselves, having a lot of confidence, and they're just building this confidence into rounds and just destroying Liquid on their pushes. And I know that Liquid, they are on the hardest side on this map, but there should be a slight change in the playstyle that can secure more rounds for them, because I believe that both of the rounds were clutches from Gokin. If Gokin lost 2 clutches, it could have been 6-0 right now for Stallions, because 2 wins, 2 clutches is not the thing that you'll be looking for. There is no dominant win, let's say, or a dominant round from Liquid we've seen from them. Usually it is all the way to Stallions. That's
you
why
rely on some luck, which I think there is a sprinkling of. You know, players won't admit that there's necessarily luck involved in these games, but there is at times. And indeed, the clutches, there's often an element of that that goes in your favor. Loving the camera. Just kind of paying a lot of attention to him, to be fair. He's probably getting nervous now. Team Liquid on the other side of things. Not quite as energetic as it. We're obviously hoping to bounce back. We stretch into a little tech here, I think, once again with the headsets. So fingers crossed, not too long for you guys. As I think this one is just starting to heat up, and we're going to get that question answered. You know, are Stallions going to find a dominant first half? Are they going to be in the seemingly unassailable position? Or will Liquid stay close as they have all series long? Will they ever gain a lead? Will they ever take control? And will they threaten that third map? Only time going to tell on this one, Penguin.
Yeah, Stallions might be the first team to be locked into the playoffs on B-Stream. If they manage to close this map, I mean, they're playing very good so far. Yes, we've seen them on sub-base, but we expect them on sub-base to be pretty much dominant on this map. Usually that it used to be one of the best, and we've seen them just having an undefeated runs on sub-base, and now they're going to be elevating this and taking this into the next maps. And you compound this one, they're having a 4-on-2 lead. 2 rounds lead right now on the global side. Liquid needs at least 2 more rounds for them to secure, to be able to get close to them on the switch after the switch into Blacklist side.
Ooh, nice little trade there. We'll keep the pace up for Liquid if they choose, but they'll just take the trade. They don't rightly know what's behind it. Meanwhile, Stallions with a very, very, very fast rotation towards B off the back of that. So we'll find out. Could get a little weird here. Gokun is having a look. down the A-long, but not too much to spot. So maybe they will go in towards B. It's a deep position for KLB. Gets a smoke down as well. Deciding where he wants to go, having a little look around. How does he want to play it? Oh, nearly caught off, but he is able to get away. Drops a flash down to give him that space, but confirms the location of a couple players. And as the clock starts to wind down, maybe the entire team, if they try and guess correctly, KLB here with that sniper in kind of an unorthodox position for it. You've also got KLP. You know, bear with me now. But they're both on the snipers. They're both looking good. So this could be really, really dangerous trying to entry into this B site.
I mean, we've seen Liquid when they did. It was a bit shaky, yes, but Gokin just clutched this round and Jay just got 3 in a row. Now he's not in the picture, so it needs to be KLP. But look at Loy already again creeping behind them, but the leg shot from KLP, just Danimals eliminate KLB and no, just straight for 1 and Danimals gets the kill and it's only Loy who misses and away from Gokin's cold. Who flicks and gets the kill and now Liquid, after the attack timeout, we've seen a cleaner execution, and this is one of the cleanest rounds for them.
Yeah.
It is not a 1v1, it is not a clutch. It's just a classic 4v1, and they get the round. Although it started very, very shaky and very slow.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, the early pick, that's going to mess you up a little bit. But it also felt like Stallions were in a very good spot to defend against what was coming. And they just did not deliver, so... Team Liquid are going to feel confident for that. Spam through is successful.
Small.
Yeah, really, really big find there from No. Completely untraded. And he could be anywhere now. So that's a perfect start for Stallions.
Into the smoke. This guy is having a smoke in his face and now he gets 1 kill and No just puts his team in a big numbers advantage in this round. But look at this stack onto mid from Team Liquid. They are trying to push through mid. We can hear the information. ADRF already just tucked in. Through beside, KLB is just in a very tough situation. He cannot get any kill. Jay and KLB, the B defenders just to fall. Gulkin just to open and Team Liquid again. They are on B side.
Yeah, looking good once again to hold on to this. The blacklist post plan. Lloyd got to find that. And he doesn't. He takes a lot of damage, actually. Nade goes in, doesn't follow up. There's a lot of low HP bars for TL, in all fairness. But you look at these M4s, they're not super healthy themselves. So we'll see how it goes down. Stallions charging in. KLP to find 1 No as well. It's a missed shot from Gokin. He gets the pistol out. The trades are there. KLP to spin around. And Gokin run out of ammo. KLP clutches it up in the end. It was tight. It was close to Stallions. A hard site to retake. A man down. Unhealthy. And they get it done.
I mean, I just told you that if you got B-side, it's just... round over for you, but this is not for Stallions because this guy, and this is the difference between if you're playing with USP and when you're playing with Colt. Yes, Colt gives more damage, but USP have more ammo. And this is exactly what is needed for KLP just to secure this round. Another clutch for Stallions, and now the push from Liquid. They always face the clutches with aggressive rounds, aggressive pushes, but KLP just puts a shutdown into the ADRF and keeping the size and hopes alive for Stallions. I mean, Stallions, they sometimes fall shortly at the beginning of the round, and sometimes they are very strong at the beginning of the round. But what I'm sure is that if it goes to lower time, let's say that's lower 1 minute, Stallions definitely going to be having a lurk, going to be having a push, they're going to be just grabbing information, just pushing an intel. That gives them an advantage throughout the rest of this round.
Try an A instead. Jay is here, first line of defense. Kind of has to go massive. Oh, and they look to move away. They're trying to grab some information towards middle. That timing's pretty good on it, though. Jay's still able to get back. Ready for this hit. As they just see if there's a lurker coming in. Oh, goodness, they're doing it again. KLP with that sniper. It was just that quick little look out towards mid to see if there was anything coming. Gives them a good idea where they can put their resources. Gokin finds himself alone here against 3. At one time, that felt pretty good. Now it feels like an insurmountable task. Taking his time on it. C4 right in front of him, hoping there's an overstep. But I don't think it's coming. They've got this round in the bag. Number 6 should be done here for Stallions unless they mess this one up.
I mean, Liquid. Compound overall is not their map on EWC because we've seen also Liquid just played versus ESports last time. At the Cider game on Compound and they lost it 10-3.
I did think this. I did think it's like they're obviously trying to test. They're obviously trying to work on it, but maybe need to just leave it alone for now. Easy in the end. Stallions will hit 6. You feel like that's enough from the GR side?
Definitely, yes. 6 is good because after the change, I would say that the Blacklist side is just 4 is good, 5 is perfect. You can get 5. 6 is insane, but now Liquid, they're going to be in way tougher spot than the first round. And
so kind of more of an even map, you would argue.
Yeah, it is. But 6-3 is not an even score at all for them. So, and it is, as I mentioned, it's their map. And look at the nade. It just did a very big damage to them. And always just fully flash 77 just to get the first kill. And they double it down. And Jay just can't find the kill. And they're back alive on this round.
Yeah, a really calm position that Team Liquid will put themselves in. They get aggressive, they put their foot down, and they win the round. I think it's a very big deal. I've got to get it over the line, I suppose. Don't speak too early now. We've had Stallions stealing some away. Not going to be the case here by the looks of things. KLB against the world does have that C4. Loads of time, but just a lot of players to get through. And they're going to start to figure out where he is. They'll definitely know about him now. Clean onto Goken. Very clean indeed. He's got to be savvy to the fact that WY has pushed in. I think easier said than done. He'll check his angles, but is he going to be that vigilant? You wouldn't have thought so, right? So there's kind of a flank coming into him. In a matter of moments here. All the timing. Yeah, he's not ready for it. WY takes him. Team Liquid open up well on their GR side.
The round looked very shaky and scary for Liquid at the beginning. We've seen the nade, we've seen the swing from No. He almost got the kill on 77, who got 2 piece on this push. But now, they're going to be trying to do the same again. The nades are not quite... Well, no damage to be taken, but look at Daniels, he's just good for 1, immediately got traded. Beautiful push from Stallions into the control just to have the A-long control for themselves right now, which gives them more space, more room to work out, and they need to be stretching also Liquid's defenses. When they take A-long, usually you'll be trying to rotate from beside, trying to shift a bit the map, and this is exactly what is happening. As you can see, 77 is just trying to be very close to mid-CT and also beside due to the lack of players on his side. But he's still Goken on his side. He can handle himself. He can get 1, 2, 3 kills before dying. But 77 just decides to move forward and holds along from him. So it's 2 on his side, just single-handedly ADRF on B side. And probably he's hearing some noises.
Yeah. He knows. There's some presence. Maybe a fake out though. C4's not with this contingent. Now just becomes a one-man entry job. Oh no! ADRF should always be finding that. Somehow Loy takes him insanely low, 3 HP. So ADRF's going to be annoyed at himself, at the game, at everybody. WY though comes in for 2. Really key. Finds, gets the 3rd as well. And they do manage to recover it back. It looked dicey there, didn't it? But WY with a hell of a hold in at mid.
This guy is so good with HK. He's just not only tapping, but you can see his strafing kills, his pre-fires. His swings are also insane and just gets Liquid 1 more round. So Liquid 2 on the board for them on the global side. Makes it very comfortable for them, but you can see a fast push coming out from Stallions. Now Goken just shut down Slow and the push around mid. 2 guys around mid. The first is fall and WY just gets 2 players. Immediately got traded and Goken just claimed his spot on side. Nobody knows that Goken is here. He can at least get 1 kill, but then always the pre-fire just gets him. But this leaves No on a 1v2. We've seen him on a 1v3. And now they're going to be respecting this guy.
Yeah, they have to. They absolutely have to. He's got the C4. He's got a lot of options. What does he want to do with it? It looks like he still wants to find the fights. Confident for them. Oh, 7-7 spotted. But him too. ADRF on the double swing. Really well done there, Team Liquid. Looking good here as the Stallions are as yet to pick up around in the second half. The score has evened up. The Brazilians looking really promising here. And Stallions have got to figure this one out fast. The map is slipping through their fingers.
I mean, they still have their tag time out, so they can pull it anytime. Probably after this round, if they didn't have some success, they need to bring this tag time out. Otherwise, the game could be slipping. It's 3 on the board for Liquid on the global side. This is a thing that we haven't seen Stallions even on the global side, but look at the bait. Danimas just gets the first kill. Loy just fall. And the nades just put a little bit of damage on Danimas, but he's still holding to his position. He don't want to be retreating back to the main event. I know, just trying to check. The smokes are blocking the vision completely, and Stallions, they look very shaky, and Danimas replies, yes they do. With one more on ADRF, that tag time out should be coming from the Stallions. The Filipino players are not having any success on the Blacklist side.
No, it is true. It is true. The rounds themselves starting to get very, very dominant now. Something has got to change drastically. Do they have it in them? You know, we talk about some of the youth. Can be a really, really big deal with Stallions. Team Liquid, all this experience now coming to the forefront and confident in the work that they've done and the pick of new compound. Despite some shaky results on it in the past, they're looking really good here into the second half. It's just a question of if they can keep this up, if it continues. And it can all flip on a dime. Unlikely to happen in this round, though. So Team Liquid, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time in the series, taking the lead here. You might have had it maybe once on map number 1, briefly.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. They'll trade things out. They'll get it done. They move up to 7, looking really dangerous.
Yeah. And now the tag time out. Tanks. He definitely has a lot in his tank, and he needs to be talking to his teammate. We can see GLC. All he's doing is just hyping his players. Nothing needs to be changed from Liquid side, I believe. I
absolutely
think
not.
Everything is going very fine. The guys are switching their strategies. They're mixing their plays. They're all doing some baits. They're doing some fakes. They're trying to play aggressive. Gukin is just everywhere. He's in A long. He's in mid. We've seen him in mid, A long, A. He's just trying to pick. Of course, he's not going to go to B side because 77 is there with the sniper, so no point of just going there. And Danimas is doing a very good job with ADRF as well. In the end, Stallions, I still think that these guys haven't fully committed into one strategy because Liquid is not giving them a chance. It's not giving them a space. There is no space for them to work with. And when they got the A long and we've seen them, they have the space, they went to B side and they died. They went to mid also, they died. So I guess Stallions needs to be changing the pace a bit. They need to be playing more fast. They need to be hitting on the sides. If you have a space, just use it. If you don't, you need to create one through B side. But the B controls for Stallions is not the best. We've seen it going 1 by 1 again. We've seen this from Liquid on the first round, but now Stallions, they are repeating it for a couple of rounds before falling. So I believe that Tank's going to be talking about the controls. He's going to be talking about committing it to the side. Yes, you got control, just commit on the side. Yes, you got an area, just push into this side. And now I can hear that Liquid, they are going so high.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing. Once this team starts like picking up momentum, getting loud and getting in your head, they can be really, really difficult to stop, really difficult to deal with. Jay looking to kick things off here. He'll lose his teammate. He sets up not just 1, but 3 kills. Can't quite find the damage in the right place, though. So 2 players very lucky to remain alive on the Team Liquid side. Jay does get that trade, though. Very important that he does. Keeping things heavily even now. They look for a way back in towards the B-bomb site, potentially. But not quite clear, even to us, where they want to end proceedings just yet.
I mean, if you hear Liquid after getting the kill over No, they were just so loud, shouting that because they got rid of one of the best players on Stallions, which actually puts them into a good position. But look at the HPs from Gukin and Dynamos. They've lost a lot to get out from this situation, and now they're gonna be taking this control, and let's see how Stallions gonna be changing their playstyle, because last time they took this control, they just went to B side. They tried to fake a bit and tried to waste some time. Louis, yes, he did flick ADRF on this round, but still it wasn't a successful one. And I believe that there is no fakes, there is nothing. They're just gonna be going and running onto the stack from Team Liquid. They already read the situation, and the C4 is moving onto A side.
Danimals making a play here. Very risky, comes away with one. ADRF to be traded quickly as well. Goken, though, he goes unchecked. KLB spins around to find him. So important that it does. Looks like he was on for another. Plank comes in, WY a little further away as he rotates in from B. A big 1v1 here. Has to be won. WY spotted now. KLB trying to keep his cool, trying to get aggressive into him, though. Taking the onus, and he will win it out. Takes a while, but he gets that headshot in the end. A huge clutch coming in as the Stallions even it back up, finding their first blacklist round.
I mean, it all started from this, exactly. Jay just getting one kill, doing a big, fair damage on both players. And yes, we've heard Liquid going very loud after just killing No, because they thought it's gonna be an easy round. It was going to be, but just WY loses the clutch. And finally, we're seeing Stallions winning a clutch on this map, because mainly the clutches were on sub-base. And we've seen 2 clutches from Gokin. And now the controls are shifted onto B side, from A side to B side. And Stallions, they're changing their playstyle. They are successful after the first tag timeout. I mean, that's their second timeout, because they took their tag timeout on sub-base. And they're successful now on this map. So I believe that Stallions, they're gonna be having still some hard times. Liquid are still closer to win this map. Let's see.
Oh, nice little trade. Important, but it's somewhat of a bait setup. They have to be careful going past this crossroad here. Danger awaits on the other side. A key CROSSFIRE. Looking very, very good indeed. ADRF. Flash comes in for him, and he's able to deliver on one. Danimals here, round the corner, gets his. Goken as well chiming in. They've done very well. KLP has to move quick, and he's not fast enough. Liquid answer back. And Stallions walked right into that trap. I think they knew something was up, but they still gave it a good go. It works brilliantly for Team Liquid. The setup is just perfect.
I mean, it's the swing from WI just baited everybody on Stallions, because they thought that he's alone and he's trying to get some information. He's trying to grab some intel for his team. So they said, okay, we got rid of him and let's push into mid. And they found another 2 players. One of them was the B player, the second B player, which is ADRF, as we've seen, and he's doing very good. Comparing him to the last map, and now he got 10 kills, and we've seen also Loud. He's trying to hype, shout, and go as loud as possible. And now Liquid, they are closer than ever on closing this map. I think Liquid, they still have the better chances because they are on the global side. The global side is so good, in my opinion. They have a lot of good rounds. They got like, I guess this is their 5th round only in return of 1 round for Stallions.
Yeah. And those numbers are pretty damn good. Regardless of your map and your sidedness, still feels very, very good. Especially in a game that on map number 1 was quite tight. You know, a couple rounds here and then it'd trade back to the other team and then back again. Lot of nade damage here to kick this one off. Not what Stallions wanted. They've got the deep control that they were after in the previous round. Looking to do something with that. But with these HP bars now against them, it's going to be hard to complete the round here.
Yeah, and No, he's just taking a lot of damage, and we haven't seen this guy as we expected. But look at Liquid, they're playing very aggressive. It was a flash, but no follow-up. And Dukin is just holding this other area all on his own, and KLP just knows that Gokin might be there, and he just passed through him, I guess. Like, Gokin just turns and gets the kill. Jay just eliminates WI, but Gokin is still there. He's still ready to get one more, and it's his triple kill. And Eno is just left alone on tower, and he can't do anything because all the players were here. Now Liquid are so much louder than before.
Yeah, I mean, looking good here. Looking very, very good, aren't they? Key rounds, tense moments, but still able to keep their cool. Gokun having a vintage performance, looking really, really good. We maybe missed him slightly yesterday. He had an all right second map, if I do remember correctly. No with the key find. WY in, though, getting super aggressive, needs dealing with, and he has been. They're looking to keep the pace up on the Stallion side. Oh, big one from No. Just the tip of the head spotted. Gokun goes down, 4-on-2. Stallions are angry, and they are not letting this go without a fight. Going to be down to that one-round shootout by the looks of things as Danimal's up against 4.
Yeah. Now, Stallions, the overtime is in the line. I think it might go for an overtime, but Liquid...
Yeah, you thinking? You feeling the OT? Looking good, I think, in that sense. Yeah, I'm definitely agreeing.
I think that's the thing is that Liquid usually when they have the round on the line and they just one round to close the map, they play aggressive, they kind of throw a bit. This round, playing aggressive is not a throw, but you can just play it slow because it's working out. You just play on your sides and you're having a very, very good defense setup. But look at this damage on Jay, just can end Stallion's hopes onto a new compound. Ankara is the next if Liquid just can make it happen.
Well, there is the million-dollar question. Set up outside of B. Contacting in, not too aggressive. They will take an early peek. KLP goes down. They look to join him, try and charge in, but doubtful. Yeah, this is looking indecisive. Stallion's going to pull away after losing that first. Worried about deeper rotations. I'm not super happy with that Penguin, to be honest with you. You know, they go in, they don't really dedicate to it. Yeah, they don't commit. That is the word. And it gets away from them. So now Team Liquid just have to see this off, have to just go through the motions and get those trades. It's going to need a hero for Stallions.
I mean, we said this before the tag timeout from Stallions that they do not commit on the side. They just keep playing around. And they're super hesitated when they're ending into one of the sides. And now they're going to be triple stacking or probably just double stacking the nades on the tower. There's nobody there. WI is not there anymore. And you can see that Loy is single-handedly just having the control of Big and Mini, probably for a fake or for a collapse. I think it's going to be a collapse on B side. 3 players on B side, 77. WI and ADRF, only Gokun and Danimals who are found there on his side, but look where they are. They are also on Elton, so they're going to be having a very quick rotation. This is not looking good for Stallions.
Yeah, they look really uncomfortable for sure. Going to try and get through the smoke, and WI just flattens them all. I think that's going to be all she wrote for this map. Ankara around the corner. They just have to deal with one more. Loy, against 5 in total, does manage to find one, but that's all he's going to get. Team Liquid, they get it done. What a second half from them. The global risk side, so strong. They drop a total of only 2 rounds, securing 7. Perfect half, I think it is safe to say.
They picked it for a reason, and that's the reason for you.
Yeah. I mean, it took a lot of work. But they bring it back. They look very, very good while doing so. And yeah, very excited now for what Ankara's got in store.
I mean, it is a very good map by them, and I think that the global side from Liquid just chipped everything. If you can play as good as this on the global side, and I mentioned that 77 and Gokun on both snipers on the global side is going to be tough for Stallions, and yes, Liquid got the chances and they took it.
Wellity. Here we find ourselves in a map 3, just like on the mainstream. They've just gone to map 3 as well, so having some very closely contested games today, as expected, really, when you start to get to this stage, get to the qualifiers. We were hoping they were going to be a little bit closer. That being said, with the amount I heard about Stallions coming into this event, I thought they were going to 2-0 this one, but somehow, someway, Liquid have been able to overturn this, and you saw from the reaction what it means to them as well.
Yep.
Talk me through it, boys. I mean, was there any fundamental issues that went wrong with Stallions here in this game?
I mean, I think we saw at the end the indecisiveness for sure on their blacklist side. Maybe thinking the job was done a little, that it would just all fall into place after a decent first half themselves. They were late on the timeout, in my opinion. I think they maybe needed to be more respectful there, get that in as early as possible. So certainly the one map in hand effect, that they just weren't feeling the panic in the same way that Team Liquid were after that first half.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I'll just double it down. The guys were just not committing to any of the sides, and I've talked about this when they went to the overtime. I mean, when they went to the tactical timeout, I said if they want to be going to the overtime, they need to be committing more into the sides. Just take control, push the side. You'll have a higher chances of winning the round if you're trying to trade. Otherwise, just going around and around, just hoping that maybe Liquid will stack the wrong side, and it didn't happen because we've seen a good mid stack from Liquid that's paid off, and good A side stack from Liquid also paid off. And when they went to be they were also stacking, so good call from Danimals. He just flipped the script and won this map.
Yeah, they definitely need to be a little bit sharper on their communication, I guess, making sure everyone is working in tandem, not too many individual plays being made. But I guess if you look back at map 1, then what No was able to do as an individual, perhaps Stallions just expect that they can pull things off even if it is a 4 versus 5, even a 3 versus 5. We had the 1v3, but, you know, Team Liquid have shown and they've proved that it doesn't matter if they are the underdogs in this matchup. They definitely have a chance, and it would be huge for them if they can qualify through from this group into playoffs above Stallions. But I'm sure that lower bracket would look very terrifying if we saw, to be honest, either of these teams, right? I would imagine either of these teams, even if dropping into the lower bracket, they should be able to get through the playoffs, right?
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely not like, you know, these super clear overdogs in every single matchup, but they're always going to be capable of coming back into games, as we've just seen, you know, the second time Liquid have done it here on the B stream, actually. So, you know, they're really quite formidable opponents, and there's a lot of depth to their game. But it does sort of go to show, yeah, we see the scoreboards here, and not quite the same heavy-hitting performance. We've got Loy not quite pulling his weight, and it makes a difference when the game is that close.
When you see like an individual perform in map 1 like No did, is there a way as a team you can target them? Like, can you try and take them out of the game a little bit, would you say?
I mean, it's very hard because this guy is not only moving alone, he's just backed up by a few players. But I think that No had some also unsuccessful rounds because we've seen him falling at the beginning of the round for 3 times in a row, 2 times in a row. So this is exactly what Liquid needed to shut down Stallions, and it worked out very well for them. I think that New Compound, that's how you play New Compound. You just need to play passive, so Stallions needs to go aggressive. And when you are playing aggressive, there is much higher chances of making mistakes.
Well, New Compound provided victory for Team Liquid, but Stallions will try and bounce back now as we go into Ankara for map 3. We're going all the way and going the distance here. But before we get there, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll be back in to map 3.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
I knew you'd be back. Welcome back, everyone, to CROSSFIRE EWC 2026. Dan Gaskin alongside Scriv and Penguin once more as we move into map number 3. We're starting the day off with Going the Distance, which I'm happy with. I like that we get closely contested games. But now, Ankara, right? We did see yesterday Stallions played on Ankara. They're pretty comfortable on it as well. Yep. Would you say they are the favorites now going into this one, Penguin?
I mean, Ankara is just the map that Stallions can't shine because they can move. You've seen them just moving around, just going here, going there, just trying to fake. But new compound, if you're doing this, it's a fast rotation for global side. That's why Liquid had a very much success on the global side. So I think if they keep playing the same, trying to take control, go back to A side, trying to fake, go back to B side, I think it can work at least better than new compound.
Yeah, I think there was definitely space in there for Liquid, it feels like, because they have had it as the decider in 2 series now. They play it domestically. It's kind of a classic map, you know, in the game and whatnot. So I think there's certainly a chance here that Liquid will look good, but we'll see. We've got a lot here. Both teams have really battled hard, so I think it could go either way.
I'm going to do my best battle cry now. Ah, we're into game, and there we go. Scriv, Penguin, take it away. I scared you.
He did a little bit. He made me jump with that one. It was pretty good. The land halls of old here, no, you've done that before, I think it's safe to say, but we are indeed into the action. As it'll start off fast, Gokun looking to pick up where he left off and have that sharp performance here if he can once again help the team out. Not necessarily the full carry performance, but certainly look good. On that second map, we're looking for a little bit more of that from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and now Stallions, they are on the blacklist side. I mean, they are on the favor side on Ankara. Yes, we know that Ankara just favors the blacklist side due to the... Talked about the A-Long controls. Whoever is watching, you would usually see the blacklist team just having the easiest controls if there is no match. But look at this, a stack from Liquid onto his side. We've seen Rock playing this map and they failed like 8 times on his side. I mean, Fefe wasn't having the best days on his side yesterday, and now they decide to just counter this, and look at Stallions. They just completely dodge and ignore his side.
Yep. Not thinking about it. Pretend it doesn't exist for now. What a nice little smoke there from Gokun, though. That's going to slow them down. They will try their hand at getting through it, but it gives him a lot of room to work with. He's got some support as well from 7-7. They're all chiming in now. And the smoke goes down at the perfect time. It baits them in. A dangerous task to run through it. They will pay the ultimate price. There's not a single player going down. Team Liquid, they get loud, and they are looking good with that first round. Comes in flawlessly.
Ah, man. A flawless round from Liquid. This is the first we've ever seen on the opening on this map, and now Liquid are one on board. A good defense side from Gokun on B side. A good read from Stallions, actually, I would say, but still, having Gokun is just a plus for your team. And now Gokun just completely having the mid control to himself. That's why they need to be having a stack around, probably, let's say, B side. And while we're talking about Gokun, just WI falls, and 77 just trying to hit the double shot. It's not working out very well for them because KLB just gets him down, and now all the B-side controllers for Stallions, even with the underpass control that we've seen after the swing from KLB to eliminate 77, and Team Liquid will need to do a good, clean retake afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to have the resources for this, though, Penguin? That's the question. Everybody is worse for wear. They're a man down. I feel like you would not have a chance here, realistically, but stranger things have happened. ADRF goes down early. He was the healthiest player. I don't think it's happening here. Gokun, the last to fall, and Stallions answer back nicely. So we are once again off to a very competitive start. Stuck around for a while on sub base. There was a big split between these two teams, though.
Yeah.
On new compound. So we'll see which side of the coin we get here for Ankara.
Draw on board, and now Stallions. I mean, last round it was very good communication between the players because 2 players covered the side. 1 player just pushed underpass to get rid of 77, which gave them a big and huge space. And usually if you want to be having a good post plant, you need to be having a space. This space allows you to get the information early, so you can double peek some area, or you can have some stack onto one of the sides if you're having big space. That gives you the side that you need. Smokes onto his side. Low is just trying to fake around the side, and yes, Smokes, he's gonna flash, and the push around beside from underpass right now.
7-7. Under threat. Oh, he needed some help. Danimals goes down early. Not a good look. And he will get one. He does well in that, to be honest. He was under some serious pressure. Meanwhile, Loy holding off at the back, got all three on the way. He doesn't quite know it yet, but this corner as well, unchecked, could be deadly. In for two. Gokhan on the trade, but he's now got three more to find himself all alone. Quite far away and gets caught switching up to the sniper. He will go down. Big find from Stallions and really cleanly done.
I mean, very smart round from Loy. If you look at this guy, if you get his POV, he's just insane. He smoked this side, he faked this side, he went through the B shack into CT. He didn't go through a side because, I mean, through A shack, because he knows that if he's going through A shack, he's definitely gonna be spotted from the guys rotating from his side. So he just got a very good angle and very good position to stay at it to get the double kill. Now look at WI, he's trying to strafe kill, just finds a kill. Jay gets a little bit excited and just swings the balcony, and this is a death wish for you.
Spamming away behind smokes. Stallions putting a pin in the aggression for now. Just holding off for a moment. Try and have a reassess. There will be some rotational play from Team Liquid as well. Key 4-on-4 here. Jay with the C4 does have to be careful. He's isolated. So he does have to be very careful not to go down in a silly spot. Could make a difference. All the same, they'll look to join back up here going into the final minute or so of proceedings. B-bomb site feels pretty vulnerable right here.
Yeah. No. Just alone. Trying to take. A connected just swings to underpass and pushing with Jay. Now Lloyd just collapsed with them, and all the players of Stallions are suddenly together except for KLP, the sniper, who's gonna be cutting the rotations. And now Jay just swings to get 77, and this is a guy you would eliminate if you have a beside, because it's gonna make a lot of troubles if he's still on the side, and KLP is just doing the cutting rotation strategy from bridge. And then no, he's trying to have kills on underpass. He doesn't have any information. The flash from Gokhan just makes everybody blind. Except for no, the double swing from underpass by Gokhan and ADRF. Everyone was a piece, and now ADRF just doubles it down. And KLP just arrives to help with 1 and 2 kills, and not enough. A good, clean retake from Liquid players. I mean, I thought it's gone for Stallions.
Yeah.
Usually when there is a retake, you would expect it on B side. If Stallion just goes to A side and plants the C4, it's just done.
Yeah, we'll see here. There's got to be a keen response from the Stallions, but so far it is very back and forth here. Early stages, but no one's stretching ahead on Ankara. And it really is going to come all the way down to the wire, I think. For this particular series, could be a very close affair and a real heartbreak for the team that has to go down into that lower bracket. But thankfully, I suppose you still have another chance at it. It's more so the playoffs that await on the other side of this, though. Being one of the first teams to secure it, you get a lot of time off, a lot of time to prepare. Just these small factors can make a big difference to your game. Go back and review this one for sure. You know, some key moments where things could have gone a lot better for both sides. Double sniper out for Team Liquid. WY spots a few, baiting them in. That's the idea, and he will manage to find the first. Good crosshair placement. Dealt with. It's 7-7 who, you know, they were trying to draw them in for the sniper, but he doesn't deliver.
Yeah, it was the bait for 77, and then suddenly he's just not hitting the shot, and WI just gets the kill. And look at the damages that's been done on Liquid players. ADRF with this shotgun on tunnels. He's trying to have as much as he can do on this angle, but Danimals just swings away and gets the kill. No, immediately just both of the players just got killed, and this is exactly what I was talking about. If you go to his side, it's gonna be easier for you just to do the post plan, and 77 just tried to go crazy on the side, get probably 1 or 2 for his teammates, but he's unsuccessful. And now Stallions back ahead, unless Gookin just pulls a miraculous one before, which I doubt to be done.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think we're all in agreement there. Oh,
he heard his
sneaky
switch.
little find. Yeah. Any more for any more? It maybe looks like he's after a few stats, trying to keep his numbers good. He's not even going to send it into the site, so we'll just let that C4 go off again. Gives you a lot of time to talk things over. They're trying to really maximize the response here. Slim lead comes round for the side of the Stallions. Will they be the first to break the deadlock here and string a few together? Yeah, very, very well recovered from them, considering that first exchange looked like it was going to be dangerous, but they do well in the end.
I mean, yeah, you can expect more from them, but they just secure Gokin. It's just a fall and about expecting more. And look at the double stack on underpass. Danimals just find 2 kills. KLB and J just fall. And now 77 just doubles it down with another double kill. And now Loic LP falls again with a triple from 77. These guys are just insane. Danimals, 77, both just gets the full squad from Stallions and just secures this round.
Again, the response comes back, so it will continue being even. No team yet to string any together and looking to try and make that the case here. KLP, though, he opens up. It's big aggression from the side of Team Liquid, trying to force the issue as much as they can. KLP gets caught. Any kind of response. They weren't expecting this kind of aggression, were they? They're all getting caught off here on the Stallion side. Loy in a good spot. No is left in the clutch. Not foreign to this, not afraid of it. 1 versus 3 in total brings it down to just 2 now.
I mean, the question is, did they know about the C4 is just dropped on the balcony? Because if they know and just claim this area or claim this spot, it's gonna be kind of doomed for NO, especially that he has an EBR, so he needs to get quad shots on the heads to kill 2 players or just to spray both of them. Yeah, 77 is a bit low, so he can get 1 shot at with this EBR, but Gookin is now claiming this area and he knows where he is, and 77 just takes him down. And now Liquid, they are back in action. I believe that this round that they're pushing to a side, if just Stallions could have backed off, just kind of talked about it and tried to retake it instead of just trying to swing one by one, because 77 here had a very good position on tunnels, just securing. Anybody just goes into quarters, and this is exactly what happens. So Stallions just fall 1 by 1 onto this push, and now again Liquid are trying to do some kind sort of fake that they pushed aside just to put 77 on this spot, which is a very good spot for him to get an early information in his side. The stack on B-side should be done now. Look at the position where Danimals, and this is exactly what I want the Stallions to do last round. Just back off, talk about it, and just reclaim the spot.
There you go, nice. Really, really nice finds. And looking to get that response. Keep the back and forth going, man. Danimals is in the conversation here. It's a big tag there. Danimals, though, in the key spot, trying, failing to find anything, in fact. It's just WY that now remains. Stallions with a great statement round here as they do not lose a single player. Who's going to get that 5th?
I mean, Stallions, they should, because they are playing on the blacklist side, they should be having the 5 to 4 instead of just Liquid just going to the 5th round, and you switch to the blacklist side and you're going to see them just executing and having a very good game versus you. They're probably going to be spamming assault versus Stallions, because we've seen them just dodging this by stacking assault onto the first round, which wasn't successful in my opinion. But now Stallions are slowing the pace. They just took A-long control. They dominate the tunnels. They're trying to eliminate anybody who's trying to play very aggressive and just to check for some information, which Liquid is not giving them. We can see that Liquid are kind of leaning towards B-side. 3 guys are around. It's 77 Nemesis and ADRF and Gokin, sorry. On Hotel is trying to get an early information in the smoke. He's playing very aggressive, Gokin.
Yeah, very difficult, I think, for Stallions to find a clean way in. They are going to have to crowbar things and get some messy kills, potentially. Trying to take as much space as they possibly can in areas that allow it. Loy and No are just on an adventure right now, trying to spot a player if they can, but nothing being revealed by Team Liquid. Creeping into the final proceedings of this round. There goes 7-7. Catches no on a timing. And so, the numbers look good. 5 on 4. And no real progress for Stallions. It looks very, very difficult for them, I think, to get back in. Gokin looking to be aggressive here on the sniper. Flash comes over. It's 7-7 that's finding success. Gokin joins him. Loy and Jay, the only 2 that remain. There's some low HP bars in here. If they can keep the pace up, maybe they can isolate some fights, but they've slowed it down. They have managed to find some responses, but it's just not going to be enough. Gokin's still alive, still finding kills. Left all on Loy now. And he just can't find this player. Gokin's had a great round. Absolutely insane finds. It will be TL just squeezing out a lead.
I mean, this guy, man, every time I said, okay, he's 1 and done. He just gets 1 more.
Yeah,
okay, this 2 undone, and he gets 1 more, and there's 3 undone, and he's still alive, waiting for everybody on this side. I mean, Stallions, they haven't hit an SI push except for a round. It was an adaptive round for them after they got the kills onto the Danimals and ADRF when they pushed. At this time, they went to a side, but after that, I mean, rather than that, they just went to the side where Gokin is. And if you're going to Gokin, you need to be having a better execution, because this guy, if he's not 1 and done, he's gonna secure the whole side by himself. A good, well played half by Liquid to be winning on the global side. Still, it's a 5v4, a 5-4. It's not a big deal, but still, they can take this lead into a win if they can have a good organized Blacklist side. I expected Liquid to be spamming a side. Let's see how this guy's gonna be going, because first round is definitely an A side.
Yeah, it looks that way. Try and test the water over here. Taking their time, waiting for the smoke to go down and see if there's anyone on the other side of it. It's a re-smoke, though, so they are going to be slowing this round way down. Stallions keeping them at bay for the time being. Here we go, though. Bursting in. The flash has come over the top. KLB, under the stairs, gets totally blindsided. Was expecting more action to come his way there, I think, and just not ready for the angle. It's looking good for Team Liquid as they charge in. Loyal try his best, but it's not enough. All on KLP here. On the long-range angle, I think they potentially know it. C4 going to go down in a safe spot. Not taking any chances with this one, despite the numbers looking so good. Team Liquid with some decent discipline. WY does eventually get bored, but that'll just confirm it. Play it safe from here. Well, they should be able to convert this.
Yeah. The execution was good. The flashes were perfect because we've seen both of the defenders. They were both fully blind. And KLB didn't even have a chance to shoot back. They get this kill, and Gurkin just gets the final kill. And Liquid, you just played a simple game. We don't need to go to B-side, so we have chances even after taking the side that we might lose into a retake. All we need to do is just take a side and it's completely done. Double flashes from them. Stallions, I'm very scared for how they played the last round. They didn't even push into an intel. We usually got used to that Stallion. When it's 1 minute on the clock, they push for an intel, they push to get information. Someone pushes underpass, someone just swings mid, tries to go for A connector control, and this is not the case with the last round. But at this round, we are seeing Stallions, they are early on this A connector, trying to shut down the push before it's even happening.
5-on-4. Very early kill, very important kill at that. Jay thinking about it. He's trying to not get banged around this corner. Really, really wants to pull things back, but not going to be the case. He drops back, as does the rest of Team Liquid here, looking to secure yet another round. That first kill comes nicely for them. They will try and just play things slowly, catch any aggression, and go for a later execute here should they need it.
Goken. He knows that maybe Stallions want to be going aggressive because they have numbers disadvantage, and this is exactly what KLP doing. He's just scouting for an information right now, and this is what I mentioned, that we usually see Stallions pushing an intel 1 minute or lower in the clock, and now they have an idea it's going to be silent. This is starting to rotate. KLP is just the guy to have mid, underpass, and the cross to A side ready. And these double setups from them is just because nobody's going to be on the underpass because KLP is still in mid. So it's going to be a very good round by Liquid if they double swing this and get the red of no just early on. And now all the players are starting to push. And no just doubles it down and triple kills by this guy. And now Liquid suddenly just falls, but Goken just gets the round. On a 1v2, I thought this was done. They both swing him with the Colt. And he gets the double, and now everything is falling apart for Stallions.
Yeah, that is difficult to be on the end of. I think it's safe to say. Really, really going to have a negative effect on the mental. They're not going to be happy. They are not going to be happy, especially after, you know, an individual moment of their own. Losing out on the clutch at the end. It feels really, really bad. Can they bounce back, I suppose? Some moments now to talk things over. Timeout taken. Stallions got to try and get back into it. It's exactly what happened on map 2 as well. They have the steam taken out of them, the wind from their sails, as we say, and they never got it back. Seems to be happening here again.
Well, I guess Liquid are closer than ever of qualifying into the top 8, and this is exactly was their goal, just to get into the playoffs. And Stallions, I think that they throw this game a bit on their blacklist side, because we haven't seen any SI push, which is the easy side you can push versus Liquid. Liquid just they kind of stacked this out on the first round, but I believe that Stallions execution could have just got onto this stack, because that's how Ankara's being worked. If you just spam SI, definitely is gonna be working out. Now we can hear how loud Liquid players are before going into the game. And now Stallions, let's see what change they have done on their game plans, because they haven't looked solid on the blacklist side except for sub-base. That if you look at the new compound, they weren't solid at all. No executions, they're so hesitated. And if you look at Ankara as well, we haven't seen a good blacklist side from them. They did 4 rounds only on the blacklist side on Ankara. It's just a fail, I would say, for you.
Moving fast here, as they are trying to get in towards A, try and squeeze things out with that first kill. Not quite presenting. It's an immediate bolster up as well from Stallions. Not messing around, as they will rotate players in very, very quickly. A couple of kills come round for Stallions. No, again, on the individual moment, is able to hold for a couple. And they were very ready for that one, Penguin. Team Liquid, perhaps slightly overconfident after the way things have been going. After that timeout especially. They will get a taste of their own medicine there, as the Stallions finding a key round now to move up to 5. Still a little bit of work, though, as they look to close things out.
Yeah. And we've mentioned that Liquid, they're going to be starting to spam his side until it fails. Now it fails, so they're going to be pushing it to B side, getting 2 kills immediately. No, he had a good read on this push. They stacked B side on the beginning of the round, but yet they failed to get any damage on Liquid players, and they're going to be facing themselves. Now they have a 5 5v3 lead. Liquid, they should just be closing onto one of the sides. Of course, the easiest is side. You just take the side and it's over for them. No retakes and no chances for them to get back. We can see Stallions are trying to creep around. They're trying to push mid. They're trying to take some spaces. But I don't think this space is going to matter. A 5v4 is going to be so tough, especially after Loi's death.
Yeah, looking that way, Liquid with an immediate response here. As they are set to find number 8. Unless, well, didn't even get the words out, and KLB will go down. It starts to look a little dangerous now for the Stallions.
Yeah, definitely.
As it has begun to get out of hand. And Team Liquid, I think, as well. In the Ascendancy, you know, they have 7-7, they have Gokun, these 2 sniper players that are really, really running rampant right now. WY a little quieter, but not necessarily needed, I think. So we'll find out. Some aggression coming in outside of A. Stallions trying, but failing to create that first kill. A quick response from Team Liquid towards B.
Yeah, and now the hotel control is all for Liquid. They just copied the past strategy, and if it's working, why to change it? And now I know just backing up Loi. The push is going to be happening on Beside. I am afraid that this Crossfire can just shut down everybody on Liquid and take 1 kill from Loi and another frame. I know this is not what you are expecting from such Crossfire. Liquid, they are still holding on to the positions. Yes, the C4 is dropped. WI just needs to step a bit ahead, and Gokun just immediately snaps KLP from side, giving hopes and signs of life back again for Liquid.
Oh, yep. Really key find there from Gokun, as it will be down to just Jay here. Trying to get in behind, trying to track them, I think, and he's not far off. He's just missed out on getting them, though, and now he's gone the wrong way, so they will potentially get a drop on him. Oh, no, he moves towards B. I thought he was perhaps rotating fully. He's going to stick in one eye on B, sensing that this is going to be the end point. He would indeed be correct, so a big moment for Jay if he can get this done. Can he get in the right spot at the right time? No, he gets sideswiped. And Team Liquid bring it down to just 1 round now. This is looking very, very dangerous indeed, as they will just need 1 more to secure their place in playoffs and to really surprise a lot of people. I think people had Stallions taking this one. Might have been some work. I had them taking it. But here we are on the 3rd map, especially looking really quite strong on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah. And now they're only 1 round away. My opinion, just Liquid can keep spamming his side. And they're gonna make it. Sooner or later, they're gonna make it. Because you still can't defend only with 2 players versus 5 players pushing with you. 3 of them is just flashing. 2 is trading. 1 god-tier sniper is just covering. Everything is going very, very well for Liquid. I believe that Stallions played this map pretty wrong. Because that's not how you should be playing the Blacklist side. We should be focusing more onto a side. Yes, it is the meta, but still, you need to abuse it until something happens, and then you change. Again, Liquid are onto a side. And yes, we expected that Liquid is going to be only going through a side, and they're delivering. 1 more flash, and could be the last push. Flashes are good. KLP is no flash. He can get 1. 77 is pretty much low. Now he falls, and No just backs up. LDRF and WI each get 1, and No just pushing again. Trying to get this side. It is a 3v3, but WI is very, very low on HP. He's not having a good map. He's been quiet for a while, and now Danimals with the C4 plant and Loi. And No with the lurk from the back.
Yeah, they seem kind of aware of it, though. Flash is a little shaky there. ADRF to find a key one. He will be traded out. It's WY under the stairs who gets it done. And Team Liquid will take it. They move into playoffs. Stallions going to have a bit more work to do. The dark horse of the tournament has just been surprised, especially on that 3rd map in quite a one-sided fashion. But Team Liquid showing what they can do. There's so much depth on this international stage, so much to draw from. The experience being the key element of their game, and they are able to deliver really, really well. I'm very, very happy with that performance. I mean, Gokun ever cool, ever stoic, but a lot of energy there as they shoot up, a lot of noise being made. And Stallions, it was a relatively strong start into this series. I think they will be disappointed with the fact that map 2 got away from them. And it seems like although they tried to keep it together, it just wasn't enough on that third map there.
I mean, if Gokun is alive, Liquid is alive. And this guy has been performing very, very good throughout the entire series, and now Liquid just books their first spot from Stream B, and this is the first team that we can say that yes, they are officially qualified to top 8.
Yeah, really, really happy with it. I think a great game, just so much to be happy with, you know, from a competitive standpoint. Very close, super back and forth until it was that very final half. It felt like that Liquid were able to get the job done.
So Stallions drop down into the lower bracket. Team Liquid will progress into the playoffs. Our second team of the day, if you include the mainstream as well, that have found themselves booking their ticket into the top 8. As for Stallions, well, it's going to be a journey of trying to battle through that lower bracket, make sure they don't fall to elimination. But let's be honest, right? Stallions, they should still make it. They still showed a lot of positives. It's going to be a bit of a knockback to their confidence, though, I would imagine here. Yeah,
I think that's kind of the key thing. Again, it's the mental side. We talk about that a lot. I think it's very important in this game. And they just struggled at key moments. Maybe the timeouts came a bit too late and they're not able to sort of dig deep enough. And it allowed Liquid, who are based on the momentum, to just use all of their strengths in a really good way.
Do you think they were trying to play Liquid's game a little bit too much? I mean, after the first map, they were kind of yelling across the main stage, trying to get in their heads. Yeah. Maybe that amped Liquid up a bit too much for them.
Yeah, that's the Brazilians. I mentioned this, me and Scriv, when we were just commentating. These guys, when you just kind of make a good round or make a good clutch, it just gets in their heads and they instantly push versus you. They play very aggressive. They try to just pull back the momentum from you, and this is exactly what happened by Liquid on the first map, second map, and the third map as well. So I guess Liquid knows how to deal with these things.
Now for Liquid, they've booked their spot. They're going to be in the top 8, Scriv. What do you think the journey's going to be now for Liquid? How far do you think they could go from what you've just seen in that one in particular?
I mean, they're making it hard for themselves. I think that against some of the more, well-structured and individually terrifying teams that we do have in this tournament, they will potentially struggle. They're relying on the odd overdog performance, like from 7-7 yesterday. We saw a bit from Gokun here. Can they rely on that every single series? Potentially not. I think that Stallions... It's one of those things, man. They have so much potential coming into this, but they obviously just have a big issue getting those tougher rounds in the back.
Well, we have a fantastic opportunity to jump to an interview on the stage. Paladin has grabbed one of the players. Who have you got for us?
I've got 7-7 from Team Liquid here. 7-7, congrats on the win. You qualified the playoffs. Talk to me just about the raw emotions after such a huge win against Stallions today.
Então, parabéns para vocês indo pros playoffs. Como é que foi esse jogo tão emocionante hoje? Como é que vocês estavam se sentindo pra essa partida?
Agradeço pelos parabéns. Acho que eu tô me sentindo muito bem, porque a gente nunca quase classifica e hoje foi um dia diferente. A gente conseguiu manter nosso jogo, nossa constância, calma, e foi um jogão. Eles também jogam muito e tem muito o que nos ensinar também.
So yeah, I'm very proud for the team, very happy. It was a tough match and we're super happy to qualify for the playoffs. Sometimes we make some mistakes when trying to qualify for the playoffs, but we maintain our game plan and our gameplay, and we managed to do well.
Talk to me about having a player like Gokun on your roster. I mean, he is such a spark plug for you guys. Like, I feel like there were so many X-Factor situations that he turned around. What's it like to have a guy like him on your team?
Como é que é pra vocês terem o Gokun no time, né? Fazendo plays muito importantes, ainda mais nessa partida. E como é que vocês se sentem tendo ele jogando com vocês?
Acho que para todos do time, ele é o melhor do mundo, o que já existiu nesse jogo. Qualquer coisa que ele faça vai dar certo, no estilo dele ou no estilo de outro. E pra gente é muito gratificante sempre. Eu acho que a gente sempre tá feliz de estar com ele. Ele é uma ótima pessoa, tanto dentro de game quanto fora. E é isso.
So yeah, he's one of the best in the world. A lot of teams sometimes get him as one of the best. And we are super happy and super proud to have him on the team. He's a very nice guy inside the game and outside the game, and a very nice person.
Awesome. And well, so now you're into the playoffs. You know, the competition is going to get a little bit more tougher. how's the preparation like, knowing that, you know, you've got these Chinese teams on the horizon? They've always been very dominant within the within international spaces. How are you guys preparing for that kind of moment now?
Agora você chegando pros playoffs e podendo enfrentar as outras equipes talvez mais fortes, as equipes chinesas. Como é que vocês estão se sentindo? Como é que tá sendo a preparação de vocês?
Como todas as perguntas que foram feitas, eu tô me sentindo muito bem. Acho que o time também, a classificação traz muita confiança pra gente. Não que a gente não esteja com confiança, mas a gente tem muito mais agora estando classificado. E acho que a gente vai chegar muito bem, a gente tá bem preparado. O time lida muito bem contra outras equipes.
So we are really prepared. We are very confident. When you qualify like that, you get more confidence. And I think the whole team is feeling like that right now. So we are super comfortable facing the other teams on the playoffs.
Well, congrats against the 7-7 and Team Liquid, and we will send it back to you, Dan.
Thank you very much. I think you could ask the same question to Gokun, really, and just be like, what's it like having 7-7 on your team? Because both of them just were able to stand out and look excellent every single time they were on our screens. I think even going back to yesterday, I was like, it seems like it's the 7-7 show. I think that having an individual like that is always important. Someone you can rely on for that clutch factor, who can step up. But I think you made a good point. You can't always rely on that person, right? Someone needs to also be able to be behind them and do the same thing. And perhaps that's why having both of them just gives Liquid this opportunity to progress a little bit further. But as we look back at the highlights then from that third map, were you surprised, Penguin? Was this... I mean, it does seem to be a bit of a shock in the green room. Like, people thought Stallions would be able to take down Liquid, but from what you actually saw on your screen, were Team Liquid just the better side?
I mean, Stallions played completely wrong on Ankara. If you just talking about strategic-wise, they just played off-meta, and this is so weird for me. Stallions are playing off-meta. Usually these guys are playing versus the Chinese more often. They on the Asian servers, so they know how to meet these guys. And you are playing an off-meta, and the West League teams, we're talking about Liquid here, they're playing, they're just sticking to the meta and just winning. This is kind of the thing that's kind of... I was worried how Stallions are playing this map when I first saw them. They're just spamming beside. They're trying to make some complicated strategies. On Ankara, you just need to be very, very simple. And the trade game is going to win you this map. But this is what we've seen from Liquid and we haven't seen from Stallions.
Yeah, I think they got a little worried after map number 2 in particular, like not quite having the same confidence in themselves, feeling like they need to change things up and go against what might be expected of them and things like this, you know, so potentially getting into their own head, because that second half on this one, you know, on Ankara was not good enough, and I think that they will know that, right? We had some very, very tight rounds and clutches and things that make the difference on map 1 and 2. Just wasn't really the case here. Team Liquid dominant till the very end.
Yep. You could see them just gesturing towards their opposition as well as they found that victory. A few choke symbols as well being thrown across, and for good reason. I mean, it was Stallions really who started it all. They were gesturing towards them after map 1, but then Liquid, they have the last laugh here as we look at the statistics. Anything that jumps out for you statistically here, Scriv?
I mean, maybe again, as it was on map number 2, coming into map number 3, a lack of just something that does jump out at you on the side of Stallions. You'd maybe expect it from this kind of scoreline, but yeah, they just didn't really seem to have anything to follow up on map number 1. No doing his best, but again, these like impact moments and whatnot just weren't really there. We had Gokun, we had 7-7, and we've talked about them looking in different places, Liquid. Perhaps they are starting to find some consistency, you know, 7-7 a more recent addition, and it seems like that's added some more stability to Liquid here in an individual manner.
Would you think that, you know, if you're a fan of Stallions, are we still going to expect them in the playoffs?
Yeah, definitely.
They're going to get
definitely
to that low,
they're going to get to the playoffs. I mean, it's just probably a bad game for them. I'm talking about Ankara, of course, because New Compound Liquid played better, but I still think that Stallions played Ankara wrong, so we cannot just judge if Liquid is good, if Stallions are good on Ankara, unless we see them playing the real Ankara game.
Yeah, I mean, Ankara was definitely, or has been, for me, one of the most entertaining maps. It seems to be a little bit of a spanner in the works for some of these teams. There's a lot of questions around it as well. The strategy has been a little bit off, like you were mentioning as well. Maybe some of these teams just need to play a little bit more like default. It seemed like perhaps they were overthinking it a little bit, Stallions here.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a key C word in conditioning, right? Like, you just have to be very, very careful not to go too deep too fast. Like you say, sort of overthinking things. I think come in, hit a few rushes, hit a bomb site, you know, with all 5 players rather than trying to fake things out or draw some attention, and just keep it simple, really. And I think that Stallions get too ahead of themselves, especially into that third map. They were really in their own heads.
Well, it's Team Liquid who are able to get their first ticket into playoffs from this B stream anyway, and Stallions will drop down to that lower bracket. We'll have to see whether they can fight back through tomorrow. For now, though, we have to progress into another winners match and another qualification match. It's going to be the Battle of Brazil. We've got Na'Vi versus Rock. I'm very excited for this one, as I'm sure you are at home. So after this break, we will get into that one. But for now, we'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone, to CROSSFIRE EWC 2026 live from Paris. We've had our first match here on the B stream, and now we're going to start gearing up towards our second. It's the Battle of Brazil. We have got two fantastic teams, and I've got two fantastic hosts, analysts, characters. Doesn't matter. I get to call you whatever I want at this point because you're doing everything, boys, and I appreciate you've got Paladin now joining us instead of Scriv. Paladin, I mean, how you been doing? I saw you on the main stage earlier. You've been just a little bit of everywhere so far.
They're running me everywhere. They're working me. And you know, it's been fantastic. Now that we have day 2, we've got people more in the venue.
Yeah.
Seeing the crowd, seeing the supporters for Liquid as well. That previous series was absolutely fantastic.
It was a really good series. It was a very closely contested series as well. But now we move into Na'Vi versus Rock, which is one that I think when I looked at the schedule, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a juicy one. Can we top the first series? Do you think this one might be even better, or do you think this one might be a little bit more one-sided?
No, I guess it's not going to be topping up the first series because the first series was a banker. It was 3 games, and you've watched Stallions ups and downs. And I mean, Rock and Na'Vi is not going to be the same as Liquid and Stallions because I love seeing teams from a region just playing another region. But Brazilians, they probably know how both play.
Yeah, because this is going to be a playstyle that they're both familiar with. They probably have practiced each other a lot and played each other in their own region as well. I mean, leaning towards favorites, we obviously know how good Rock are, right? They are the #1 team. That being said, from what we saw yesterday from Na'Vi against Falcons, it looks like they are here to play at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's plenty of players that you can look towards and say, yeah, these guys can win you a map, can win you a series. But, you know, what makes this series so interesting is domestic matchups completely throw all ideas of your preconceived notions about these teams out the window. And that's what makes this really, really exciting for me.
Very exciting, and you can see that the Rock players are making sure that they are all on the same page with a little bit of a huddle as well. It has been a pleasure to see the differences with the CROSSFIRE teams, how they amp themselves up, whether it's with a little pre-match discussion or whether it's with the war cries that we seem to see from every other team as well. But this is a fantastic opportunity for both these teams to find their spot in playoffs, of course. The winner of this will guarantee that spot. The loser drops down to that loser's bracket where they'll have to play through tomorrow to try and qualify for their spot in the top 8. Now, when it comes to Na'Vi on the other side, Penguin, they are a team who have been able to demonstrate they can get the win on sub-base, they can get the win on Black Widow, whereas for Rock, they found a win on New Compound and Black Widow as well. Similarly to what I was speaking to you about earlier, do we see target bans now happening with these two teams? Because they know each other so well.
Exactly, because they know each other. We are talking about 2 Brazilian teams, so definitely this is a familiar faces for both. So for example, I have a very good sub base, but I can't play it versus ROK-eSports, so I need to ban it, although it's my best, because I know that they're good and they can beat me, or probably their playstyle just counters my playstyle. So it's quite easier than playing on other regions, because other regions are a big gamble. I can ban one map, but they could be kind of secretly just having a surprise map for me. So that's why I'm saying when you're playing versus a team that you already know, the bans, the V2 is way, way, way easier.
Do you think there's an advantage for Na'Vi here, Paladin, in the fact that Rock are the #1 team, so Na'Vi have probably been able to put in a little bit more research into how Rock play?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, it's all about mind games. It's all about anti-stratting, and they have the opportunity to completely do it. And there are weaknesses on this Rock team. You know, they are the #1 team in Brazil, but I still look towards how poor their Ankara was yesterday. I looked at the issues that A-side defense had. You look at Fifi and VNC not being able to crack anything. That's easily something that if I look back at the demos from the Na'Vi camp, I'm saying, okay, this is the map that we want to target. This is the site that we've got to target, and we've got plenty of opportunities to get the job done.
So that's a look at ROK-eSports. We'll transition and look at Na'Vi shortly as well. I mean, Penguin, this Na'Vi team, they have 5 fantastic players, but who's the standout for you? Who is the #1 on that Na'Vi?
Locom, KK, and this guy did a very good job on Juan. This guy as well is having a blast, and especially that Juan is going to be playing versus MG, but let me say that it's a shaky MG because we haven't seen the best performance out of him. So if Juan is having a good day, Rock can lose these fights because of this guy.
Because we saw a lot of like 1v2s, 1v3s as well from Juan yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. And I mean, it doesn't stop there. You know, LKT had a fantastic series yesterday, constant stream of frags from him. And then JV with some huge anchor moments on the defense and some big clutches as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of clutches, which is very important. You need that player that you can rely on. But this was Na'Vi arriving earlier on today with confidence, as they should, because yesterday was a really premium day for them. A dominant 2-0 victory over Falcons, which was unexpected with some, I'm sure, in the community. But after watching it, Na'Vi just look like they are here to play. They are here to upset anyone else in this tournament. And it would be the upset of all upsets if they could take down Rock here. I'm sure it would echo through the entire arena and the CROSSFIRE community if they are able to do so. But it's a long journey. It is going to be a best of 3, of course, and I am curious to see how these picks and bans go, because if Na'Vi are able to maybe suss something out, maybe if you can try and get Ankara against Rock, you might be able to do what Nemesis were able to do, because that was the biggest thing from yesterday, right? Was that Nemesis game where they were able to absolutely dominate them.
It's not. We're not talking about only a Nemesis one map versus Rock. It was 10-1, and this round was kind of a clutch as well. It could have been a 10-0 in favor of Nemesis, especially that Nemesis didn't do anything. If Nemesis even played out of their minds, just put all their strat book, I would say, okay, Nemesis were better. Yes, Nemesis, of course, were better, but you just spammed one single strat, which is pushing aside, and Rock had no answers for this.
Well, we're going to get a look at the picks and bans and the veto system shortly, as I'm sure there is going to be some interesting ones here. I mean, Paladin, talk me through what you're seeing.
This is crazy. I mean, so Na'Vi banning out Ankara is very interesting. I mean, the fact that you couldn't even float it is unfortunate to me. I would have at least liked to have used a ban from Rock side. They'll go into Black Widow, which I still think is a usable map for Rock. I think they look pretty solid as a decider yesterday. And then Na'Vi going into sub base. This, you know, is very worrying to me, just because I do feel like Rock still has a little bit to give on that map. You think about it domestically. Of course, that all being said, it's interesting that this matchup has these 3 maps, because to me, anything can happen when they have played each other as many times as they have.
I mean, yeah, ROCCESports on sub-base is not going to be as Falcons, because ROCCESports usually when they play, they have Action, they have VNC. Those 2 players on sub-base are kind of scary, but as a Na'Vi player, what are you going to be doing? I'm sorry, but I need to play my map.
Well, we are ready then for our second series of the day. It's Na'Vi versus Rock, and you've got Paladin and Penguin. Guys, take it away.
Excited to be here in an all-Brazilian derby here, qualifying match number 2. A chance for another Brazilian team to join the ranks of their compatriots of Team Liquid, getting an upset victory over Stallions earlier today. I am Paladin, joined by Penguin, and I'm excited to get into Black Widow, where we had a lot of exciting moments, Penguin, a lot of exciting sequences between both of those squads. But the fact of the matter is, I think we've got a slow build-up for this series as a whole as well.
Yeah, look at this. Look how Fifth is playing the A alongside. He's just getting the info needed for his teammates to stack beside, and it's very, very smart from him. He's getting the early information on Snake. And now he can push this info into a stack into sides, because MG is watching Cat, and mid is being hybrid peak by Action on B doors, as we can mention. And as we can see, I think this is one of the best strategies you can execute on the first round, because usually Na'Vi wouldn't expect Fifi just pushing too deep for such information. It's so smart play coming out from them, and look at this. They might be falling into this trap. The crossfire between Action and MG is about to start. The smokes are ready. MG is isolated. Action is trying to push and check if there's a push, and now he knows that it's a mid push, but all the players from beside just coming around. Silva just gets the first kill. AKX just traces it out, and it's all 1-for-1.
Oh, here's a split back in A, though. They abandoned the B split, and AKX finds another one. 4-on-3 now as Na'Vi gets the bomb down. A favorable advantage for them. Trying to retake through the spawn is obviously going to be a difficult task, and they've taken down that aggressive Fifi over there. AKT is still firing away on the retake, but he's down after 1. So PNC will try his hardest, but Na'Vi get the first round on the board, and it all comes down to just snap decision making. You know, they see a couple of players, they see that extra lean over to that B bomb site. They say, we don't like what we see. We're going to go through our own spawn smoke and surprise on that A side. And it did. I mean, you didn't have that long lurk to potentially answer back. You didn't have players in the right position on the A side. It was just that lone site defender, and you can only ask so much from him. He's able to find one in the end of it, but not enough to win the round for Rock, and that's exactly the start that you're looking for Na'Vi. This is just such an interesting best of three, Penguin, because again, when it comes to these domestic matchups, they play each other so many times. There are so many permutations and combinations that can come from in the veto and the results. It's a ripe opportunity, especially for a more upset or underdog team in Na'Vi to potentially qualify for the playoffs altogether.
Yeah, and I think how Na'Vi is playing on stage is actually a bit, or maybe a slightly better than on client or just like in online, because they play more into a team, they have so much more communication, they feel more hype, and they have more variety of strategies, so probably it's a better ground for them. And now, after a short technical break, we are back into the game, and Na'Vi just unleashes themselves into the bridge, into the B-side control, and just probably might want to end on B-side. And look at this, that pre-fire from Action just eliminates LKK before even going into side, and now AKX. This guy's doing an insane job so far in entering the sides, just opens it up, and JV just backs it down, and now it's all down to Fefe and MG to reclaim the side. Kwan is already in base, which is, in my opinion, very worrying for Na'Vi. If they can slide into the side, he's not going to have time.
Should be okay, though. Still 3 players on B. And I like how dynamic and aggressive Na'Vi are, you know, regardless of the seeding, regardless of how much better Rock has done domestically, still a load of confidence to play ahead of that deep smoke being tossed in by the defense. And that completely catching Action off guard. Action is kind of going through his protocols, going through what he wanted to usually do. Hold on. Beefy and MG get a couple, but yeah, bomb's too far gone. So Na'Vi should still be comfortable for this second round, and you're already seeing a little bit more confidence brewing from these youngsters. And for Rock, they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them. You know, you think about how slow they started in the series previously, yesterday on day 1, and the expectation here that you know, have to back the seeding that you've been given. Winning your league, qualifying for EWC in a great style.
Yeah.
How do you back that up in the competition here?
Exactly. Now in this competition, you're seeing only Na'Vi on the board. Silva and MG, each with the piece. Makes it 4-on-3. Na'Vi still, they love being down in numbers, but not that much, because MG just picks one more and Action just puts KV to the dirt, and now Juan is alone. Such a beautiful crisco from him. But still, it's a very tough situation. 1-on-3, C4 is dropped, and now he needs to get all of them, because VNC himself is now in base, just trying to catch him if he's going behind them. I think Na'Vi might be just losing the first round, and VNC just got an info. He's trying to play time, he's trying just to waste some time. Because Juan, he needs to be doing the moves, he needs to be the one who's making the play. The C4 is dropped on Cat, and 2 players are covering, and VNC also is trying to have a backstab on Juan.
Juan understanding that there's multiple players on every which way, and he picks the wrong angle to swing first, and VNC capitalizes. Well played from VNC to value his life and basically box in Juan and disallowing him from ever having a chance at the clutch. We know what he's capable of. We've seen it on this map of Black Widow as well, so definitely capable, but smartly played from Rock to expunge any opportunity there. Now Na'Vi tried their hand at this mid push. I do like how Rock decided to respond. They go very aggressive. You know, you fight off of short, you fight off of the underpass there. And now MG's continuing the word of life. We talk about that head-to-head between Juan and MG in this series, and so far it feels like MG's coming out on top. Na'Vi now going aggressive with the bomb still in base to at least try to take this A side. Juan getting advanced positioning, finding VNC after a nice pre-aim, but still threats lurk around every corner. MG, Action, Silva, they're all here. And with that, this round should be done and dusted. LCZ looking for anything but won't find anything just yet. Yeah, and it's action and near flawless round there for Rock, and the favorites answer back almost instantaneously.
Yeah, 2 rounds for Navi, just followed by another 2 rounds for Rock. And let me tell you that 2 rounds on the global side is very, very good to be having a very close score between both teams, especially that we are talking about the blacklist side from Navi on Black Widow, the pick by Rock. So they should definitely have some variety of stretches, and one of them is just taking B bridge late on the round. But LCZ and LKK just denies this control. VNC just single-handedly takes the water control. He whips on LCC. I probably don't know how to get this kill from the back. That's why he falls, and JV just saves his teammate and makes it a 5-2. Silva and MG, the 2 snipers for Rock Esports, are alone in a difficult situation.
One might say impossible.
Yep.
Trade potential is very high now with Navi in this 5-on-2. And again, looking toward that initial B pop that has worked so well for them, but they get the kills handed to them on a silver platter. They take it with both hands. Now turning their attention back over to long. You know, you've got this lurk in JV, and MG will take some time to shoot just off the basis of maybe another couple bodies show up, but the real hit's coming to A, and MG will have to give over a plant and potentially this round as well. He's trying to see if he can suss out a player, and he does find LCZ, brings it down to a 1-on-3. Still a very difficult round to piece together here for the clutch maestro himself. Hearing in to search for AKX for Juan around the other corner, but hasn't actually taken into consideration that LKK is also on that box. And the lead is retaken by Navi.
Yeah. What a beautiful round. Just started off very well for Navi. Just denied the push, but look at this. Kills from LKK. I just love how this guy is just getting the kills over there. And now, I guess Rock want to be trying to do the same, but the flash just denies. AKT, or also known as Action, just falls back. And I mean, Navi just don't want to give up the whole map for Rock, which is kind of acceptable. Look at this. Fefe again. He's trying to go for the sneaky info play, and now Juan just having information and how they are playing. This should be countered next round by Navi. They should be putting the EBR, they should be putting the wall bangs into Fefe if he tries to do the same. 3-2 is it? I still see that Rock are in a very good spot when it's very, very close, especially that they are starting on the global side. Yes, it's the map that Rock picked. However, still Navi are doing very good job so far. As we can see, just MG single-handedly took barracks control. And it is only Fefe with the EBR. Undercat just watching mid and Undercat having help from Silva, who's also scooping the mid doors. Interesting setup, but as we can see, Navi just moving forward towards his side.
Oh, here's the rotation here from Silva. That third player shifts back from B over to A. They've got that barracks control as well that could come back to haunt them. JV and MG, that's a fight to keep out for in the late round. But Rock are kind of starved of information elsewhere. They don't have mid space. They don't have that aggressive bridge control either that's been denied in rounds previous. So they're going to commit through short. They're going to try to see if they can suss out where Silva's gone off to. And they found their man, LCZ, with another. It's just MG now, and that bomb will go down. Another rotation comes in from Action, and he'll find another body. As Bomb continues to run down, Action jumps out the window to his own demise, and there's JV to strike with his late mid-lurk, and Juan will chime in as well. Juan with a magnificent sequence there. Coming in second and doing the job, and then some. This blacklist side from the side of Navi looks splendid.
Yeah. We expected, and they delivered. Navi, they are still trying to take these controls. They are not afraid to take the fights. As we can see, they're just 4 men around the long. And instantly, let's say that Rock, they retreated. And also, AKX, he just smoked B box room so that nobody from Rock just kind of plays some adaptive gameplay. Yes, you took it long. We're going to be taking beside. He made it harder for them. And yes, he took now the beside. So the whole map control is now for Na'Vi. They just need to take the cat control and everything is going to be theirs. Probably a fake. They can send a fake. They can send a split. They can send a double fake. They can send someone to scout. They can do everything they want. The whole map control is only for them. And Rock are playing completely passive, except for MG, who's kind of stepping in, trying to get this kill, but whiffs the shot. We've talked about MG is not having the best games. And now AKX trying to deny this information from Silva. Silva already knows that they are on site, and the split from side is just coming around the corner.
And probably wait around for that smoke. They've gone through it in times before, and there comes the flashes. They will actually engage onto MG and Fifi as quickly as possible. They actually jumped down to the spawn. Juan's found one, but Action's getting some action himself, but suddenly a flurry of frags come back for the Blacklist side, and it's all up to VNC now in the 1-on-3. He knows that he's got LCZ pinned here, but he can't actually capitalize. He's got to allow him to escape, and LCZ will on 15 health. VNC decides to push ahead, and instantly attack timeout being called by Rock. They realize that they're having the right reads, but they're losing bodies. Something has to change here as VNC pulls it to a 1-on-2. Still plenty of time for him to play around here. Jumping around, trying to close the distance, but Juan still has this long angle. Still a very dangerous one for him, but VNC, he's snuck all the way around. Finally, Juan turns around. Na'Vi rack up their 5th round on their Blacklist side. They are cruising through Black Widow.
I mean, they are playing very good. Let's just look at how good their controls is. They are usually the team that's putting the control. They're usually the team that's setting the tone in the map. You take beside, we take a side. You leave beside, we take beside. And we shift it into a side. And this is exactly how Na'Vi is playing. They took the airlock control in the last round. Only AKX was on beside. He played very passive. He played very, very defensively. He waited for the actions from Rock, but Rock didn't show any actions. And this is exactly Rock's mistake last round, and probably what's making Rock very, very weak on this map, that they don't do any reactions, they don't do any aggressive plays. Yes, we've seen Fefe on the first round. He went behind the box trying to get some information, but this is not an aggressive play. It's just an aggressive information taking from him, but no fights, no pushes. The only time they fought was on bridge, where Na'Vi just destroyed him with a double kill from LKK and the AKX. Now Na'Vi, I don't think they need to change anything, but they should be expecting more fights coming out from these guys. They should be expecting Rock eSports changing the pace of the game, trying to take some fights, trying to take some controls, probably faking some controls, or maybe playing adaptive versus you. If you take his side, you're going to be taking his side, and if you fight for his side, they might be there for you. So I guess all what they need to do is just not to talk about changing anything, but to talk about being careful after these tag pulls.
You know, I think about the aggressive bridge pop that Rock had to take that B site control, and I like the idea, but it did feel a little foolhardy. It didn't seem like there was the communication and the chemistry that we've known Rock to pull off in previous series, and it cost them. You know, Na'Vi are just a little bit sharper right now, a little bit more tactically savvy, and again, they go into duel and bridge, and the attack timeout comes out. You still really only have that aggression from Fifi over on long side. It's going to be that B play yet again here from Na'Vi. And Action again gets the pre-fire, but he doesn't get the kill. The trades are immaculate here for Na'Vi until Silva chimes in with the double himself. Huge work there from the side anchor. And thrusts Juan into a 1-on-2. He doesn't have the C4, so he's going to have to go the long way around. Hoping that if he goes back to the Blacklist base that he'll be able to clip one and bring it to an even keel, but no one's here. MG is sitting all the way on short side, jump spotting, trying to see if he can figure out where Juan's gone off to, but even MG backs away, so a lot of room for Juan to get moving, and I don't think that Fifi's aware of that C4 being dropped. Otherwise, you know, MG would have probably moved over, so everybody kind of in the unknown right now. And there's so much time to rot off the clock. Juan can really play as slow as he wants. Now, decides to maneuver back over to the doors. But he's got to see if Fifi's moved over to the window where he will reside. Slowly but surely, Juan encroaches upon this B site, and it's just a matter of moments. He isn't able to flick fast enough, and Fifi finds his man. A very necessary 2-on-1 conversion there from Rock as they bring the lead down, or cut the lead down to just 2.
Yeah, I mean, we expected, Navi to be kinda a bit defensive because he should wait for the actions from RockySports after the tech timeout, but we saw them just pushing into B-side, so it was a fail from them, and now LCZ just give them the lead that's been taken out by Silva right now. Are 4-on-4, and in terms of HP, it's also very close. JV just lost a little bit of his HP, and VNC as well in return, who's not having the best games, 2-on-7, and now RockySports, we said they're gonna be fighting for some angles, and this is what is happening from them. They took B-side. Yes, they leave it, but I think that they saw that, okay, we did some damage, we took the control, they think we are there, let's just leave it and try to play around stacking around the side. And this is exactly the best call, because we are seeing now moving to the side, and 3 players are waiting for them.
Yeah, as soon as that lurk smoke is dropped, and that lurk is down, it forces Navi into this long play, but AKX still gets an entry. Trades go every which way, and they all favor the global risk side. It's just Juan again in a 1-on-3, make it 1-on-2, and he's figured out where VNC has gone off to. But again, no C4, no opportunity to potentially pull this into a reasonable clutch, and he's got to clear out this window. He hasn't just yet. Silva is having a couple of fantastic rounds here. A key reason as to why Rock have 4 rounds to begin with. A couple of impactful multi-kill rounds from him, and now as we swap sides, feels like Rock are slowly finding that beacon to get them involved back in this series again.
Yeah, the tag timeout from Vienna is just insane. He just grabbed 2 rounds. And if you're on the global side and get 4 rounds, it's quite good for you. And this is exactly, look at this beautiful flake from LKK. Just takes out Fifi and immediately traded by action just around the corner, and it's 4-on-4. I mean, Rock, they started very strong on this blacklist side. They took controls very fast. They took big control, and also Fifi just single-handedly went to a mid-cat control. And now everything is on the line for RockySports. They have the controls, they have the C4. Yes, they don't have that numbers advantage, but on the blacklist side, 4 is enough for you if you want to be having a good trades. RockySports, they saved the game by getting the last 2 rounds after the tech timeout from Vienna, and now they're gonna be showing us a good blacklist side half. Just to mention, RockySports is the team that picked Black Widow, so they know how to play this map. Probably RockySports, they usually pick Black Widow versus anybody except Liquid, I believe, because of Gokin's and Seven's crazy kills on the sides.
Now they move back over to that B tunnels here, try to retake that control. They've still got a little bit of utility to suss out where JV's gone off to, but it's this high-low setup that you're hoping essentially just wins you the round outright. If the trades still go Rock's way, this could be disastrous. JV finds the first, AKX chimes in as well, but here comes Silva back the other way. Another big double kill from him. Minute left on the clock, so plenty of room for him to potentially get that C4 down, but he decides to move back over to A, and he spotted out both of these players, brings it down to a 1-on-1, gets a little bit of damage off on Juan. And now that he's figured him out, he wants to just cut this 1-on-1 down right now. Tries to chase after him, but a little too much time has passed at this point, but clock continues to rot away. 30 seconds left on the timer here, and Silva's got to make his move. He's got to make his action right now. Juan, very keen on just playing passive here, okay with giving the plant over on A, knowing that he can still rotate through the base. So Silva should have the opportunity here to get that C4 down, and he absolutely will. And now it's a ripe opportunity here for Silva, who's had a tough tournament so far, and a chance to drag Rock back into an even keel here in round number 10. Juan decides to approach this avenue through short. We'll continue to cut down this space. Bomb halfway gone. At this point, Juan's really got to get a move on. He's got to make some guesses. I think he's figured out Juan's gone back to the van here. Trying to cut down some more space, and he switches back over, but there's the shot. Juan's given up his position. He'll try to tap the bomb, but Juan will still find the kill. Does he have enough time here is the real question. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. And Rock, in the nick of time, pull it off. Silva is doing everything for Rock right now.
It's just 0.1 milliseconds, I guess, for him. to defuse this C4, but now Rugby put themselves on board and it's now a draw, 5-5. Ah man, he was 4 HP. CROSSFIRE just gets it done. Now, controls on a long from Rock. I mean, they've been doing so good in these controls on Blacklist side. Same for Navi. This is what you should be expecting from the Brazilian teams. They are good in controls, they are good in communication, and also in terms of team-wise strategies. And now AKX just sneaking. Wanna get the information, and usually you would see a teams taking bridge control after you take it on control, and this is one of them. Navi just takes the bridge control, but they're stacking with 2 players. One is watching BC, and the other is just watching belong. 3 players on his side, and one is about to get tested right now. First shot miss. Feifei just gets a kill. One just gets it back, and JV just doubles it on Feifei, who dropped Undercat. And now it is a 4v3. While Juan is very low HP behind the train, he falls down to AKT, and now he swings and gets the double kill. That's one of the best players in the Brazil, and makes it happen for CROSSFIRE.
Hold on. LCZ still has an opportunity here. Spots out a body, but can't actually convert. Silva now and Action. They're just trying to figure out if they can deal with LCZ pre-planned. And AKX is still kicking, so we're still in a 2-on-2 with a minute left on the clock, and this bomb still has not gone down. Finally it does, and LCZ does not bite just yet. It does give a little bit of time for AKX to join with his partner, and he comes up short, but Action's still kicking. Action's done plenty of damage at this point. Pushes back Na'Vi, and Action will find one more. Huge round from the stars. Action completes the quad, and it just feels as though Na'Vi take a little bit too much time there. They don't respond in kind. It's a double push in a B that, you know, eventually you need that third rotation to pull back into A, and it just isn't in time. Action basically gets these kills for free, and now Rock take the lead after just a grueling comeback through the Global Risk side and now through the Blacklist side as well.
Yeah, they're extending this comeback into the Blacklist side because it was 5-3, I believe, in favor of Navi, and now it is 6-5. 3 in a row from Rock. Just want to be making it happen. And I guess CROSSFIRE are on the right foot. They are trying to take a slow controls, as we can see. Just deny the map control for Team Navi. As we can see, they have the barracks control, they have the bridge control, they have the cat control as well. And we've seen also Feifei, while he's grabbing the C4, he checked mid. So he knows that nobody from Navi is just doing any crazy plays or any aggressive information gathering. So they bring back their squad on B side. Flashes are good. Smokes are good. Counter flashes from LKK. He just waits on the corner, just trying to slow them down. The rotations are coming, and the AKX is the first to grab, and now he doubles it with LKK. VNC is the only from CROSSFIRE to trade. Action reprise, and it is a 3v2. One of them is lurking on his side. Look at MG. But now they know that he's here. That's why you're playing versus your opponents on your locals. And you know exactly how they're playing. MG just gives away his position, and Action is in a very, very tough spot. Very low HP with the C4 on B side. That falls into the base and leaving the side fully open to Navi. Finally, I would call it a successful round so far from Navi, unless those 2 players just pulls the clutch.
I mean, AKX and LKK have done fantastic to hold down that B site. But as you mentioned, AKT in this low HP situation and MG being figured out over on long, it really cuts down your options. And with 25 seconds left on the clock, boys, we got to get a move on here. And they'll basically just switch positions. Action will go up through long. MG will come up through cat. Searching for LCZ in the window, and there won't be anybody spotted just yet. Action will continue to encroach. 10 seconds. I mean, at this point, you have to move. You have to get this bomb down. If I'm LCZ, I'm swinging here, no matter what. He'll try to get this bomb down. He should be able to get it safely. LCZ knows where he's gone off to, but MG, the Guardian Angel,
just bring your
saves him. Just saves him.
Bring your pistol and just jump, as you mentioned.
But we still have an opportunity here for Navi to equalize. Still a 2-on-2. Juan's still alive. JV still known for a clutch or two. Bomb halfway gone, and that's a huge kill from MG. Makes it very difficult here for JV as he comes back up over the ramp and he gets spotted out from action. That does feel like a blunder from LCZ, and Rock capitalized. There's that difference in experience, Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, he should have took his pistol and just deny the plan. That's all he needed to do in the last round, but I mean, Navi just gave away. I said it as a successful round unless these guys pull this clutch, and yes, they do. Action just doubles two players. LKK and JV both lose this alive. In the smoke, and Action is here. Brings up some action on Elong and just gives his teammates the numbers advantage needed to secure one more round. They picked Black Widow for a reason, and I guess that Team Rock are just setting the tone. From 5-3 in favor of Navi to probably 8-5. Talking about 5 rounds in a row if they win this round.
Yeah, and I just think that Rock have been playing a very smart Blacklist side. It's not, you know, overcompensating, not forcing plays that don't exist on the table. And, you know, they get themselves long control. Action gets 2 kills. You know, maybe you commit to A at that point. Maybe you go into another 2-player stack. But no, they play it intelligently. They leave Action in barracks. They scoot back over into base. They retake mid control. And look at that. MG is now spotted out. Another player fighting off of short. Plenty of ideas brewing here for Rock. Plenty of options for Rock here. And I say go back into B bridge. They should still have a favorable opportunity. Still going into a 2-player setup here, mind you. Juan and AKX are definitely formidable. But this execution has been solid in rounds past.
Yeah. And we've seen Rock just pulls a clutch, so it's probably Navi can just do the same. They can have a good push. I mean, Rock eSports, all they need to do is just to burn some time, just make them do mistakes, and now they're going to be eliminating AKX on the B doors and giving themselves a further lead in the round. Juan is just left alone. He knows that he can't get any of those entries, and now LCZ brings it up into a 2v4. And MG is already creeping behind. I don't know if they know anything about this guy that's coming behind. He gets one, and Juan is already on B window, and they're gonna be collapsing on him. An 8-5 lead for Rock eSports, and the tag timeout is yet to be called. Yes, now Navi, they bring their tag timeout. They want to be talking. Probably it's a bit too late because it's 5 rounds in a row, but still it is one tag timeout that needs to change the map.
I mean, no, it's definitely too late, in my opinion. There's just no reason to throw it down now. I mean, sure, it's not a bad decision to do it right now, but it's definitely diminishing returns as Rock have just unlocked themselves, so to speak. Silva with some fantastic openers now, switching over to the Blacklist side. Probably my MVP, done enough just to get them back into the game and allow for Action to wake up. I don't think we get to this position without Silva. And now donning the secondary, he will still be encroaching upon taking some B space, keeping those global risk players in check. But again, so much room taken for Rock. You know, they get barracks control. You still have a player peering in through mid. And as JV and AKX decide to play a little far forward, they could still get punished. This is an important duel, and neither team really wants to re-engage in that situation. They all pull away, and we still have ourselves a 5-on-5 almost a minute into the round. Oh, there we go. LCZ with his secondary will chime in. A very necessary 5-on-4 found for this global risk side.
Yeah, and Navi, after this tag timeout, LCZ just goes aggressive on Cat and just gets the kill onto Fefage, who's just been taking mid alone for a while. We've seen him just doing this the same over and over just for a couple of rounds, and now a group from Rock eSports into beside 3 of them, and Action again just gets LKK. I guess this is the second time he just pre-fires him, and BNC is in a very tough spot because he's alone there, and Action just unleashes himself onto the side and gets the kill. JV just trades. And it is a 3-on-3. Vincere is just lucky to be alive so far, and MG just puts JV onto the ground, and now this guy's always coming from his side, always doing the lurks, the flanks, and he has the guts to do it.
I mean, yeah, solo lurking with the sniper is not an easy task. He's failed a couple of times with this, but this time successful. Juan does cut Silva down, so we still have ourselves a doable 2-on-2. LCZ swaps over to a rifle, and Juan still retains that sniper. MG spots out a leg. He spots out a shoulder. Still doesn't pull the trigger, though. Still willing to gather a little bit of information. Finally wants to shoot the shot off, and he will find MG. Juan's been figured out into the window. Juan will get back onto the site now as he continues to cut down the distance, but MG swaps over to the Colt. He gets himself Rock's 9th round, and they are just cruising through Black Widow here.
I mean, 5-3?
5-3. And look at the result now.
It's too tough, man. Too tough. Only for Rock that you expect them doing such things. What a, let's say, magical timeout, because it's Vienna who took the tactical timeout before the first half ends, and then they take this tactical timeout also onto their blacklist side because they've been playing so good so far. And talking about Fefe, and now he loses his life. AKX is very low HP, but LKK just gets another kill, and suddenly, all of a sudden, just Na'Vi finally just stay on their foot and get one more run. 9-6 curse can occur from this moment. We've seen a good consecutive rounds from CROSSFIRE. That means that also Na'Vi can choose the same if they can continue the same way. And LKK, AKX, LCZ just keeps getting these entries and kills on Fefe and CROSSFIRE.
You know, Na'Vi did have a formidable Black Widow when you think about that defense that was holding so strong on that B site between AKX and LKK. And they've had a couple of good sequences here, but just anti-clutch, honestly, in the late round so far. Sure, they've broken the deadlock, this huge streak of rounds that Rock produced to claw back in this map of Black Widow. But is it too little? Is it too late? I guess we're about 1:40 from that result. Silva still on secondary duties, holding on to some B space, holding on to a little bit of bridge control as Rock turned their attention to long. And VNC will be that first body to show his head. Juan still such a force in this map of Black Widow, and LCZ, the secondary, will chime into place as well. So these double snipers doing their work in wonders as Na'Vi continue to try to claw this game back within 2.
Yeah, it needs to be from there, but do not exclude CROSSFIRE from the picture yet, because we've seen a similar clutch from MG and Action. Action was like 10 HP. But the 3 players, now it is a 3 full HP players with the C4 and with Action alive. Silva's been waiting and waiting for AKX to do, not to make any mistakes, but it's not happening. And now JV is in a very good position to line both, and exactly this is what happens. Silva and Action just falls, and now it is all onto this guy. MG is gonna be trying to waste some time, but Juan, I mean, he missed because this guy just looked on the ground instantly and just like missed his shot. And now Na'Vi finally, the 2 rounds in a row, can put their hopes, or can make their hopes alive.
I mean, it's the 7th round all day for Na'Vi. The flank comes in from AKX. With that C4 down, it's just a difficult situation. JV does very well to get that double headshot sequence there. I mean, it's just a couple millimeters, couple pixels, and you know, if that doesn't go that way, completely different situation for Rock. Maybe the trades are effective in round number 16. They close it out, but Na'Vi holding on for dear life. You're getting sequences from the guys that you're looking for. And this B-bomb site's closed for business, Rock. There's got to be another option here. There's got to be another strategy in the cards, and it seems like that A site is the answer. Fast up the short side. LCZ, the secondary, getting kill after kill. Make it a double here. And still not pushed off this angle. No flashes in his face, giving every opportunity for him to just storm back into this first map. And as MG tries to look for something, he will be rewarded. JV does go down. Beautiful little flick there. We still have ourselves a 3-on-3. 2 players up on long. AKX making that rotation up through the window. Now we still have all 3 players here on this A side. They still have all the tools and the keys to the castle to pull this within 1, as AKX will get 1 more. There should be an awareness at this point that Rock can pull away. They don't have to commit to this play. And yet still, they're stoic. They're stone cold. They want to move forward into this A side. VNC now also spotted. LCZ with a couple of opportunities, but doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet. Juan pulled to the back of the site as MG still wants to make a round out of this one, but it's all up to VNC, and he can't find it. 1 round the difference between Rock and Na'Vi. 1 round before overtime.
I mean, LCZ did a very good round, and he also had a very good position. I believe if he went through elevator, not through a window, it could have been easier, but in the end, it's the same result. Na'Vi 1 more on the board for them, and they are taking us into an overtime. RockySports, question marks on the last round. He tried to push very, very aggressively. Just a dry push, underestimating Na'Vi into his eye, but LCZ was ready and firing, getting 2 kills for his teammates and securing an assist on the last. Now, 9-6 Curse is only 1 round away. Rock, who took 6 rounds in a row, just needs only 1 to close this map. On the other hand, Na'Vi, who started very strong, they finally back on live. And they can do it. And they can make a good comeback for them. Slow play from RockySports. It only started with a control on Toy Long. They hope that Action can double kill 2 players on the side or probably in the smoke. However, it's not the case for this round. Complete passive gameplay from RockySports, the blacklist side, and an aggressive one from Na'Vi. Na'Vi's just taking bridge control. They're having some fun, but LCZ just waves one of the most important shots. Just gets Vivi anyway, and the bullets are just gone. Action just trades, and it is in the end a 1-for-1, and I believe that Rock D need to fall back. The full rotation came from Na'Vi onto his side, so they should be leaving this side for Na'Vi and try to reshuffle their papers.
Na'Vi not making that second rotation though, still very gung-ho about keeping 3 players on A. It's only AKX that can deal with this sequence, and he's gotten so much aggressive bridge control, but how many can he realistically get? Maybe 1, maybe 2, but is that enough? I mean, at this point, VNC and Silva get a fantastic flash given to them. It's a freebie for VNC. The smoke drops down at the doors. The cross is available. A bomb plant is here. You'd like to think Rock is favored in this post, but on the crossover, LKK gets 1 more. They don't want to let this bomb go down. They don't want to play this post plant. But Rock still is allowed it. They do kill after the bomb goes down. But it's Action and MG. These are the 2 guys that you want in the clutch. They've already produced 1 highlight for you. Why not 1 more? LKK, JV, try to come up through the door. They try to push into MG and they find him. And they'll find AKT as well. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The curse is absolutely in. Penguin, 9-6 turns to 9-9. We've got ourselves some overtime.
I mean, the swing from Silva was just unnecessary. I mean, he swing, he prefires. Yes, I know that he had the C4, but you could have swing without just shooting because you give away your position while he's shooting. And he got killed. So he forced VNC to push, reclaim the C4, go on site, try to plant this bomb. There was a smoke that gave LKK an advantage because his swing killed the C4 planter. And he ran away, and then suddenly MG just couldn't hit 2 shots. And now we are seeing Na'Vi back on one of their best sides or starts because they had a very good start. It was a 3-1 lead for them, and now all they need is 2 rounds at least on this side and they can make the comeback happen. Fefi just swings very, very aggressively, takes a lot of damage onto AKX, who pulls away himself onto B side. Now it is a slow play coming out from Na'Vi, but they're just testing the waters here on B box room.
Yeah, you don't have that same aggression from Rock into the bridge side of things. Very keen on giving up this B execution as Na'Vi comes bounding in. Silva finds 1, but Juan on the trade. VNC needs to step up to the plate here as Silva will be the one to do it instead. Charges through the doors and gets himself a triple, but that's all he's going to get. It's still a 1-on-3 total 1-on-4 here for Juan. And we'll be able to pick up the bomb. He knows VNC likes to play this position in the cubby, but he can't find him. VNC will find that necessary kill. They retake the lead. Of course, the curse brings them back into overtime. You'd have loved to have that round in regulation, but not to be. Regardless, I think Rock will be happy that they get their foot on the gas yet again.
Yeah. They get one round and they start on the global side very strong. Although Action just died without any action from him. But still, Silva just swings and steamrolls this fight, and MG finally hitting the crazy shots, and LCZ just loses his life. Silva as well, he's trying to back him up, but MG just falls to the over-aggressiveness for himself. JV just picks one and makes it a 4-on-4. Na'Vi, I mean, they are trying to reclaim this area, but look at the swing from Faith. It just makes JV very, very low HP. Still, the side is easy to take in favor of Na'Vi, and as we can see, Action is still alive. He gets one, you want to get the other, but Silva just drops with this gun, and this is exactly what we asked LCZ to do. Just drop with your pistol, get the kill, and get the numbers advantage for ESports. They are up 3-on-2, but the C4 is with LKK. This guy is already trying to creep and collapse on VNC.
That's a big kill, a massive kill now. It puts a lot of pressure on Silva, and Silva does find one, brings it down to a 2-on-1. LKK trying to figure out where Silva's gone off to. He can't find him. So instead he'll say, okay, screw it. I'll just get the bomb down. I'll bring it into a 1-on-2. Try to make this a little feasible for myself. Put some time pressure on the defense. And you know, AKT is all the way back on A. He's still got to book it over here, but he's not figured out where Silva's gone off to. LKK finally swings back around. Silva can't connect. Then LKK taps away one more. It's all onto Action in the 1-on-1 as he tries to cut down some distance through the door, and Action will do it on the pistol. Rock continue their winning ways. The clutch factor is back on for the top dogs in Brazil.
I mean, Silva was about to throw it again, because he needed to wait Action. Why Action was on his side? It's because he needed to look onto doors. He needs to check if LKK just crossed into box room or no. He needs to keep his crosshair ready. That's why he needed to take this fight from his side. Other than that, I believe that Silva could have waited for Action and they could have collapsed it together. But he just managed to fight. MG just finds one, trying to find another, but LCZ just took a lot of damage to trade this kill and makes it happen. Yes, it is a 4v4, but this nade, I mean, okay, AKX is full HP. They're trying to get one of the lowest players. LCZ and Juan, they're both having a very, very low HP. However, 4 healthy players from ESports. One of them is Fefi, who's 6 to 15, is not having the best game out. That is still your AG.AL. You don't be expecting much from him. You'll be expecting more as a clutch master in terms of AG.ALing, strat calling, or adaptations inside the game.
Well, Rock, in this 4-on-4, definitely the favorite. Looking to put all the comeback nonsense to bed in their mind. Got yourself plenty of box room control. You've got that second rotation in from Silva, who has had a hell of a game alongside Action. That duo has really been the beating heart of Rock throughout Black Widow. Utility primed and ready for this B hit from Na'Vi. It's been very good to them. Silva around one corner, VNC around another. And here comes those flashes, the tossed in. You don't have that third rotation up just yet. 50 seconds left on the clock. It does feel like this is where Na'Vi wants to end this round. They're going to go charging in, and they actually pre-fire VNC altogether. He gets nothing. Sure, Silva gets the trade back, still keeps it in a 3-on-3. And with this low HP, you'd like to think it's going to get a little worrying, and Silva finds another. Oh my goodness. 3-on-2 now as Fifi has figured out where Juan's gone off to. Sure, Juan will get one, but he has no idea that Fifi could be here. Sure, he's got 6 kills, but he makes that 7th happen, and that could be one of the most important kills in this map altogether, as Rock now get themselves 3 chances to close this out.
Yeah, I mean, last time they had 3 chances as well. It was 9-6.
True, true.
But now, this time, it's going to be 4 chances, because even though they don't get the third, they're going to be going into golden round.
Of course.
So it's more rounds for them. That means that more probabilities of just closing this map. And they're going to be going also on the blacklist side, on their favorite side, the side that they did a very good run on it Yes, they had some failures on the last couple of rounds, but now all they need is one round, one good push, and they can secure this map for themselves. A 1-0 lead on your own map pick. It's good to start this best of 3.
You know, if I'm Rock in this situation, I'd love to go aggressive. I like to use one of my opportunities to completely change up the pace, but they don't actually go through with it. It's actually Juan that goes on the aggressive. It's a little bit of a short push here from the defense. They get rewarded with the opener. They get themselves a 5-on-4. They start to put a little bit of pressure on the Rock, but Rock with the counter right into box rooms, right into bridge, excuse me, and now with an opportunity to go at LKK and AKX. They've been very consistent in this B defense, mind you, so not all is written off just yet in this best of 3. But look at Rock, still looking for that execution. They still have the smokes at the ready, they still have the flashes, and here they come, straight into LKK and AKX, who still finds that first kill, pulls it into a 5-on-3. They still want to cut down that distance, and AKX will find yet another. It's all the AKX show right now, as Navi just do not want to quietly go off into the night here, Penguin. They want to stay alive just a little bit longer here on Black Widow.
Yeah, I mean, it brings me some memories that also Rock, they kind of, when they have a big lead, they kind of, I don't want to say they throw, but they sometimes play very aggressive. They just try to end the game, and we've seen RockySports when it was 9-6, just Fefe took the team and went to cat, just pushed dry without any use of utilities or any communication, and they got punished immediately by LCZ, who got double kills. It's the same situation. They try to go onto a side. They try to get onto B side. Sorry. They try to get the round done, but in the end they faced AKX. As you mentioned, it was an all AKX show on this round, and now Silva's just toying around with LCZ, trying to find any signs of hope for the round, because we have two very low players. Also, Silva's half HP. That's what makes it a very, very hard. Time is ticking. C4's drop, and Silva needs to move now. I guess with his move, still he won't be able to make it either to plant, neither just to get any of these kills after the JV kill from base. Now it is 1 for Navi. 3 more to go. And they did it from 96 to 99. And you need to do it again.
And go one further, really. It's going to be a difficult ask for Navi, but Rock now running out of at least one opportunity to close it out here in OT. And that's another opener from LCZ. Such a paramount reason as to why they're in this place in the first reason. But Navi now in a 5-on-4 can peel away. They don't necessarily have to commit to this aggressive short presence. They don't have to commit to this aggressive spawn presence either. But they'll still retain it. There comes the deep smoke. Rock now looking towards Silva as their primary sniper is out. That sight line, that long line to pull rounds back is not available to them.
Yeah.
And now Rock have a couple of options. You know, you want to retake short, that's an option. You know, you retake bridge control, that's another option. You want to see if you can try to pull some rotations away, and they haven't done that necessarily just yet.
Now they're going to be pulling rotations because JV just got an info on Fefe. He knows that he's trying to get some intel for his teammates, but just going to B-side from Navi is just going to be so hard. I mean, Navi is just only having 2 players on B-side. And the pushes are on the side now. Fefe just swings after the flash and gets kill, and Vincere as well. This might be it for Rock, and he might be closing the map. Alves, Juan, LCZ, AKX just do the works needed. Fefe takes a chunk of damage by this nade and just replies with another. LCZ is just trying to play very defensively, but he gets one kill, and Action just stops it down, and that's it for them. Because Action gets the last one, and finally, RockySports manages to close their own map pick.
It took a little bit of time. You know, it was not necessarily the cleanest win from Rock, but I think they'll be happy that they convert Black Widow. You get to see a little bit of aggression out of Silva, some really creative openers from him, and it gives them enough time to allow Action to really come to fruition, and he just takes over. Rock should be very happy that this result goes the way that it is, because otherwise, Dan, it feels like this could have been a completely different result.
Yeah, it could have been a very different result, and it was certainly looking a little bit nervy for ROC, especially if you consider they are the #1 Brazilian team. Well, Na'Vi, they don't look too far behind, despite being technically 3rd coming into it from qualifications. But all that matters is the result, with ROC taking the win here on the first map. But of course, it is a best of 3, so still plenty of time for Na'Vi to get back into it on their pick of sub-base. Let's dive a little bit deeper into it, I guess, here, Penguin, because we learned a lot from ROC. They struggled in certain aspects, but when you get into overtime, sometimes that's where we really separate the men from the boys, and they did look like they just had a little bit of security about themselves.
I mean, yeah, they started 9-6. I started seeing that ROC are not playing their play style. They're playing just aggressive. They're pushing around, and when it came to an overtime, we've seen the real ROC. They're trying to play together. They're trying to play on trades, more into communication and intel information gathering. Unlike the last 3 rounds of the game before the pause. So I think ROC, they saved this game by the tactical timeout, and after that they saved it by just going to play a bit more into a teamwork than solo plays on the overtime.
Yeah, I think the best part about ROC is when they are able to change pace, but I feel like they change the pace too often in that trying to close out those last 3 rounds, essentially. So for me, I just feel like once ROC can kind of ease back into their original style, it feels a lot more comfortable for them. And as you could see, it was just top to bottom domination once we switched over to overtime.
A bit frustrating perhaps for Na'Vi though. I mean, going into overtime, you do lose a few rounds in a row, but then when we switched sides, I thought it was just going to be the same. Like 3 in a row for them. They were in a 5v4 in that last round, but then still were unable to convert it as well. Just came down to an individual play where you get a 1v2, and it seems to be happening a lot here in this tournament. All you need is that one person to step up. They get a big double kill, sometimes a big triple, and then they find themselves up in the round, and it really does help give you that advantage. But that is going to be the statistics that come through in the end. Penguin, anything that jumps out for you?
Yes, this guy, I know that they didn't have the much success, but this guy had a very good game. And if you look at ROC, 49 kills from Action and Silva. Silva, honestly, as I mentioned, he threw like 1-2 rounds, but he did a better rounds than this, because the round that he swing, we could have waited, his teammate could have ended the game already. And the other round when he was in box room, he also made Action in a very tough situation, but then Action just finally clutches the round. But still in the end, he's having a 24 kills. So if he's having a 24 kills and just throwing a couple of rounds for you, I guess it's gonna be a thing you take every time.
Well, it was certainly an interesting watch. It was an enjoyable one as well. But the Battle of Brazil has concluded map 1, but we still have a best of 3 to try and conclude here as well. So we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map 2 on your screens.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back everyone to CROSSFIRE EWC 2026, Na'Vi versus Rock. We are underway at the moment and map 1 goes in favor of Rock, but it wasn't too far behind from Na'Vi. They gave it a fantastic effort, but now we move into map 2. Can we see Na'Vi get back into this one, or do you think they threw so much into map 1? They get it into overtime, they get so close, but can't quite get over the finish line for them. Do you think maybe this is just one step too far for Na'Vi?
I mean, if Na'Vi want to get back, then Subbase is the place where they can make it happen. I don't think any other chances. So, yeah, I wish to see Na'Vi and their own Subbase, so they should get back.
And what makes them so good at Subbase? For those who might not have seen Na'Vi compete there before.
It's because the guys knows how to play the map, they know how to rotate, they have variety of strategies. Their blacklist side is so good. They had some pushes from Woods, from Machine, from everywhere. So that's why I'm saying that I guess Na'Vi they can make it, but also they are facing Rock. Rock is also good on Subbase.
Do you think Na'Vi will be able to take down Rock, or do you think Rock is going to build from this one?
I think Penguin's right on the money with the fact that if there is a map for Na'Vi to equalize, it's probably Subbase. I like their global risk approaches as well. Like, I mean, you got some great anchor plays from players like JV, players like AKX as well. And I think they've got the juice to do it off of their blacklist side as well. When you think about the aggressive or the silent peaks that they would have on the global risk side, where they would take machine control. And then, you know, on the offensive side of the ball, taking Woods control and finding ways to come up with creative splits. They've got so many options to themselves. The question is do they have the firepower to back up those strategies, where it feels like Rock have really like whirred back to life as that first map kind of goes underway.
I think what I liked at the end was Rock didn't over-celebrate when it came to winning that first map as well. If we go back to the first series of the day, right, we saw a slight over-celebration, then the reverse sweep happened. I think that Rock respect Na'Vi. They've played them before. They know they're capable of coming back into this one, so they stay calm, they win map 1, and it's focusing on to map 2. How do you beat Na'Vi on Subbase then? If you're Rock, if you're the Rock coach, if you're looking at this one, what's the best way to shut them down?
Just deny the Woods control for them. These guys, I said for the Falcons game that when they play Falcons, they're good in having the Woods control, so Falcons needs to be fighting for this, but Falcon never did, and they gave them the whole map, because if you give them Woods, that means that you are giving them a down, vents, a split from BC, splits to be sought from everywhere, so you need to deny this information, and Rock is a very good team in doing so.
Yeah, being passive as well, and actually you know, dealing with aggression from the defense. You know, those pushes in a machine, those pushes in the woods, they will happen from Na'Vi. But I think this is where the mismatch comes into play, where Rock are a very slow, methodical roster, and they can deal with that kind of aggression coming from the offense. That I just feel like if you want to talk just philosophies between these two teams, there is very clearly a way for Rock to get through this and complete a sweep.
Yeah, certainly the pace of play interested me between these two squads, and I like both of you in your commentary. You were talking about taking risks at times as well. If you have a couple of rounds on the board, why not just send someone with a quick early push, try and catch them off guard? And Na'Vi were doing that quite a bit against Rock as well, and I do think it rocked their socks a little bit, but maybe now going into the second map, they might be expecting that a little bit more. So we'll have to see how the change of strategy is implemented into this second map as well for both of these teams. I'm hoping that we're going to go to a map 3. I'm sure that a lot of viewers would like to see another map 3 as well, but with how Rock were able to finish that one, momentum is certainly going to be on their side. I mean, you know these teams far better than I do, right? Na'Vi as a team, morale-wise, are they a squad that can come back from something like this, or are they a squad that often gets down on themselves?
I don't think it's gonna affect them, because it's not the stomp win on them. It was like a close game, and they did a very good comeback, and they went to overtime, and although the overtime didn't turn out very good for them, but still it's a 13-10 win over from Rock's pick. So I guess they still have the confidence because they are going into the mapping.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi will be very comfortable going into this one. I mean, you've got all the players that you're looking for to come online. You know, you showed a pretty promising Black Widow, and then you go over to this comfort pick of Subbase. I just feel like they've got all the tools to potentially push us to a third. Now, will they? I guess we'll have to find out.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. It looks like map 2 is locked and loaded. It's Subbase, it's Rock, it's Na'Vi, and you've got Paladin and Penguin.
Welcome to Subbase, folks. Map number 2 in our best of 3 series, an opportunity to qualify for playoffs. And I know in Na'Vi's mind, they're probably not going to get a better opportunity than this. A chance to go in that upper pool of playoff rosters, a chance to take down their top dog from your region. But for Rock, eyes on the prize, wanting to repeat another playoff appearance at EWC between back-to-back years and looking to get a little bit deeper than they did last time. Starting on the offense, that Blacklist side, Rock decide to be a little slower with their approach. They do get themselves some Woods control, but nothing beyond that.
Yeah. Slow play going on from the Rock guys, because they are playing on the Blacklist side. If you pick sub-base versus any other team, they will just be happy to pick the Blacklist side. And now, EWC are trying to slow down the play. Minute and 15 seconds on the clock. They need to move the C4 into one of the sides. We're seeing a stack on a side from Team Navi, but now this unshifted. Yes, this nade was to fake the stack. This nade was to tell them, hey, there was one nade before and this is the another. We are stacking a side, but probably EWC will not eat the fake and they will probably move to a side. And this is a good call from them. Now it is the time for them to push. One player in the vents. It is going to be Silva. The flash is already and the execution will be happening.
Flash in A. But it's that kill from Fifi that comes a little too early. I think that Vents play should not be happening that quickly. Maybe the Stairs player takes that first contact, but it doesn't happen. Instead, it's all defense, all Na'Vi as Action and MG, the duo that seemingly has done it all in this series, are up in another clutch situation. Make that just MG. 1-on-3, bomb on his back. He spotted out his counterpart. He's taken down Juan. And he should be able to get this C4 down, you think. LKK gives him a little bit of respect, mind you. And isn't able to convert the kill after he swings. So MG has a chance to get his gun out. A chance for a no-scope, and he can. He cuts it down to a 1-on-1. Over to the pistol. AKX just hoping, pleading for this last kill. Yeah. And just off the mark for MG. Usually good for those, but not good enough this time around. Na'Vi get their first round through the skin of their teeth.
I mean, it's so shaky, right? It looked so shaky from Na'Vi, but in the end, he got the round. It was good, as you mentioned. That slice step from Fifi was just a bit too early. He just should have waited a bit, the guys from the stairs, to push, to get into the side. And then he's going to be having a better timing for himself. But these mistakes cost you rounds, and the rounds cost you games. And now one of them is for Rock. Navi just secures the first round on the Grover side, which make them very happy, because if you're playing on the Grover side every one round, and look at this triple man pick from Machine. They're trying to push late onto the side, but this is not Falcons. Rock are ready and they know how good they are on such game plays and such mind plays. Now it is a 4v2. LCZ and Juan are now on a mission to reclaim this round. While Faith is very low HP and Action as well is very half. It took a very big damage behind the box and made him very half HP. 43 HP, and it is a very tough situation for Na'Vi. Just having 2 players on the global side on sub-base is kinda unlike any other maps. Already sub-base favors the Blacklist side. Imagine if you have numbers disadvantage as well.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Juan though. Does make it a little bit easier, and he has spotted out Fifi, but isn't able to convert. Very necessary opportunity squandered there from the young sniper. But Juan will be unrelenting. He'll fight forward. I mean, he doesn't have to really do this, but with LCZ going down, it feels like he has no other choice. Rock now should get that plant over on the B site. They respond in kind. I mean, it's that all-in affair in the machine push there from the global risk side of Na'Vi. And you can tell that Rock have done their homework. They understand the Na'Vi that they're playing up against, and they feel like they fancy their chances here on sub-base as well. No strangers to this map in the pool.
Yeah, definitely they played each other on this map, and they know that they can make some plays. We've seen the same exact situation. This is the one you mentioned, Paladin, on the desk, that sometimes they do a lay push into machine, gives him an advantage, but EWC, they were ready, they were in their foots. And now it is a 1-1. Well played round. And I'll give Na'Vi a good call about the last round. Juan just played very passive this round. He played from dark. He's trying to get the intel from dark, and now the push is coming on Woods. Fefe had to back up. Nobody's here to help him. No smokes as well. So it is a chance for Na'Vi just to get the kills, and immediately AKX just gets both Fefi and Vincere. And Silva as well took a chunk of a damage, and now he's only 4 HP. And suddenly this round shifts to Navi after the late push, this time on Woods. They did it on Machine, it didn't work, and now they tried on Woods. And it worked out very well so far, but we cannot exclude Rock from the picture so far.
I mean, we definitely can with the lack of map control that they have. They do have this B space. That's basically all they have. And they're going to have to do a lot with it. Navi with a 3-player stack over here on B. A player on the rafters. I mean, there's a great crossfire here between Juan and JV. And Juan will get that first kill as well. So AKT and MG will have a very difficult time on their hands. Body spotted. Juan capitalized upon, but JV with the instant rebuttal. All up to MG, who pulled a clutch like this very close. And has got a little bit more time to play with, but nobody's presenting an opportunity to the vet. Have a look in, but don't necessarily fancy his chances this time around. Could have spotted a leg there off of JV. Maybe just missed the mark. LCZ now up to bat. Oh, and it capitalized upon by MG. Now we can have a conversation, or at least start that conversation, as JV's now been spotted. And MG is just not able to really suss out these one-on-ones. Finally is rewarded. JV did not have to go that aggressive. 15 seconds left on the clock now.
Him.
MG is a little blinded, and that actually does give enough opportunity for LKK on the flank. So another missed moment there from MG, a chance for him to have a highlight play, but it just feels as though Navi are playing a very sharp global risk side.
Yeah, that's why we know that Navi is one of the best teams that's playing top base on Brazil. And they have a very, very high confidence levels when it comes to such gameplay. And Fefi now just kills LKK, who tried to play very aggressive on such angle. And the control from Vance. Look at Navi. They are trying to chase CROSSFIRE and Vincere. I don't think he had any clue that there is someone there. And now the C4 is all in the hands of JV and LCZ. AKX as well is watching. Look how aggressive Navi is playing this map. I mean, every single round they're pushing. But Fef is still alive. He brings JV's life. And now the C4 is still dropped on Spiral. I think it is gonna be a very tough round, but still Rock. Do you know that all they need to do is just round the time. Just let the smokes gone. Try to retake. Play together. Play for the trades. And we don't need the C4. We can win the round by only just trying to approach the C4's position.
You got this player in Juan deep in the backside of this map. Action has a look in, but I think the priority right now is just see if we can try to at least take out the defense near this bomb, or get the bomb itself, regardless. Here comes a flash. It blinds up both AKX and LCZ, and they go down with absolutely nothing. Fifi does very well to find that double. Nice setup, and unfortunately Navi not privy to the idea that they could be flashed in the first place. It forces Juan to go for a big clutch, and Rock will capitalize. So proactive in the initial approach there from Rock. A little dicey with how they were bounding around with the C4, but threat neutralized. Rock move on to equalize.
Yeah, it is a 2-on-2 now. Still, I'm saying that Navi are playing very good. They're being very, very active, and we are seeing again a push onto Machine with 3 players. And CROSSFIRE, they are trying to do an adaptive move, but these decide just to wait for the smokes to be gone. Probably you're going to be seeing a Machine retake from CROSSFIRE. We've seen one on the Spire space, and it was very, very good. We can see one also onto Machine, and now I mean, Navi is not giving a chances for CROSSFIRE to play the game. They usually are the one who's making the plays. They're smoking Woods, they play Woods aggressive, they push Woods aggressive, or they just push Machine aggressive to try to take Machine controls aggressive, or probably going to be pushing late round on you. An absolute push from BC, Machine, Connector, everywhere, just pushing you to the base, just like the round before. And now you're going to be seeing a push into a down without any casualties so far. A leg shot only on VNC, but this is not going to make it. Silva just swings to get LCZ And now Juan is trying to find whoever is behind him. But no success from Na'Vi so far. All the players are alive and nades are good. LKK is good for one. MG just traces it out. AKX just loses his life and LKK is fully blind on this fence. Silva's trying to get the kill over him, but the action... In the end, he's the one to get the kills, and it's a 2-on-2. MG is quite low in HP. Action is the only one who's trying to bring this round for ROCCIESports.
LKK doing so much, making this an opportunity for Na'Vi to capitalize upon. Juan and JV hand in hand, cutting down the distance, making Action switch over to the pistol. He's so indecisive, and JV will find another round for Na'Vi. It just feels like this Global Risk side cannot be stopped. Hero moment after hero moment from this defense, and they just eke out the lead.
Yeah, I mean... a very good round from Na'Vi, I would say, because Na'Vi is usually the team that's making the plays. They push machine, and they still had a very good A-down hold. Normally, if you push machine, you would have a weaknesses on his side. That's why usually... Look at that 5-man push into mid from Na'Vi. They get the first, but Fefe and MG treads it immediately, and it's all bloodbath in mid. An immediate shutdown to such pushes.
That's a real... confidence booster there for Rock to deal with such a sequence. I think, you know, I understand the aggression with wanting to take woods, trying to be a little bit more in the faces of Rock, but 5 men into one position like that, basically a perfect spot for them to get triangulated upon is definitely frowned upon from my perspective, at least. But Rock, given a second lease on life here, need to really chain the rest of these rounds together on this blacklist side, because now we feel like they've already done enough so far on Subbase. We've seen how formidable they are on the offense. Double nades from Vincere and MG do not find anything just yet, but a lot of space being taken. Woods control firmly in the favor of the offense, and Rock continue to encroach from this B side as well, and what a shot there from MG. Instantly opening things up, and they want to continue. They want to move all the way in. They want to challenge JV. JV runs out of bullets, and VNC, Silva, Fifi, they all have their moments. And it's just AKX now in the clutch. Cuts it down to a 1-on-2.
Okay.
But we'll have to make a long rotation all the way around, because that bomb will go down shortly. He decides to maybe cause a little bit of a fake, showcase footsteps moving back over to A. Walk back into B. Rock still not willing to put that bomb in the dirt. We'll hold for just a little bit longer. Minute still left on this clock, so plenty of time to play with here if you are Rock. Maybe a tap? No, a commitment completely there from AKT.
Yep.
Now, Action will still peer over. AKX 16 HP, has to get it all done on his own. Has to figure out where these players have gone off to, but this crossfire has already been established. Action has gotten up into the rafters, and Rock will reclaim the lead.
Yeah, I mean, a good run from them, a good split. It was a fast, and you mentioned that it was a control, but they decided to commit on the side. MG was leading the push after the kill, and then suddenly everything falls apart in favor of ROCCIESports, and Na'Vi just find themselves a 1v3 now. We're seeing a 4-man stack. That's what makes Na'Vi one of the best teams on Subbase. Look at these guys. A 4-man stack onto his side. Nobody on his side. Nobody on A top. Nobody watching vents, maybe. LKK is only just watching woods, watching vents. But the rest are only having a machine and B connector watch. And this is so scary for ROCCIESports if they decided to go to B-side. And imagine if they didn't, just wasn't around. I mean, Na'Vi is going to be very disappointed for this one, but I see that the classic double vent setup coming out, which can take LKK out because he's not watching vents at all.
A bit too gambly for my liking here from Na'Vi yet again. Put so much on the shoulders of LKK, who, you know, mind you, without the resources, has stepped up in rounds past. This one might be a bridge too far. Rock now considering that Vents commitment, but don't actually go through with it just yet. Maybe a B splits on the cards. A couple of options for Rock, and you know, for their sake, I hope they don't make the wrong decision. And finally, they move back over. They get themselves some wood space. And they look to commit to A. Smokes are nice to give them a little bit more breathing room. And now there's no nade for LKK. A rotation comes in from AKX to help and support. But now that LKK is down, you're thinking that maybe they can commit to A, but no, the split is in. This late honeypot approach here on B could be everything as AKX strikes, and there comes JV and LCZ. Huge work from Navi. The gamble does pay off, and Navi equalize.
I mean, if Rocky Sports watched Navi last game, how they played versus Falcons on subbase, in particular on B side, because they definitely have seen JVs having a lot of success on that side. And Falcons as well, they were having success on his side, so they should have been trying to check on these plays, but now...
Yeah, there's only been one A execution this whole map so far.
Yeah, and that's it. If you get one A side execution, I believe that it's going to be higher chances of just going to B side, because B side a lot of corners to check, a lot of angles to release, and now Rocky Sports are still kind of trying to find the win on this half. I mean, 4-on-4 is good if you are playing on the global side. But imagine if you get one more round and it is a 5-4 and then you just switch, you go to the blacklist side, and it's your picked map. Definitely this is a map 3 on the line for Navi if G just can make it.
Well, I mean, even if they don't get that 5th round, I think they'll be very happy with what they've done here on the defense. Now a little bit more pace added to Fifi, and he gets an opener straight away. So plenty of time on the clock as Rock now with this tempo change have completely caught Navi off guard, and they've gotten themselves the A side pretty comfortably. 3-on-3 now as this afterplant is a ripe opportunity for Rock to claim a slim lead at the end of the half. Here comes the rest of the offense, or the defense rather, in AKX. MG will capitalize, flash in his face. He is blinded up, but JV in the meantime goes down, and it shouldn't really matter at the tail end. Rock have done just enough to surprise, and they'll get themselves that slim lead that I mentioned, and we'll have a whole lot to do on the global risk side now that we swap.
Yeah, Navi, they were very, very good. I mentioned Navi, they're kind of good on blacklist side, but you also, Paladin, you mentioned on the desk that their global side is very, very smart, and they have some kind of mixing strategies, late pushes and everything, and we've seen all. We've seen pushes through mid, we've seen pushes through B connector, machine, woods, everything, and now they're gonna be playing on the blacklist side, and the JV just opens it up on Fefe and immediately traded by MG. It's 1-for-1, but the control is for Rock. I would take it every day, and I would just push every time, if it is 1-on-1, and yet you have that spot. Action with the counter strafe, he's trying to get the kills. LKK, this smoke gonna slow Navi down. The nade is gonna do some damage. Yes, it does. And now the counter smoke from Navi to pressure Action from this position. And it is. Now they cross to B top, and Action is fully flashed, but he's managed to get one, and MG as well just gets another. The push from BC, but Silva's right here to cover it up. And Juan is the last player alive versus Vincere in Action after taking out Silva. It's not gonna be an easy task, but definitely it is doable after this kill if he managed to get it, and Action just runs out to ball it and tries to get on top of the rocket and just gets the kill, and he's laughing. What a way to end this round by Action.
I know Action is given a wry smile there, because that goes awry after a couple of whiffs. Yeah. You're not going to be happy if you drop that one. Juan makes it another real round out of it, but not to be. So many almost moments from Navi in this series, but almost is not good enough against the top dogs in Brazil. Rock now extend play. 2 rounds the difference. A huge defensive round to notch for yourself. 4 rounds away from qualifying to the EWC 2026 playoffs here at CROSSFIRE. Slowdown now from Navi. Happy with Woods control, happy with machine control. 2 valuable parts of this map in their favor for the offense. And a lot of opportunity around the corner for this squad.
Yeah. I mean, 6-4. Just getting also your first round on the global side is very good to keep your dreams alive. I see that Navi, they still have the chances of winning. And they still have got the things to do it. And now, a slow gameplay coming from Navi, but look at the stack. 4 guys around Machine, and the smoke's just gonna slow them down. And now a stack from CROSSFIRE. They have a very good read. And as I say so, he just leaves MG on his own, gets one. He attacks the other as well. He wanted to get the collateral kills, but now he dumps it down. And JV just gets the trade immediately in action now in position. LCZ gets one more in Fefi, but nobody knows about action. He does a lot of damage and he falls to his death.
No.
And JV just loses his life after just falling to his death. And now LCZ is just doing a very good job into holding this side. But as I say so, both of the players just dies immediately. And I guess Rock are kind of on their foot and Navi might be pulling their attack.
Yeah, I would not mind at all if you take attack at this point. Action, while he doesn't get the most amount of kills in that sequence, stays alive for so long for a couple more rotations to come through. Silva chimes in, and of course MG with that beautiful double. He's really come alive in this series. You know, we've talked about some of the poor sequences that he's had so far in this tournament, but he's coming alive when it matters the most.
Yeah.
13 and 7, and they want to be a little bit more pacey here, Navi. And it's worked out. AKX, LKK chime in, but again MG with the double. And now VNC's made the rotation but can't complete the kill. It's got to be MG. Trying to figure out where Juan's gone off to. Tries a pre-fire but can't connect. Flash in his face. Same for a smoke. And now Silva and MG have got to join hands. They've got to find a way to clutch up here. JV's hearing all of this, but he can't actually stay alive for too long. So we bring it back to a 2-on-2. Navi cannot drop the ball here. That's a great nade. It softens up Juan even further. Silva wants to wait around behind the smoke, but he can't. He's got to go forward, and Silva will still find Juan. It's all up to AKX in the 1-on-2. He finds the first. Has so much time to round off the clock. He's not figuring out where MGF's gone off to. And MG has found yet another clutch. He might have just enough time here. Oh, it's going to be real close, but he's just got it in the nick of time. MG is having himself a series.
I mean, we've talked about this guy. And now he just gets right on his foot when it is needed. A fast round from Navi. It was a successful one until the retake just started from Silva, the guy who checked everything. The guy who had everything on the line. And now look at MG. He's trying to play aggressive, trying to get one, but now just a little bit of damage on MG. But still in the end, Rock, they are showing a dominant performance from them. An 8-4 lead. Not a single round from Navi on the Blacklist side. And this is the map you picked, Navi. And we've seen Navi doing very good on this map. But this is not the case now. Action is still playing the same action way as we say. And this nade can do a lot of damage. But okay, LKK just steps forward to try to dodge it. And he does again the same smoke just to counter the push from Action. And Action knows that this was one of the rounds that they did before. MG kind of countered this round by pushing into quad boxes, getting the kills. But now, yeah, seeing Navi, they're trying to play a little bit slower. 8-4. 1 minute and 30 seconds. And this could be the 9th for Rock if they continue. They are playing the same passive way, just all on the same line. Double stack on it down. While Navi just picking themselves to go to B-side. I'm very surprised that nobody went to A-side this game.
Yeah, I know, it's very strange, but I mean, Rock are considering the mid-round change-up here from Navi, but it doesn't come through. Only 2 players here, but I thought it's honestly been enough in rounds past. Blockers taken by Navi as they encroach, smokes in. MG looking over to the heavens to see if he can take one down before he falls away, but he can't. Utility is great here from Navi. LCZ blinded up though, and MG decides to play forward. He's done this many a time, and this time Navi actually capitalized. And finally, their game plan of taking this B site has worked out. Better late than ever.
I mean, the smokes are good. Like, they smoked the machine to deny the info from MG on the cross, and then MG had to rotate back to the pillar just to watch me top. Then they had another smoke to deny this information as well. So they just isolated Dark Room completely from the side. and they collapsed on both players inside the dark. One of the best strategies that we've seen from Na'Vi. A good counter smoke utilities that made it quite easy for them to execute on the side, and now Vincere is just giving his teammates some time to talk about it. How are we going to be countering this? I guess if they did the same, they need to have someone on B-top. The last time they had someone on B-top, they had Action on B-top. He did a lot of damage on JV that he fell to his death, and then he got one more kill on the ground side. So if they keep smoking the information, then put one guy on B-top and he can do a lot of damage. And now Na'Vi just trying to play a bit defensive and changing their playstyle. They take Woods control, but MG this time is not around.
I mean, they haven't really fought for Woods at all, Rock. And I mean, they haven't had to, considering the A splits haven't been a thing in this series, or on Subday specifically, on both sides, mind you. And again, Machines control the priority for Na'Vi, round in and round out. It seems as though they've done their homework. But here's the adaptation from Fifi. Close range. Looking to put this gun to work. Unorthodox for sure. But he's had some significant impact in this game. Na'Vi still slow down, still looking for a potential split for B. The utility's primed and ready. We've seen how potent this execution on B has been when it's worked. And look at this, a couple rotations moving over to A. This is the ripest of opportunities for Na'Vi to pounce on this B site. It puts so much pressure on Fifi and MG. But there goes the shotgun. Fifi restricted to one, and MG long-range quickscope will still keep a man advantage here. Gets a rotation over to B as well. Minute left on this clock. Na'Vi have got to get a move on at this point, but rotations continue to come in from the defense. Silva finds his man. MG with another. It's just up to AKX in the clutch. A 1-on-4 necessary in total, and he won't find it. Rock have themselves 9. They have 4 opportunities to close this one out in style.
I mean, you've seen MG. He changed his position. He went to be top just right as we mentioned. If you want to be countering these B splits, if they're gonna be smoking you, then you need to be playing on B top, and he immediately went to the top and got double kill and saved Rock's run. Now a push from them, one good for one. MG immediately traded a sniper for a rifle. You take that every day because you've made Na'Vi without their sniper rifles. That means that their pressure is going to be way less. But look at LSZ. He almost had the time to drop without getting spotted, but now he is spotted. He needs to get back. He needs to fall back because this one mistake can cost you the game.
Okay. LCZ does rejoin back with his team, gets back into safety. And again, man, again, a B split. The idea here for Na'Vi. I mean, this has to just be the strangest blacklist side that I've seen on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Not even looking towards the staircase on A. No commitments through the vents. I think we've had 1 round of a commitment into A. And you also have to give the shoutouts to both of these defenses for somehow holding strong on B. Not easy to do with 2 bodies. But you have to give MG the credit where credit is due. He's had so many multi-kills, so many doubles. And Rock have every chance now to pull this one off. To advance into the playoffs, to silence the doubters, so to speak. And put this series to bed. Show who the dominant force in Brazil really is. As they encroach upon B yet again, here comes that third rotation in the form of Silva. When there has been 3 players here, it's just been shutout after shutout for Rock. VNC cuts down the lurk, mind you, so now everything is known for Rock. They know that it's a B commitment yet again. Sure, they're blinded up, but AKT, MG, leave it all up to AKX to come up with a massive clutch to keep them in this upper bracket, and I don't think he has enough life in him. Just manages to scoop up 1, but the nade finishes the job, and Rock will advance to the playoffs through that upper pool.
Yeah, I mean, they play very good and deserve the win, and as you mentioned, we haven't seen any side push. And we've seen the mid-round adaptations from RockySports were the best. We've seen the B splits from Na'Vi. They were good, but they had some answers. That is big given from RockySports. The B top was the key element for them to get into this game, because every time you smoke MG, you try to smoke him from... If you're smoking Dark Room, if you're smoking also quad boxes, he's gonna be going on B top, he's gonna be getting kills, he's gonna be finding the frags needed for himself. A well-played game by EWC. Yes, we mentioned that Navi are very good on sub-base, but still it's CROSSFIRE. They are also a Brazilian team, so they know how to play sub-base.
So we have another team that has managed to find themselves into playoffs, and it's going to be CROSSFIRE taking down their Brazilian counterparts in pretty emphatic fashion in the end. It was a dominant one-sided game on sub-base. I was expecting maybe a little bit more from Na'Vi, but Rock, they just had their number, and that's probably what happens when you play them multiple times. You play them in your region, you've been able to study them as well. As for Na'Vi, they will drop down into that lower bracket and will have to fight through tomorrow to try and qualify for their spot in the top 8 and into that single elimination bracket of playoffs. That means it's 2 series down. Still 2 to go though, but of course we can dive into what happened in that second map there, Penguin, because you know, I was watching it, and at the start, Na'Vi were keeping it close. I was like, all right, we're going to get another one that's going to go back and forth between the two, but then suddenly Rock just sprinted away from them. Was it just the switch of halves and Rock were more comfortable in the second?
If they switch to half is the thing, how? Because Na'Vi was doing the global side and then they switched to the blacklist side and they haven't found any success on the blacklist side. And Paladin mentioned a couple of times that none a single split to A side. None using it up, you're not using woods, you're not going into vents. Yes, we've seen LCZ one time going to vents. You think push into A side, we haven't seen anybody around stairs. So if you're not using this area for your favor, that means that every time you're going to be going to B side, they're going to be stacking this side for you. Because last round, if you watched, Silva was just watching A down from A top. He was swinging woods. They're leaving A down completely open because they know that these guys are not an A players. So I think that they needed to play more into A side, just to shift rotation, probably even a fake, just through some utilities. And then after that, I believe that Na'Vi could have done better if they did so.
I think even sacking around to just commit to A, just having an A rush all throughout, that could have set you up for the rest of the half. I mean, at that point, you will have an extra rotation that moves over. You'll have that double setup in the vents. There's enough bodies there to deal with that A sequence. And after that, I mean, the offense plays itself. There's a reason why this map is so blacklisted, but unfortunately, not to be.
Not to be, sadly, but something that is guaranteed is an interview post-game. And we've got Scriv on the stage. Scriv, who are you chatting with?
I've got Fefe here, of course, AG.AL over from Rock after that victory, looking really, really clean as a squad. And I wanted to ask you how you feel after winning that. You know, you're against your countrymen, which regionally is going to feel quite comfortable. But of course, here at the Internationals, you want the Brazilians all to do well. So how are you feeling after the victory here?
Como é que você está se sentindo depois dessa série um pouco confortável, né? Um jogo mais clean nesse embate entre os times brasileiros? E o que você tem a dizer sobre esse resultado?
Acredito que falo pelo time todo, a gente tá muito feliz, a gente tá muito confiante. Acho que a gente ainda tá errando muito, só que ao decorrer do campeonato a gente vai pegando o ritmo, a gente vai resolvendo o que tem pra resolver. E é isso, a gente se sente muito bem.
So we feel very confident after this win. We feel very happy, like the whole team. So we can improve a lot this tournament, so we keep playing and keep improving for the further matches.
Yeah, on that, I mean, yesterday a slightly harder game for you, but much, much better here today. Was there a lot of talk in between games after yesterday, or do you feel that it's just because it's a team that you're more comfortable with for the cleaner victory today?
Após a partida de ontem, vocês vindo para a partida de hoje, vocês conversaram bastante? Como é que foi o clima entre vocês? Esse é um jogo que vocês já estão acostumados mais a jogar, que é um embate entre dois times brasileiros. Então, vocês conversaram bastante sobre as táticas ou tiveram coisas novas?
Cara, quando a gente soube que... A gente já sabia, né, desde antes de viajar, que a gente poderia enfrentar a Na'Vi, que é uma equipe muito forte, uma equipe brasileira. A gente já sabe... Ambos os times sabem como jogam um contra o outro. Então, a gente teve uma conversa... A gente definiu o nosso plano de jogo, conversamos bastante ontem, conversamos sobre o jogo contra a Nemesis também, que a gente não podia entrar meio que de corpo mole. E deu certo.
So, it was a comfortable match for us. So, this is a match that we've been playing for a long time against Na'Vi. They're a super strong team, but each one of the teams know their game style more or less, so we kind of just focused on that and we trying to get more things for this match and everything worked fine.
Yeah, and I think the final question I have here is going to be around those playoffs, of course, that you make it into. There have been some quiet mix-ups. You know, we've got BaiSha down in the lower bracket and whatnot. Is there a team that, you know, you want to face in the playoffs? Is there a squad that you're hoping to maybe get a bit of revenge after some previous internationals?
Depois dos resultados de hoje, tiveram algumas surpresas ali, a BaiSha indo pra Lower e alguns outros times também. Tem algum time que você quer enfrentar? Você tem algum time em mente que você quer enfrentar nos playoffs? Algum time que você talvez tenha uma rivalidade a mais?
Cara, pra ser sincero, hoje no jogo de BaiSha e KZ, não foi surpresa, eu acho que, acho que quando é confronto de região, assim, ambos se estudam muito, já estão acostumados. Pra próxima fase, eu não tenho nenhum time que eu quero enfrentar, não. A gente vai sentar e conversar, vamos estar preparados.
So the results, they don't surprise me that much because everything can happen in tournament, the clash of the regions as well. Anyone can win, and I just feel comfortable. I don't care who I'm facing. We're just gonna train, we're just gonna talk, and we're gonna be prepared for the next matches.
All right, wonderful stuff. Thank you very much to Fefe and Rocco here. Back to you boys on the desk.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, a good interview as well. Nice to hear that you're going to be confident whoever you're going up against. I think that's important going into the rest of the matches. You get a little bit of a break now as you watch everyone else competing and try to qualify through playoffs as well. But that's one thing that is assured. Rock are through. That's all that really matters for them. But in that map too, it was slightly more one-sided than the first map. Certainly in the early stages, it was back and forth. It was closely contested. I thought we were going to get maybe another overtime situation in two teams who know each other very well here. However, in the end, Rock were able to start to really get things going, particularly in the second half. I mean, for the early rounds, what was it that really had these two closely contested? Was it pace of play? Were they just feeling each other out? Was it they ran out of ideas a little bit later on?
I think Navi had a great idea as to how they wanted to approach their defense, right? It's all-out aggression in the early round, making sure that the default, these slow, methodical setups from Rock never actually come to fruition. And you have to give them, you have to commiserate them, right? That they're having these opportunities and they were still finding ways to get the job done. Obviously, there were some rounds where it felt like they were kind of jumping the gun. You had that 5-player push through mid. You had like a 4-player push up through machines at a certain point. And that's definitely where you give Rock a little bit of room to breathe, and you just can't against a team that you've played so many times and give them that foot in to potentially, cause this sweep to happen in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Especially that usually when you're playing the game, the first couple of rounds, it's just like you're testing the enemy team, you're seeing how they're playing aggressive, they're playing defensive, what play style they chose for this game. And definitely Rock on the first 2 rounds, they knew that Navi is going to be just pushing everywhere. They're going to be choosing the aggressive play style. That's why EWC, they played very, very passive, other than just going very aggressive at the beginning. And then suddenly, we are surprised these guys are playing very, very aggressive. Nah, so they're gonna be playing slow, they're gonna be trying to trade some rounds, and in the end, whoever is having a better adaptation inside the game just will close it out.
What do we think of Navi's chances getting through the playoffs through that lower bracket?
I mean, it's tough, it's tough. I don't think they definitely enjoy the teams that could be down there. I mean, I know BaiSha will be there, and they won't be in their side of the bracket, but they play the winner of, Anubis and the Vicious, which is a favorable matchup. I don't think that, either one of those teams are ones that are jumping out for you. And I still really like the foundation of Navi. It's this aggression that they have. They have these young players that can really surprise you. LKK had a little bit of an off series. I don't think that's going to happen again. AKX is still very formidable. Juan still had a great series. I still think that they have an opportunity to just eke into the playoffs again.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether Navi are able to get through to the playoffs tomorrow. But of course, today we are still getting through our earlier games. But now we move from winner's bracket down to that lower bracket. It is now an elimination game rather than a qualification game. Yeah, the games that I love. I like to get my elimination games. I like to send teams home because apparently I'm just mean. But we are going to have Execration going up against Geekay in our next match. So if you are fans of either of those, or if you're just fans of CROSSFIRE, you're going to want to stick around. For now, though, we're going to go for a quick break, allow these guys to get a rest. So go, get a rest yourself, make sure you get hydrated, and we'll see you after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
CROSSFIRE at EWC 2026, you say? Yes, that's us, that's me, that's them. And we've got Scriv now on the desk with us. Welcome back, Scriv. Did you have a nice break?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, had some
You didn't
food,
get one.
you know.
We saw you
it
on
was
the
pretty
stage,
quick.
mate.
It was pretty
We
quick.
saw
I was
you on the
interviewing-
stage.
We're kind of all over the place here on the B stream. It's true.
It's great to have you back, though. We did get an overtime without you. I was surprised. I thought you were the overtime man, but no, we got one extra. But now we move into another series. We get 2 fresh new teams, and now it's elimination time. My favorite time. I love sending teams home because why wouldn't you? Someone has to, right? It's the job that we all hate realistically because now we get 2 teams who fought hard yesterday but found themselves in the lower bracket. Execration, they showed us that they could push some teams all the way, but sadly didn't get that map on the board. Do you think they could do better here today, Scriff?
Yeah, I think so. The problem that we have on the opposition is that GK potentially our weakest showing so far. Yep. They got absolutely slammed yesterday, so they really don't have a lot of precedent in the same way. So yeah, I think Execration in with a pretty good chance here today, actually.
Well, speaking of Execration, they've had quite the journey to get here to EWC, and to tell that story a little bit more, take a look at this.
Welcome to the road to EWC. My name is Salvatore. I'm joined here together with Execration, ZYK, and CBN. Gentlemen, glad to be here with you. So we'll be asking them a bunch of questions on how they got here and what it feels like to be part of EWC. So, ZYK, CBN, first question is, when Execration was first formed, how did the players feel about it?
Kumbaga, sa isa't isa, since iba-ibang player, iba-ibang team galing yung kampi ko nun. So, medyo hindi pa kami kampante sa isa't isa. So, nung tumagal-tagal, ayan, nakuha namin yung kampante na, yung tiwala namin sa isa't isa. Kaya, ayan, andito kami ngayon sa EWC.
Yun din ako, nung una, hindi ako kampante sa kanila. Okay na.
Going into CROSSFIRE Stars, Philippine Masters, which you placed 5th, and the regional finals, you placed 3rd, and then Masters Spring, you guys placed 5th. So, how was the team feeling about the results?
Medyo confident na kami na na feeling namin na kaya na namin talaga na lagpasan yung mga nakuha namin, yung 3rd, yung 4th, yung 5th. Kaya itong CFS si Summer, medyo umangat kami naging 2nd.
This is Execration's first appearance in an international tournament. How is the team feeling about this?
Masaya yung team, syempre excited sila na makakapaglaro sila ng rito na sa EWC. Tapos first international pa nung tatlo. So sobrang saya nila na makalaban yung mga dating pinapanood lang nila. Kumbaga yung mga ginagaya nila maglaro. Sobrang saya nila nung talagang nag-qualify kami dito sa EWC.
That is all, ladies and gentlemen, the road to EWC. I'm Salvatore here with Execration, and good luck to my fellow countrymen, and good luck to all the teams competing.
Oh, maybe I'll come back. There we go. I couldn't hear myself. I was slightly worried. I like hearing myself. Their first appearance at international competition at the moment hasn't gone so well, but it can start to get better right here, right now, against GK-eSports. I mean, in terms of who did better yesterday, it probably was Execration. They came a little bit closer against Liquid in that first map, and then they got a little bit slapped in map number 2. Whereas for GK, they kind of got slapped in both maps. They didn't really get a chance to get going here. Do we feel like GK are going to get slapped here by Execration, or do we think this one's going to be a little bit closer?
I mean, I don't think it'll be quite as hard, if we're talking about slapping. But yeah, for sure. I think
just a gentle slap.
Yeah, right. But I think it's still going to be pretty tough for them. Execration, obviously able to show a lot more. It's tougher losses in a way. You've got that opening day. It's just not our day. We get thrown about like that. Maybe there is a little bit of solace in that for GK, that they can come into today a completely different team, completely different expectations. But yeah, I think there is certainly a chance that GK are going to struggle.
Penguin, talk to me about this Execration team, and we got to see them yesterday. I do think that Black Widow was probably their best map. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets banned away by GK, to be honest, if they did any research.
I mean, I said about Execration that I like how they play. They usually are the team that's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna throw some smokes, I'm gonna try to play on your games, I'm gonna try to be in your minds. So that's why you would usually look at these plays and say, okay, this team has some sort of organized pushes.
Yeah, then the other side is the crowd everywhere throughout the Esports World Cup, by the way. It's starting to get a little bit noisy. We are going to see GK going up against Execration here. and Geekay, a team who need to prove something to me. They lost to Stallions 2-0 yesterday. They were only able to put 6 rounds on the board in both of those maps. So they're going to have to step it up now here against this Execration roster. Otherwise, they may find themselves eliminated from the competition. I really want to get something positive from Geekay here, Penguin. Can they do it, and who is going to do it, if anyone?
Why did you ask me this question?
Come on, I need something.
I mean,
substance.
If maps goes well, I think Geekay can make it. And when I'm saying maps, they need to avoid wider maps. They need to avoid Black Widow, they need to avoid Ankara, they need to avoid probably, I don't think they're going to be playing New Mexico, but they need to avoid it as well. They need to play in close corner maps because that's where they're going to be at least trying to trade themselves. I'm not saying that they have no chances at all, but the thing is, if they play in one of the best maps for Execration, it's going to be very tough for them because we've seen Liquid suffering and we've seen Yotep doing a very good job on such maps, so they need to avoid this guy. And you want to avoid the snipers, just go on a close corners map, new compound, sub base. Try to go for some kind of sneaky plays on these games, and you're going to be having chances.
And being in the lower bracket, of course, now there is no safety net. There is no blanket for you if you are going to lose this one, Scriv. So Geekay need to make sure that they are on their best form. But let's look at the map vetoes, then let's see where we're going to be headed for this best of 3. Scriv, talk me through it.
Yeah, I think as has been kind of noted, we need to stick to those sort of simple maps and indeed just play the basic Crossfire. The Ankara coming out. The new compound, again, it feels like you might want to go for somewhat of a curveball here. Interesting that we don't see the Black Widow come through early, just because maybe there'll be a bit more confidence there.
Yeah.
So leaving it as that decider, are you going to make it there? Execration, certainly with a confident veto there to not put the Black Widow right at the front.
They pick new compound. I mean, this is the map I would say, okay, GK would have a chances on it because these, as I said, it's a close corner map, and now they're going to be showing more and more of this. So I think it's not that bad veto because talking about Black Widows now is in the decider, but if it went to map 3, I don't think GK is going to be having a chances. They need to 2-0 them, otherwise it's going to be too tough.
Well, everyone in the arena is starting to get a little bit louder as well, but we're into our first map then. It's going to be Execration versus GK. Scriv, Penguin, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Maybe a new challenge to deal with here for the teams is the increase in volume. A lot louder in here than it was yesterday. And maybe you can guess why. Nonetheless, we are going to get kicked off on Ankara. Will be a little bit of pressure towards A as he will try for some aggression here. Pime will take the first, pretty clean from him. MVA goes down as well. He was the danger man yesterday, and Pime back in for a bit more to take 2 early on. Very, very impressive indeed. Going to put GK in a strong position.
I mean, we asked GK to avoid wider maps because of the snipers from Execration, but look at that, just this guy just unleashes himself from the A connector and gets double kill immediately, giving the numbers advantage to his team. And GK, they are back on the foot now. And Doctor is trying to probably do some damage. I'm looking for Bokute in this game, but let's look at Kimbom. He's being now tested on his side. CBN just gets a kill, and BML directly just gets one more onto Yotep, who tried to play a bit the Guardian angle for his teammates, but it didn't work out very well.
No, certainly the case. They have got some space, though, on this A site. So we'll see if they can do anything with that. Can GK break back in? Now becomes the question. We do have that chip on the flank. Tongue going to get caught, but he doesn't go down. It's CBN. However, who's left up in the clutch here? Oh, he's so close. He's so close, but not able to get it done. GK will indeed secure that first round here on the GR side.
Yeah. I mean, it was good. Okay. They reminded us of the old game, but now that's the replay that we would love to see. I mean, beautiful round. Look at that chip, man. He's playing a very tight angle. This needs a 1.1 milliseconds probably. And now talking about that, Yotep just finds 2. Kimbom just to fall. Him and that chip is the same as the first round, but this time for Execration. And the numbers advantage is back to them. A 5v3 and Yotib just unleashes himself right when it's needed. He's got a good angle for anybody who's swinging from outside just to get some information. But I don't think Geekay is going to be doing such so as they are stacking beside a blind stack. When the numbers disadvantage, that's going to be okay.
Nice from CBN there. Oh, second is pretty clean. I'm going to be the only one left here. So, Execration with a great answer back after Geekay start well. Just got to see through the formalities here. Nice pick up on that sniper far back, but they now will be after him. Or at least looking for a clean plant. 4x round the corner. Ooh, it's a little close there for a moment, but he does manage to get it done. And we'll move into that 1-1. So looking to see which team is going to streak ahead in the early stages now. What more is there to do? As Execration in a pretty good spot after a round like that. Fairly dominant, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah. I mean, the reply for the prime play that he did on the A connector and Yotib just finds 2 now. They're back into the full defensive gameplay. Look at the stack on the pass. 2 players from Geekay is just trying to find anybody who's overstepping in mid, but right now, Execration, they are moving forward with the control into mid. They give a damage to Kimbam, but the wall bank is ready. Dachi finds a kill. Folex just finds 1. He wants to elevate it into another, but Dachi with 2 kills so far. Look at CBN. He can catch both players coming out, and CBN gets 1, gets double, and immediately just opens up the side. He's very low HP. Is still doable for GK, Bocute and Prime. They're both on full health.
Yeah, definitely doable. Definitely doable here. C4's going for a pivot, looking towards that A side of things instead. Can they read that early? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. So they're fairly posted up on B. At this point in time, Execration should get the free plant there for, and it becomes a more difficult round, right? You're at the disadvantage. You lack the information. Before it felt good. If they're moving into you and they're a bit low, you might get that double spray down. Not bad timing for Pime here on the flank, but it is being held for. Pretty clever stuff. CBN. Oh, timing is off for him. The shot missed, I believe, though. Flash will come in, pistol out, and will take him down. Pime spins around to find a second. How has he gotten away with that? It's all going to be on MVA here. He knows about 1. He's got a good idea where the other one might be coming in from, but it does not matter. Pime will drop him. And Execration have absolutely fluffed their lines there. A big take for GK on that clutch.
I mean, you are seeing a good gameplay coming out from GK so far. Yes, it's only 3 rounds, but the individual skills can tell that these guys are not coming here just to fairly lose without a single fight. We've seen Prime, this guy, double swing. Yes, both were very low, but he's very sharp on his swings. Now, it is a 2-for-1 in favor of GK on Ankara on the defense side. The map that's been picked by GK, so they definitely have some good plays to be done on the global side. And look at this Execration. All the guys are just gambling the A side push. That's only Kim bomb on the side. Flashes are good. Smokes is here to block off the vision from the stairs. But now he needs some help. The nade's gonna rain. Flash is not gonna hit. And now Execration with the A side control. It is gonna be a 5v5 retake post plan from both sides, unless Yotib just eliminates one of the players early on, which is Duct One. Was found in SC. Nobody's with him. He's solo trying to take this control. I guess it's very risky for him to do it, because look at that. CBN just immediately eliminates him. Baku coming on for a long. Yotib is just nowhere to be found. Justin's find another kill, and suddenly it's a 4-on-3. 2 players on a long. They are very, very far.
Yeah, for sure. Baku, ooh, does survive it for a little while. It's MVA at range, though, looking good on the EBR. Really great finds from him. Kim Bum, his days were numbered. So 2-2 now. Bouncing back and forth. Really could be all to play for in the early stage. I mean, the fact that, you know, GK keeping it competitive so far is a very good sign, right? They're able to clean up their act from yesterday. It may surprise us ever so slightly. coming into this one. It is the map that they went for, though, so perhaps going to feel more comfortable on it. It's pretty far back default here from Execration, as they look to just spam away, maybe catch some early aggression. Hopefully keep these rounds bouncing back and forth if they can. Double nade, it's close, but it doesn't quite reach Kimbum in the way that he would have wanted.
Yeah. Slow control coming out from Execration. That makes it a mid-A control for them. Slow plays, MVA just being very vocal in Prime. Just finds Yotib on the underpass. A C4 is dropped in the base though. I still think that Execration is just trying to try to find some mistakes into GK's defenses. However, the guys are playing very, very defensively. Bocute on the tower is not doing any mistakes. I guess the double peek in mid is gonna be happening right now because the C4 is gonna be arriving very soon. But Bocute just double kills both Justin and Folix. Are both to fall, and Prime now is in a tough situation, but makes it easier by getting the first kill on MBA. Is it a flawless round? Is Prime gonna fall down? And Execration is just out of this round after a clean, flawless round come out from Team GK.
Yeah, lovely find from them, and honestly, a really great response if they are to keep it up. If they can have that kind of momentum, I think we could most certainly be on for a game. GK looking to be a very different team from yesterday. And so far, so good. How long will it continue? Datchip opens up on that sniper. We are on the double snipers into this round as well, so a big change-up coming in from GK as they try their damnedest to just get another dominant round. Datchip is going to be a big part of that. 3 remaining now for Execration. What can they do from here?
Five on 3 just makes it 5 on 2 because Bocute just picks MBA off and Folix is just the last to fall, and we can hear the guys are being very, very aggressive when it comes to such gameplay, and Bocute just ends it on a win. I mean, GK are surprising me, honestly, so far. They're doing very good. They have some couple of strategies to show.
Yeah.
They picked on God for a reason. Yes, they played it last time. They weren't successful, but they played Stallions, and Stallions is a tier A team, I would say.
Yeah, right. They are a very different team. I mean, they are a team as well that are going to be able to take over the game. MVA does manage. Kill on Datchip. Getting a little weird over here. Into the 4-on-4 with these opening kills. C4 needs retrieving now. I mean, aggressive move was successful. Spamming away, not much to be found just yet, but it looks like it will be a B finish here. 4legs to lead the charge. He's flashed off pretty well there. Slows them down, buys time for the rotations. More nades coming in as well, so Blacklist side got to be very, very careful at this stage. They will take Pyam, who is that first player. Ducktone as well, taken down pretty easily. Bocute and Kimbum, the only ones left. The C4 attempted, doesn't matter. They find all the kills in the end here, Penguin. And I thought GK were going to be in the right place, but certainly not the case at this stage.
I mean, Execration is still a team you would consider them. But the thing is, they're playing on the Blacklist side. Yeah, I expected more from them. I expected them going into sides, pushing more into a side. Because as you can see, GK are now stacking a side. They expect Execration to be going to such gameplay, and they leave the C4 on base. They're still trying to commit to their slow gameplay, I would say, and may probably capitalize in any of Teams GK's mistake. But this is not going to happen because GK is just playing super passive on such rounds, and now they're going to be taking their time on these controls. 2 on A long, 1 to grab the C4. And now they're gonna be moving onto the side where the stack is. I think that Execration have made their minds. It is an ASI push, but Bokyut is just about to leave the side. And I think it's gonna be a 5v3. Bokyut is ready with the counter flash. All the flashes are ready. Execution is gonna be there. Kimbom with the shotgun is to kill anybody, but the flash is good. Kimbom is flashed. He's shooting. He's trying to get the kills, but Folix just eliminates him immediately. And Bokyut just gets the trade, and it is a good second flash coming out from Team Execration, but still GK is holding on. All players are on side. The fast rotation is coming, and GK just managed to secure this push unless Yotip just gets the double.
Into the one-on-one now. Yotip looking to complete this after it really did not look like a winnable round. C4 down, plenty of time to play with. He's just waiting for Datchip to make a mistake, really. Datchip is on the move. He is running around. He is trying to find a way back in here, but I just don't really see it happening for him, at least. So he's going to have to wait on top of that C4 and just hope to win the fight. You can see him on the minimap there, just checking left, right, but Yotip is coming in. A conventional entrance here, not playing anything too weird, too scary. 10 seconds left. There's not going to be loads of time to get the C4 down, so he probably has to commit to the plant. And that chip's in at good time. Yotip gets caught. He worked so very hard for all that and just played it a little too slow in the end, I think.
Yeah, he just played it so slow. He gave himself no room to do any play or to make any play, and now he got punished for such a slow move from enemy. Yotip, nice try for this, say, a reserve for his strategies. And now, I mean, Execration, they did around 3 or 4 strategies so far out of 8 rounds. We've seen double SI setups. We've seen a clean slow play, which just ended into a win without a full execution. We've seen a mid push fast into underpass. Now, this is going to be the 9th. He should have something in reserve. GK are already successful. They're going to be at least securing this half. On the Grover side, on Ankara is actually very good. That's why they picked it. Probably the first game was an off game for them. But now the guys are just shooting back. That chip is just doing a lot of damage, him and Pine. And again, one more time SI push. And look at that, Duct One just finds 2. Justin and Folix, the 2 entries just fall and makes it 3. CBN couldn't trade, and MVH just running for his life onto A connector, finds Pime and get the kills on him, and it is 1v5. Once more, a chance for a flawless round by GK, the team that we all underestimated coming out to this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking good, right? I think there is definitely a world in which they've just kind of gone back to the hotel last night and really worked on how they felt, really worked on today, forget about yesterday, and just look forwards. Working well. However, it is only map 1. Potential for it to go further, potential for Execration to have a bounce back, but a good first half coming in from GK. I'll be looking to repeat that now, moving into this second. Changing things up ever so slightly, but the momentum with them, and they look very, very good while doing so. Straight into it here, as things will be getting underway. GK picking up well. A lot of control gained outside of A. Just a question of what they do with it, you know? I think Execration not afraid to hand it to them here, Penguin.
Yeah. And now, the same game plan coming out from GK, but this time, the A side is only having Kimbom on crazy boxes. Now, the C4 is going to be picked. The move is going to be around the side. We have two players from Execration just defending his side. Yotib just single-handedly just watching mid. I guess they decide to go through underpass peak, maybe a mid peak. But it's not going to be an A side because even Kimbom, the A side defender for the Blacklist side, is just leaving to the underpass, and all the players going to be falling to MVA, which misses the first shot, just pops up a flash just to slow down things. But I think GK is not going to stop, and now MVA just find the first immediately, traded by Doctuan. Gets the kill on him. CBN just still on side, tries to find one. Yes, he did. He gets the kill and gives his teammates a numbers advantage, and now Pime just pulls Folix away, and look at that, Pime just was a double, and that chip was one. Makes it Biotip all alone. Onto this clutch one more time. They're trying to find the kills, and Pime is just delivering. GK are showing a completely new style of gameplay, comparing it to the first day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking a lot better. It is safe to say. And it's good to see. It's good to see. You know, this year's EWC continues to be competitive, continues to be difficult to predict, which is kind of what we want. So if that's in the air, those Chinese teams, they got to watch out. Could get a little scary for them. But here in our game, it is GK really looking good. And they want to hit a quick finish. I think they're certainly capable of it after finding that first round. Gets up to 8 here. And they are in prime position for a very, very one-sided first map to kick things off. I'm going to open up again for 2. What a game this guy is having. Considering insane. We've not played that many rounds, he is really fragging out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, only 10 rounds, 16 kills. That's a 1.6 KD for this guy. On Execration, the team that we all favored coming out to this matchup. And now he puts one more into his name. A 17 skill. And Execration is just trying to play very aggressive versus him. They're trying to have some kind of aggressive gameplay, aggressive play style. And now the timeout is just being called by Execration's coach. They need to rethink their strategies. And 8-3 is on the line for them. A 5v2. That chip is very low HP, but Pime is just on the bridge. Just falls to Justin. Immediately just wipes him out and takes his head off. Folix trying to start to reclaim this area, but look at the crazy angle from that chip. He had no HP to work out with, and now the 5v2 is down into a 3-on-2, and Folix is just moving forward, trying to get the kill. Doctuan and Kimbom each for a piece, and now a timeout for Execration.
Yeah, it might be one of those situations though, man. Too little, too late. You know, they're so far ahead of you. We do not have a lot of room left on this particular map for the side of Execration. Very, very scary indeed. And not quite what we were expecting. Maybe there would be a map in here taken away. I think it would have been competitive, though, to be honest, Penguin. I don't know about a one-sided affair like this.
Yeah.
So we'll see if there is some room, some comeback in the bottle for the side of Execration. This time I'm going to have to really do well, as GK now within touching distance of taking map 1.
Yeah, 2 rounds away of getting this first map. The map by their own pick, which is Ankara. Yes, I said that they need to avoid Ankara Black Widow, but I didn't know that these guys can just pull these rounds. I'm primed to have one of his best games, I would say. Getting 17 kills on 10 rounds is not a thing that you usually see every day. Just Prime is putting a Gokin over there and trying to beat the star for his teammates. Yes, he did. And they're just only 2 rounds away. They're going to be going on to the others pick, which is going to be New Compound. I think if Prime is just having such a good game, probably Execration is going to be having this in their heads and probably going to be with some shots. So I would wish that we see a better gameplay coming out from Execration, because that's the competition is. However, GK just, if they won, they truly deserve it this win.
Oh. Oh, that chip. Lucky to be alive there. Yotib was kind of on the angle, just not quite confident enough to take it. Quick moving round here from Geekay after the timeout, looking to catch them off with some speed. Simple flash comes in. They'll go bounding in towards B here, up the ramp. MVA on the corner. They're looking to deal with him, though, but it's the easier said task than done. CBN also on that crossfire looking good. They've held them off pretty effectively, so going to need a hero to step up if they are to take this round now. And it has to be Botq. He's the only one that remains. He is dealt with. Execration with a nice find.
Yeah, after the timeout, winning the round just gives you a momentum boost. And this is exactly what you need to... After having a very checky rounds, yes, you might have said it. It's kind of a little too late to have the tag timeout, but it's never real late to come back into such games. And now it's 8-4, down to 4 rounds only difference after being 5. Slowly but surely they can creep back and crawl back the way into the draw, or probably just get the round. We've seen a couple of comebacks actually. 9-5 EP versus Vitality to 9-9. We've seen 9-6 or 9-5 Rock versus Navi to 9-9. These rounds, these kills, all what matters in such comebacks. So Execrations, their chances are there, but Geekay, they look stronger across the whole map. Slow gameplay still coming out from them. They are completely respecting Execration, which is I like how Geekay is just trying to play all together as a unit. This is a thing that you would expect from a team wants to move forward to the next step and don't want to be going home early and their keys to get crushed.
Contacting in towards B here, trying it once again. Didn't work for them in the previous round, but looking for a different avenue. And there's actually a lot of room over here. Much more than last time. Great crossfire in the previous round, but not in this one. So it looks like it's probably just going to be a flat retake coming through for the Execration side. Tone's caught off, and he gets the 180. Still going. MVA does manage to take him down, but still solid advantage and a lot of deep control taken as well as those kills. So it's going to be a lot of regaining ground for Execration here. That chip is in behind. It looks absolutely perfect, doesn't it? Forlex goes down, and he'll be looking to be a nuisance. Is he coming for you? Is he dropping back? You know, he's really caught the attention of MVA and Justin. Not looking good, MVA, the only one. He's tied down, and that chip will take him. Great round from Geekay and a fantastic response after the previous. Really, really well found.
Yeah, I mean, that chip was very smart on this round. He's just waiting for this guy to go in the underpass, and then suddenly just puts him to the ground. And now Geekay, they have 5 rounds to close the series. Each one would matter the most, and Execration just will give them no room any longer. They're pushing along. Triple nades, 4 nades, and Kimbom might have got so far, but he lives this push, and now it is a 5v5 still. Not big damage, just CBN took a little bit of damage by the nades. And all of the Execration's players just fold from their side, and look at GKG just decided that, okay guys, you took it long, we're going to be trying to retake the site, or we're going to be doing some kind of adaptive gameplay, probably take hotel, go through underpass, but we're not going to be fighting you. We know that you need the skills, but we're not going to be getting you those. And now, Geekay, they're back on the foot. They are gathering. C4 is ready. Botq is being spotted. And the retake onto his side. Only Folix on the tunnels, just swinging to get the info needed. And now it is going to be worrying for him if he gets caught.
A little bit of damage done to the Execration boys here, but nothing too substantial. Folix got to be careful. He's moving into them, and he will go down. Tried to grab some info, find the timing, but he will be caught off, and it could be a big catch. There's a smoke in the way now, and the Tracers taken down. Datchip with a really big find. 5 on 3. MVA on the back side misses his chance. And Pine's been gifted. Still misses the shot, though. Oh, man, will eventually go down. MVA's done well, but it just takes too much work. He gets traded, and they don't have that kind of time. They don't have that kind of space now. 4 on 2. Just Yotib now remaining, and Geekay, it looks like they are going to take it here. Ankara in the bag. Unless Yotib can pull out something incredible, he does get the first, but he's so very low. Not going to happen for anything more, and Ankara goes the way of Geekay in pretty one-sided fashion here, Penguin. What a surprise.
This is exactly what I wanted to mention. It's not only a win by Geekay, it's a storm. It's a one-sided game, and the guys that we all underestimated, they're coming here as the favorite on the next map. Yes, Ankara was their own map pick, but do we expect Execration not to have any fights coming out to this game? Of course not. And Geekay just shows us a good gameplay. Pime, this guy is just out of his mind, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Been having a great map there. It blows the series wide open now. I think there's so many options for this Geekay side. They've got 2 more maps to play with and looking really, really comfortable after that one.
Yeah, I feel like Execration just looked a little bit lackluster in the end, and Geekay took full advantage of that, and Execration going to have to wake up, otherwise they will be executed, really, from this tournament. You're going to be taken out very quickly, and Geekay may be the ones who will put them to bed. But, as you mentioned, going into map 2, it's going to be a different pick. It's going to be who is going to be focusing on it, and then if we get to the third, Black Widow could be very interesting. And again, I hope we do get to the third, but with what I've just seen, it's tough to believe that Execration have what it takes, because at the moment, Geekay just seem to be on top here, Script.
Yeah, a fantastic showing from them. The energy felt high. Didn't quite catch everything yesterday because we were, working on our own games, but it definitely felt like they had quite a good outlook and really feeling themselves after getting a few wins. It maybe took a bit of time, but certainly after the half switch to that Blacklist side, they really felt like they were in control of a lot of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the switch is acceptable, honestly. After the switch, Geekay dominated. Yes, this is a thing that I guess Execration gonna accept it. Yes, they switched to Blacklist side and they dominated on the Blacklist side. This is quite normal. What's not normal that we are on our Blacklist side, we haven't got except 3 rounds on Ankara. This is the thing that they're gonna be looking for, because if you don't have that much strat-wise, if you don't have the strat book for you to execute on Ankara, then you need to get rid of this map. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very tough for you.
And we heard from the content piece we had prior as well. This is the first international tournament for Execration.
Yeah.
Do we think that plays a part in it, where, maybe
of course, yeah.
there's nerves, there's just a situation where they haven't experienced as much as some of the other players have?
Well, I mean, that's it. Like, when you're on a stage like this, you have to... you need experience to get experience, I think is the phrase, right? And it's a little bit tough.
Exactly.
You can't necessarily go to other teams and be like, how do I deal with being down 6-3 and, how does that feel? And it's different for everyone. Yeah, you really have to know. You have to be in the moment, I think.
Yeah, you need to feel the moment. You need to live the moment. You need to have it on the stage, because otherwise you're not going to be having so much experience in such games. So I guess... Execration, that's experience plus for them, but we need to see more from them, because 10-4, that's not what we're expecting. 10-6, 10-7, it's okay.
Yeah, a lot of players struggling statistically as well, not able to get as much damage on the board you would expect in that game as well. And I think that, today it's very different from yesterday. The venue is a lot louder. Other games here at the Esports World Cup have started to arrive, whereas yesterday it was a little bit more quiet. It was a little bit more comfortable, but now you start to hear everything echoing and booming through the arena. They're going to have to change something. Otherwise, they may find themselves going home, because at the moment it is Geekay who are on top, and we'll have to see whether that happens going into map 2. Can they close it out in 2, or will we go to a map 3? We'll find out after this.
We book eSports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, everyone, to Geekay versus Execration here at CROSSFIRE eSports World Cup 2026. Geekay have the lead after map 1. We'll have to see whether they can close this out in the second or if Execration can come back with their map pick now. Hopes are high, I'm sure, for us on the desk. We want to see Execration do something here in this second one. That being said, Geekay just looked like the dominant force in that first Penguin.
I mean, yeah, they look so good, especially on the global side. Pime, this guy just run the whole map and he had like 18, 19 kills and just 14, 12 rounds game, I guess. So I think if they need to win this game, they need to avoid this guy. This guy's going to be definitely on A side. He's the sniper, so they're going to be the guy who's guarding A side. You can try going B side, you can try going big, mini, try to go through mid, try to push him out, and try to do something else than just pushing versus him, because this guy's good on getting these kills. And I believe that Execration, they should show us something, because on Kara they haven't showed anything. So if they picked new compound, that definitely have something on this trap book.
That being said, the other way is you just all rush the sniper, right? If you could avoid him, but then maybe you're just giving too much space. If all of you go with the sniper, he can't get all of you, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Surely.
I suppose. You've got to
maybe I should be a coach.
Maybe.
I think we're onto something.
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds good.
We'll have to see, because I do think Execration, they just lacked like a plan C. I don't know. It felt like they tried a couple of things, didn't really go their way, and then they move into the next round and they just look lackluster. So I'm hoping that now it's their pick. They should have something else. You would have thought?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe you should be an analyst as well. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. No, I think that hit.
Yeah, I'll come on this way. I'll come on this way. No,
I think that hit the nail on the head, honestly. Like, they did really seem to lack, you know, some kind of a plan C for sure. The initial idea didn't quite work. They maybe had, you know, some execute to fall back on, but yeah, they just couldn't get off the ground. And I think that was a really big problem the whole way through.
A big problem that they're going to have to figure out now going into map 2. Otherwise, Geekay will be moving on. Remember, this is not a qualification match. It is an elimination match. Loser is going to go home. Winner just moves on to the next round, where they will have to win that next one to be able to qualify into the top 8. It is always brutal when you are down in that lower bracket. We'll have to see who is going to be able to step up between these two squads. Penguin, what's your prediction for this one? Are we going to get a 2-0 in favor of Geekay or Execration coming back in?
Can I switch my prediction? I just mentioned that Execration just can get this win easily, but this is not the case for now. Probably this is not their day, but these guys, I mean, I will go for Geekay, I'm sorry. This time I switched.
Sometimes you got to switch though, right? Sometimes coming into it, you have your predictions, you have your favorites.
This is not correct at all,
Statistics can be there, but it's about how you play on the day. We'll have to see who's going to step up here in map number 2. Scriv, let's get into it.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to this one. Hoping, praying Execration can give us a game here. But Geekay, man, they look so sharp. Pime especially really could be difficult to deal with here coming into this. And we just don't rightly know what to expect. I think Execration, I would have gone with the map that you got the most experience with so far. The like recent experience, at least, in Black Widow. And maybe we'll see if we get a chance to speak to them on the way out. We could potentially mention that. But for now, it's new compound. And for now, it is Execration battling to stay alive, starting off on this blacklist side.
Yeah, and now GK on the global side, we are seeing only one sniper. It's Pime, and it's rarely you would see one sniper setup coming out from the defense on new compound, because usually you would love to have the variety of having two. But look at that, they are replacing the sniper with 2 players on B side. It's a stack around Big and Min, and Bukyu just swings. Takes Justin out while he's taking the trigger of his nade and gets him out of the picture very early on. 1 minute 25 seconds is all they got is big. They haven't even got into mini. They haven't even went and executed into the side, while GK are still keen on just stacking this beside. A good call, honestly, in my opinion. If you look at this, look at that one. He's just pushing through along. Geekay might catch Folix off guard, but Folix is just ready. Gets the kill and reminds them that this is not a marathon to run at. And Folix is just good on such holding these corners. And yet, after that, the smokes to mid, the rotation to beside, the end is going to be onto the stack.
Yeah, it could be dangerous. Could certainly be dangerous. The numbers of the defense not looking too bad. There's not loads of time as well. GK really got to play this well. CBN, he goes down early. Oh man, that chip doing well though. In from the corner, flying with the pistol. And they are looking strong once again. Folex does manage to take down that chip, but at what cost, right? He's the only one left. It's so much HP as well for that. And he will indeed fall. GK open up very, very well here, Penguin.
Yeah.
A great round, almost flawless. Not quite, but very, very dominant all the same.
Yeah, and I like the way how GK just pushed the information, because they tried to get the info and intel from Elong. Yes, he fall to Folex, but still they committed to the stack and they trust their feelings, and they paid off. GK 1 on the board, 9 more to go, and the Execration are just pushed to the edge, just going to this map. Might be their last, might be their start of the reverse sweep. And Justin just replies immediately with a kill on that chip. A good swing, got kill, and now the numbers advantage is going to Execration. And CBN, this guy, we've seen a very good rounds from him, but the inconsistency from his plays is just the thing that we would be talking about. Sometimes we've seen a very, very good aggressive plays from him, and sometimes he's just falling early without any single kill on his side.
Oh, Kimbom, a lot of damage that he takes there. So not looking too good as GK kind of defied the odds in the previous, looking to do that once again. Execration set up outside of B as they look to try and take a hit here if they potentially can. And indeed they will go for the execute. So looking to improve based on what they hit in the last round. It didn't work for them. They'll do it again. Kimbom comes in at a good spot, manages to find 2. Botku backing him up as well. As once again, GK are holding really, really cleanly here. Over on B, playing in the servers, making it difficult. Botku looking clean. Yotib the only one left. I think he knows his days are indeed numbered. Hoping for a flank, a free kill maybe, but it's not coming. C4 at the feet of this GR side. Yotib trying to play around, just a cheeky little corner angle. He's been spotted, he gets double swung, and he gets taken down. GK, 2 in a row now.
Yeah, they're looking strong, and Execration, if they need to change the thing, I mean, the attack timeout needs to be a bit, let's say a bit, needs to be way, way more early on. Not an 8-3 attack timeout, just what we've seen from the first game. So I believe that Execration are only 1 or 2 rounds away from that, and they need to show us a thing. And exactly how I was talking about the attack timeout, and it is here. They finally fixed that. And look at this. A stack onto a side this time. The switch between strategies from GK is just insane. They know that now Execration, they had their numbers advantage on the last round. They tried B-side and yet they failed. So B-side is not the thing for them. So they are switching their gameplay. We're not going to be stacking B-side again because you guys can't push B-side. We're going to be stacking A-side with 3 players. Prime is one of them. And this is a thing that you will be worried. He's 0 on 0 now. He haven't got any kill. He haven't done any damage. But definitely can be tested now, and just by that, Execration switches to B-side, which is the side that it's held only by one player because Bocute is leaving to City.
Yeah. Could get a little scary here. We do have Ductron pushing through. Gathering information. So a bolster up towards B once again. They feel confident for it. Thatchup and Bocute in on the servers themselves. And then we have Pime holding out here with the sniper. Just below that minute mark, they're looking to make a move once again, hoping it will work a third time in a row, but we shall see. Certainly questioning the logic at this stage. Some change-ups. Thatchip gets one, his teammate gets caught off. It's Bocute at the back end. Overconfident, does go down. Rotations are here, but it's all going to be on Ductron. He can't get it done, and they will finally break through onto that B site.
You know what's went wrong for Execration this round? The tag timeout that they took, because now they are 1-2, and they lost their tag timeout on the first 3 rounds. That means that they will have to compromise and adapt for the rest of the rounds. But yeah, this can make them crawl back their way, and this can make them way better in the upcoming games. 2-1 in favor of Geekay. It's not the end of the world, and it is not the end of this half, but they are looking very strong. I mean, as a Geekay player now, what you're gonna be changing? I guess all they need to do is just try to not overthink too much, because they've been doing so good on these stacks on B side. They thought that maybe this time it's not gonna be a push into B side, because you guys pushed 2 times and you failed, but yet that commitment from Execration just paid off. They went to B side, nobody was there except one player, and the rotations were not fast enough, and they won and got the round. This is the commitment that you would need to see from them, and they are about to get into the game again and to see how change they're gonna be doing, because Execration, they definitely have something on their minds going on right now.
Very important to figure it out early. We are back into the action. Geekay. And I feel the tension, I think, after a timeout like that. Execration not messing around on this map. Maybe had a feeling the Ankara would be a tough one for them, but they need to make sure that they get the new compound in the bag for their tournament life. But also, I think they know that they are capable of taking it here. That would be kind of the more annoying thing, that they're very confident in their new compound. We'll see what the timeout does for them. Whether they do have the ability to bounce back.
Yeah. Bouncing back is where Execration needs to be. And I mean, the guys are now still committing to this side. I like it, because it's probably easy for them. They are dodging this man, Pime, on his side, but look at this sneaky angle. He might get one, he might get second, but no. Folix just swings to get the kill, and the smoke's instantly gonna be thrown to stop the play, but Bocute just changes his mind. That's why we're gonna see Execration just committing to the side, but Pime just called it. Don't smoke, I'm gonna cut him off while pushing the side, and finally we are seeing this guy getting his first kill after leaving the side. A side is being quiet, so he goes to B side to get the kills.
Yo, Tib. Oh, eats that nade. And they will finish him off for good measure. So Geekay answer back immediately. That's after the timeout as well. So got to feel weird for Execration. Couple steps behind and unable as they continually hit this B site. And I've seen a couple games like this before on Compound, a new Compound. You know, it really is the B bomb site simulator at times for certain teams.
Yeah, if you watch it, the A stream Vitality yesterday versus EP, they just played like 4 or 5 rounds in a row into B side.
Yeah.
And they just stream rolled him and into a 10-3 win. So probably we're going to be seeing this again, because look at Execration. They're just stacking also B pillars, but they're playing a bit passive now. C4 is dropped that means that it is only for the controls. And now, again, GK just played their minds. Just overthink this round. They switch into an A-side stack. Probably an A-long stack. I don't want to say an A-side stack because it's an A-long stack to get things in the head. And also Execration, they haven't changed anything. They didn't switch their playstyle, they didn't switch their positions. All they did is just change their tempo. They're just a bit slower now into taking this B-side, but still C4 is dropped, the control is ready, and again, one more time on B-side. Probably this is a fake. Take the C4, go to A-side. This is we going to know in a while.
That's it. First line of defense gets flashed. Still alive though. It's Bokyu spams through. Oh man, following the noise, following the info. He's able to find 2 on that smoke spam. 5 versus 3 now ensuing. Looks really quite good for GK. And Execration dropping back. Giving it up. And not looking good. Barrel spotted. 4 legs. Doesn't go down though. Pine missing out. Somehow. He'll be regretting that one, but all the same, still looks pretty good. 40 seconds left and no options for this Blacklist side. What are they doing? They're trying for a different avenue in towards B, but GK are ready for that. Just does not look good here. Does not look doable. Tuan with a key find. Yotub and Justin with all the work to do, and 20 seconds in which to do it. It's not a lot. Not a lot at all. So one overlooked angle should be the end of this one, and there it is. Kimbum drops that C4, and Pine backs him up. GK not losing a single player there. Starting to really pick up momentum here, Penguin.
Yeah, I mean, the tag timeout is already gone. You don't have anything to do.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah, you just need to compromise. You need to just try to find a way into these defenses. Need to change your play style, just try to play aggressive. It's already lost for you. I'm not talking about the game, but the rounds. Just try to change anything. Probably a change is gonna make you see different results than just playing the same exact way than having this. So I believe that GK right now are happy with the slow play style that's coming out from Execration. And they want them to continue to throw. And talking about that, Pime just finds 2 Folix and NBA, just both of them to fall. I guess he got both on in the smoke. And this is exactly what we need from this guy. And Bokyu just kills one more and another flawless round. No, just Yotep gets Bokyu. And he got immediately traded by Pime. And this guy is activated. That's why we've seen a 4 rounds in B-side. Because if you go to E-side, you have to go through this guy. And it is not good for you. And this is exactly what is needed. Well played by GK, well played by Pime. And now it is time for GK to change the pace. Hopefully, they're going to be starting to play a bit faster, try to find these trades. And even though they failed, they are already far behind, 5 rounds away from getting eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah, this is really quite scary now. GK looking absolutely fantastic. Hoping to keep it up. Starting slow. As Execration really just desperate for a round, desperate to stay in contention. The longer this goes on, the more GK-sided it gets, of course, the harder it's going to be to come back. That much is evident. Advanced position deep into A as well. A lot of info for this GK side of things. They feel pretty comfortable with their setup. And everything seems to be working for them, right? Why not try and take a few liberties and play things nice and aggressive?
Yeah. And now, Execration is still, they're on the foot, playing a bit slowly. Look at Pime, he's just trying to get aggressive in the smoke again. And this guy is just trying to play, trying to get in their heads, under the skins, and to be annoying as hell for them. And look at that push onto B-side. Okay, we're gonna be dodging Pime, we're gonna be going into B-side, but look at this. Bokyu can be ready, the pre-fires can be paying off, the smokes are ready, nades are okay. Dachib is already having a big lurk behind him. Yotib is nowhere to find that kill, and now he gets one. They are going into his side. Justin and gets the double. Pimes replies with another double, and it's another round to fall for Execration. And I still want to remind everybody's watching that there are no tag pauses. They already took it on the first 3 rounds. This is the biggest mistake they might be ever made.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
You might be right. Honestly, I think it certainly is a big mistake. They will be regretting it as these rounds start getting away from them. You know, they have to pick things up on the fly. But we're going to find out if they are able to bounce back. Just give themselves a few more rounds, though, to soften the blow, right? And not leave it all down to that GR side for your tournament life. That chip, though, in for the double as he gets aggressive. Try swinging, looking good while doing so. Kimbom on the shotgun. How are they getting away with this? I mean, I don't know. I don't see it. Execration not giving us anything right now.
Yeah, man. They changed the pace. I can't say anything else. And it still didn't work out for them. A 2v5, Kimbom just the only one that got some damage. But still, the damage is done onto the Execration's roster, and they might be falling shortly. We might be seeing an 8-1. We might be seeing a 7-2. Definitely we're going to be seeing at least a 7-2 because this round is no way they can pull it back. Yotib is not having his best days. But still, we don't want to be harsh on the guys. We don't want to be harsh on the boys. This is their first international stage. I remember the first international stage for me, I just lost all the 3 games. It was a group stage. It just got destroyed by every team. It was a Vietnamese team. It was a Chinese team. It was a Brazilian team. I played the first seed of every region and they got destroyed. Probably got like 10 rounds in 3 games.
Yeah.
So it's just...
That sounds a little unfair.
That was back in the days of 2021. So...
Sure.
I was saying to myself and to my teammates, that's for the experience. So if this for the experience, Execration should play pressure-free. They're going to be here again and again if they continue the grind.
Yeah, and as we know, I mean, it's their first outing, right? Like, it really can be difficult when things don't go your way. I mean, that's quick from Yotib.
Yeah.
He'll take that for 1, but he's going to need a few more to go along with that. Not going to be the case. Geekay moving up to 7, so they are really looking at a nigh-on flawless first half here. You see some long faces.
Yeah.
What can you do? I don't think they have an answer for that. That's the problem here. That's why it remains so one-sided. And the rounds are not even like coming close now. You know, sometimes you get a game, it's like, damn, they lost that clutch. Damn, they maybe had like a 4v3 lead and they let it slip. Here it's just like domination. So the scoreline paints the full picture. You don't need the nuance. You don't need the ins and outs. They are indeed getting picked apart. Missed shot. Pine with a rare one. Lot of flashes going in, though. That's going to slow them down. They are unthwarted in towards A, trying to mix it up. A different bomb site than usual. And, well, it's going successfully. Maybe they should have been hitting A little earlier on. There's a flank that comes round. Bokyu eats some nades. He's going to take one with him. He's able to drop back. That chip's also found 1. We're 5 versus 2 here. I mean, if they're able to get this done, it would be absolutely insane. Not looking likely, however. All going to be on to Datchip. He's down to the pistol as well. Not got time to pull off a reload. Let's take CBN. Swap back to the HK. Attempting to get back in here. Not loads of time left on the C4, though. I think that's what they'll be looking to play. Execration.
No way.
He's got to move fast to find this final kill. Looking for it in the corner. Not quite able. It's damn close.
Yeah,
but it's Execration for the second.
Almost the one before. And, man, I mean, you said that you should have hit Isal more early. And also, I want to add to it and kill Pime immediately before getting anybody. And this is exactly what they needed. But a 7-2 half on the global start from GK is completely a successful one. Yes, we know that sometimes you can get crushed on the global side, but I don't think GK is going to be choking all the rounds. And look at that Execration just ready for this. They want to play aggressive. Justin might fall, but he gets the gotcha. Ducked one on the other side, just gets the kill. CBN is here to cover. A push from Felix might be a little bit aggressive from him, but still he brings it back onto a 3-on-3. I like how the guys are not afraid of anything. They're just pushing everywhere. They pushed mid, they pushed along, they pushed pillars. They did an absolute push throughout the entire map, and now they are rewarded with a 1-man advantage. Can they close the round? That's the question we're going to be knowing in 1 and 45 seconds. I mean, Kimbom and Bokyu are having good games. Talking about 8-3, 12-4. Of course, definitely Bokyu, and he's having also the C4. It's only Yotib on this side. If they can somehow dodge it and get into the side, I'll tell you that this is a round done for Execration because they will not be able to retake versus those two guys.
Is what you would assume. Yotib goes in. The shot is missed. There's the first step of your little prophecy. He's so lost. He's so lost. CBN the next one to fall.
That's exactly
what just finishes them off. You were so right. Absolutely perfect call coming in from Penguin. It's exactly how it pans out, and it's a key round just to shut down those hopes and dreams. It's 2 more required now for GK to send Execration home.
I mean, mentally Execration are at home now. I mean, if you talk about mental-wise, these guys already in the Philippines. Because that round should be yours. You've done a push, had a good trades, you did a very good absolute push, you did one of your aggressive rounds, you burned one of your aggressive rounds on the early rounds, and yet you haven't secured the round. Look at CBN, he's trying to get one more kill. Duck1 just doubles it down. This guy is having a very good game. Him and Bakyu, Kimbom is here to support. MVA is just trying to get another frag before falling back, but he decides that this is not his case. A 3-on-3 right now. However, Yotib is still alive. MBA is not having the best games. He's 2-on-10. Unlike Folix and Yotib, probably all of them is not having the best games. Look at Kimbang swing. That, can he get the second kill? But no. Only good for one, and big damage on Kimbang. They go through Elton. They want to be cutting MVA alive, but Yotib just gets Kimbang. A 1v2 Dachip. We've seen him on a 1v4 gets 3 kills. Now it's a bit easier for him to be there on side. He needs to find the MVA, the guy that he didn't have a good game, but he secures the kill anyway. 1 round on the board for Execration, 1 for the mental.
Yeah, I mean, gonna need a lot more. Going to need a lot more. I have to keep it real. You know, we don't want to build up too much hype just yet. They really do have a long road ahead to take us to that 3rd map of Black Widow. I'm sure in the back of their minds, they're kind of thinking, why didn't we just, you know, pick into that? We've got slight bit more to lean on. But perhaps what happened yesterday has gotten the better of their morale. At least for that map. Maybe for the tournament at large. Looking for the first kill here. GK on some open angles, but nobody getting aggressive. Nobody giving them the fights just yet. Trying to use the length here of the sniper in particular. Oh, there will be a little look coming in behind a smoke, but CBN, Justin, they're thinking about taking some fights down mid if they can. They've got to be very careful with how they play this here. Make sure not to go down in unceremonious fashion. There's a lot of Blacklist players on the other side, but they will opt instead to actually resmoke. I thought they were getting excited for a fight. Not going to be the case here.
Yeah, I mean, CBN, his full flash, and he dies without any fight, and Duct1 just doubles it down onto Justin. Yotib is the only guy to get the kill, but Folix is in a very good spot. Can he get one? Can he get two? No, he gets none. Duct1 just pushing with the USP, killing everybody and getting the numbers advantage for his teammates. Bakyu just eliminates Yotib, the only guy that got a kill on his teammates, and now MVA with the 4-on-10 needs to be the hero for his teammates to flip the round. We've seen a 1v4 turn it into a 1v1, but this one definitely not going to be. And GK are just so good when it comes to these pushes.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking fantastic. Certainly taking their time, but making sure to work out the rounds. Playing very well here. Thought for just a moment Execration might give us an extension of the game, but not going to be the case. We've got the nade stacks from both sides. In fact, that's a huge nade onto the Blacklist side. Their nades don't really find as much success, so it will be tough to keep a hold of things, given their low HP bars. We'll see if they can close it out here, but it's looking more and more likely for the game in general that GK are going to be taking things. MVA, though, he comes through, capitalizes on some of that damage. They will trade back onto CBN. Different area of aggression. Nonetheless, 4-on-4.
A 4-on-4, but look at that aggression play coming out from Execration on the B pillars. They're trying to find any angle. Trying to secure a kill, but yet to get any. Now, Execration, how they can change their play style to get 6 rounds in a row? That's the question. How they can do it? What do they have to make it? They might win this round, but after that, they need to get one after one, and Geekay needs to be falling one after one. But look at this push coming out from Geekay. All the players are here. They're ready to take this control. NBA is going to be tested in a very, very early time. And now he gets none, and Kimbam just eliminates him. The site is wide open. Pime is just trading. Folix is here to get double and keeps the dream alive, but he swings to his death. And the death named Bocute, and he needs to find one more kill into his name to secure the round. And look at Yotip, he's trying to be sneaky on these scoops, and now he gets it. And Execration are still here and ready to fight.
Yeah, feels good. Certainly feels good, but they have to keep it rolling here, of course. No room to breathe anymore. Just trying to use time in their favor, keep things rolling, and get this comeback going. Not quite off the ground just yet. If you can get me up to maybe 7 rounds, I'll get a little excited, but GK...
That's too much to ask, man. 7 rounds? Yeah, I mean...
They're not getting there?
I would say 5, maybe. That's max.
What? Okay, so like 5 that they get. I'm saying I get excited if they get 7 for like the comeback, you know what I mean?
Do you think they can make it?
No.
Okay.
I'm just doing my job, trying to like, you know. But no, I don't think they can. I don't think they can, unfortunately, based on what we've seen. Pime in a good spot. I like this. Oh, Boku looking to be alive. Pime going to get taken down as well. This could get interesting. As Execration in a pretty good spot now with the man advantage. Great flash comes round. Forlex needed a double out of him. There's still a trade down to just keep the numbers in favor of Execration. Boku very, very low, so it still looks quite good by my estimations. Big things out of that chip. That's how GK get this closed out here and now.
Yes, it still looks good, but MVH is going to make it way, way, way worse for Team GK now, because he's going to get that chip out of the hand, and now the tag timeout is just pulled by GK. A smart one. They don't want to be going to 10-7, probably. So they're just going to end it. They're trying to end it on the next round. Still think that Execration is just doing very good job on their first internationals. You cannot expect more from them. You cannot expect them just beating everybody on the first internationals, but if it is for the experience, I would say okay. And Boku now 17-on-7 with the C4 down and the dream just not to take this tag time out. CBN is just trying to be the bait, trying to be the fish for his teammates, and yes, he does and gets the kill. 9-5 is it? And the tag timeout is ready by GK. I think GK, what they need to do is just they need to play a bit slower, because I've seen Execration. They're trying to push so hard. They're trying to take the controls. They're going for the B pillars, mid push. Mid round, they do some crazy peek. And Pime just loses his life early on, so Pime can just stay on the back and do an MG, because MG usually he showed us that he's always the guy that's staying on the back, trying to get the rotators, trying to get the guys who are just switching sides. And this can be the change for them. After that, they can execute all together with their flashes, smokes, nades, and it's going to be successful because we've seen a very good execution from them. And probably Execration on the defense side, sometimes they're kind of unaware of where the push is going to be going, so they can catch them off guard, they can secure the round, they can secure the kills, and they can end the game on a 10-on-5.
It's smart though, I like it. You know, it's a good placement of the timeout.
Yeah.
And I think that that's very, very respectable. We have seen a couple of teams a little late with those timeouts, or, you know, trying to close a stable door after the horse has bolted, as the saying goes. So, you know, I think there's a lot of credit there to call it nice and early, nice and respectful. They know that Execration are going to be capable of the comeback. Let's get this job done. Let's not take any chances with this one.
Yeah, and we are seeing the players now talking with each other. They're probably having some ideas. What do you think? Where do we need to go? Do you see any mistakes, any gaps this is the best time for the players to talk, because sometimes I can see that there is a gap between a smoke and another, so we can get use of it, but it needs a lot of explanation, so you need some time, and this is the best time to do it. And GK, they're right back away on the game, and they want to be ending it. Now they went for the slow B long control. They want to be checking if Execration is going to be having another aggressive round, and if not, they will need to be the guys who are doing things on this map, on the blacklist side, on the map picks by Execration, because Execration or the team that picked this map, probably maybe they have a good GR side. I would love to see, but on a 9-5, it's gonna be very tough to take another 4 rounds from GK, because probably it's not because GK is very strong, but probably Execration gonna be falling to one of these mistakes early on. Until now, they are all on the foot. Nobody just overstepped from Execration, and this is exactly what GK wanted to secure first. Now we're going to be seeing the change that they did on the tag pause.
Yotib holding patiently. Big opportunity here. Does manage to get one. Ready for a bit more as well. He's able to drop back. Really, really, really well calculated here. Yotib holding once again for a little more of the same. The nade's going to start rolling in this time around. There's a lot of bodies here, though, for the GR side. Yotib looking good as he keeps them coming. 3 for him so far. He knows there's probably a flank brewing, but it's not really going to be a flank because they're pulling the bomb out. They're trying to hit B here. Time is unknown. Can he get anything done? No, he can't. CBM gets the drop on him. It's all on Datchip. 1 versus 3 to secure this game. MVA might just have spotted him there and does indeed take him down. So now we are getting kind of dicey within 3 rounds and looking good while doing so. You starting to believe yet, Penguin, or still think it's going to finish?
No, I'm going to believe. Okay, it might finish. It might finish, but it might go to 9-7 probably. But
yeah.
I mean, 9-6 curse. We've seen it today. Navi versus CROSSFIRE, and then they come back. Navi just did a miraculous comeback and showed us an overtime after a 9-6. And now Execration, they are in the global side, so they can make it. And they're playing the same way. They don't need to change anything. GK just tested few strategies and didn't work out very well for them. And the question is, what does these guys have for the next rounds?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's a fair question. Can they keep things fresh? GK also running out of ideas here. I suppose we're going to find out. This was kind of the marker. This was the moment that I said things might fully swap in terms of who our favorite team becomes. GK looking to close it out here and now. Edging towards that B-bomb site if they can. Slow contact in. MVA playing info, and he will spot out one. Gets himself a smoke down. They will go barreling through it, though. They are unfettered. The flash is coming over the top as well. They're not wasting any time getting into the site itself, but MVA is here to hold and here to succeed. Down to just Pime, and he takes him too. Not quite the ace, but close enough on 4. 9-7.
9-7.
Here we go.
This guy's coming from future, man. This guy's just seen it all. Who's gonna win?
I don't know. I think we might go to a third. It does have the smell of overtime, you know.
It's just gonna be hurting so much if just after all of this an Execration just falls.
I know. No, that is also true. But this is good. They're leaving a part of themselves here.
Yeah.
You know, they're not just checking out after a heartbreaking first map into this year's EWC. They are looking to really take it as far as they can. But is it far enough? Is it far enough? Yotib here, trying on the edge of the smoke, not quite able.
Justin? Look at that, Justin is just pushing right away on GK, and he might just get the kills, but that one is just here to swing and get the kill. Oh my god, man, that looked scary for a moment. And now GK, they have 1-man lead. Can they capitalize on that and just secure and close the game? or they're gonna be a chokers from the side, especially that GK still. The other guys, I know that Bokyo, Kimbam, Ductwan, Datchip, Pime, they went through multiple lands, multiple tournaments, but still they don't have that much experience. They're probably gonna be pressured. They still having playing for GK, which is fighting also for the camp championship, not winning it, but for the placement. So now, how are we gonna be seeing it? MVA just sees them around. Probably it's only a fake for them to swing through beside, and now all the smokes are gone. The push is coming. That chip here for to trade 1-for-1, and the A side is fully exposed from Team GK. This flash cam might slow them down a bit, but Leo Team just gets the first kill. Can he get the second? He's spamming crouch. Duct1 is here for you, and the third for him on the round, and GK are about to close the map.
It looks that way, doesn't it? We'll see, though. MVA and CBN, they're here pretty quickly, trying to catch them. A missed shot as well. Pime gets the nade out. That's going to buy a lot of time to close the gap, but it's Ductuan who's done so much work. Closes it out. A beautiful round from him, and GK will indeed be staying alive on their feet, feeling good. Execration, unfortunately eliminated. Our first one here on the B stream, but they gave it their best try there on the comeback. I think ultimately, to be real, 75% of that series, they just weren't quite in it enough to really make us believe that they were deserving of staying at EWC.
I mean,
2026.
You've called it 10-7 and you got it. And still, I still think this is a more heartbreak loss for them than 10-3, 10-4. We just say, okay, it's not our day, but just going this far and still not going to end this, the map is just going to be breaking them apart. But still, Execration, that's their first international stage appearance. I would say it's a successful one.
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement. I think that they've performed very, very well. They've left a little bit of themselves in each series, but there's a lot that needs improving on, I think that is safe to say. But, you know, happy faces here across the board.
Well, Scriv said he was going to get excited at 7, and it's like they just wanted to give him a little bit of hope. They wanted to pump some energy back into us, and that's exactly what we saw. It was a late fight back. It was the what if. Maybe we could go to overtime, and in the end, GK still able to overturn and still able to be the successors here with a 2-0 victory. And it will mean we get our first key crushed over towards this B stage as well. Sadly, Execration will not be able to put that key in the trophy, and instead it will be destroyed right in front of our very eyes. As for GK, they will continue to march on. They set up a date with Vitality in the lower bracket to try and get their qualification to the top 8. And with the Vitality booth right next to us, I won't ask you guys who you think is going to win that one. I don't want to put any pressure on you. You never know who's listening for this one. Let's look back at the highlights. I mean, it looked a little bit dicey towards the end, but it was early domination here from GK.
Yeah, I mean, they started very strong. They had everything on the line. They had a very good global rounds, 7-2. And then suddenly we switched. We might have called it that it might be another 7-2, but this time in the favor of Execration. But then Bokute and Duct1 just tried to finish the game. I mean, GK had everything on the line. They had good good stat book, because I would say that they changed few strategies on their defense side. It is the defense side what made them win this game. 7-2 win on a side, that definitely makes you an easier, going to the second half, easier strategies. You don't want to be burning everything. You don't want to be trying to be so pressured. But I've seen GK choking a bit on the early rounds and then pushing this choke into the late rounds, but then in the end they closed the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we call the hair effect in competition. You know, the team that is like very, very far ahead takes their eye off the ball a little. I'm sure we've all seen it plenty of times in a game like CROSSFIRE. And ultimately as well, in CROSSFIRE, it's very, very hard, I think, to fully zap a team's momentum. So if they can get 4 or 5 rounds in a row and then you win one, they can still come back. They can still very, very quickly respond. So you have to be really, really careful. And I think GK, something to watch for future matchups for sure, is just how close that came. You know, really, really dangerous.
Well, you spoke of the hair effect. Someone on the main stage with a lot of hair, Parlin. Who have you got chatting to on the side of GK?
I'm here with Bayam. Just excited to hear from you with the win from GK. Talk to me about the bounce back after that tough opening matchup yesterday.
Ngày hôm nay mình đã quay trở lại đường đua sau cái trận thua ngày hôm qua. Hiện tại mình cảm thấy như thế nào?
Bọn em cảm thấy rất là vui thôi, chứ cũng không có gì.
We absolutely very thrilled to finally bounce back from the yesterday match.
Well, you definitely didn't have the greatest EWC in 2025. How does the team feel now that you've got a win under your belt in this tournament?
Năm ngoái á, thì mình đã chưa có kết quả tốt lắm ở cái EWC năm 2025. Thì hiện tại bây giờ với kết quả như thế này thì mình cảm thấy sao?
Bọn em cũng cảm thấy bình thường thôi, tại vì mục tiêu bọn em đặt ra là vào vòng trong, cho nên là em thấy cũng khi nào vào vòng trong đi rồi mới thấy là tốt.
So our goal for this year was to advance more into the playoff. So right now we are not really happy, like satisfied with ourselves. Yes, we will have to get to more. We have to be more.
So how important is this matchup against Vitality tomorrow? That's that qualification match, a chance to go to the playoffs. Are you feeling confident about this?
Thì ngày mai mình sẽ đấu một trận nữa và mình sẽ đi vào cái mục tiêu của mình, đó chính là vào vòng loại thẳng. Thì mình có cảm thấy là mình tự tin không?
Thi đấu thì bọn em lúc nào cũng tự tin rồi, cho nên là nói chung là bọn em cũng sẽ cố gắng hết sức cho trận đấu ngày mai.
We definitely very confident in ourselves and we will try our best to give the best performance tomorrow.
Well, we'll see a little bit more from GK tomorrow, but back to you, Dan, on the desk.
Thank you so much, Balin. Yeah, I think that's important that, yes, you've been able to do step one, but of course step two is about qualifying, getting into that top 8, setting realistic expectations and knowing that if you don't reach that top 8, that perhaps you've underperformed. So a really interesting interview. Great to hear that from the GK players as well. And I'm excited to see what they can do tomorrow against Vitality, because that will be their next opponent. It's not an easy one, especially I know there's a lot of teams in this lower bracket who are going to be gunning to try and get that top 8 spot. And we'll have to see whether GK can do it. But it means that on the other side, we get our first key crushed here on the B side, which is always a sad thing. It's a unique thing for the Esports World Cup. Of course, if you've never watched the Esports World Cup, every single team has a key. And if you're eliminated from the competition, that key, it gets destroyed. It gets crushed. Have you seen a key crushing live before, Scriv?
I've not seen one live. I've not seen one live.
Same.
Oh, what a treat for you both when we get to see one. It's I remember when I saw my first key crush back in my day, it was scary because if you're there actually next to the crusher, so loud.
Really?
It's as loud as a gunshot, and it does make you jump a little bit. But we'll get that a little bit later when it does happen. For now, though, I mean, it's disappointing for Execration. I think they would have hoped that they could also have got to the top 8. But for their first ever attempt at international competition, surely there's some takeaways they could be proud of here.
Yeah, no, I certainly think so. They were in a really good position against, some big legends on Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And a lot... Unfortunately, they won't see it now, but a lot to learn from. There's been some difficult moments, there's been some comebacks, and in a way, that's where maybe you forge like the best lessons. So yeah, I think they can definitely be happy in maybe a few days' time once they get home.
I mean, good experience for them, of course. The guys are very young if you look at them, and I think it's gonna be very good for them for their competition.
Well, we can now have the live scenes of the Key Crush. It's, I said I like eliminating teams, and maybe this is why, because this is my favorite part, getting to see the Key crushed. And GK are able to do the honors of it as well, getting to crush their opposition's Key. And it is a big responsibility, Scriv. Maybe one day we'll get you to crush a Key. How do you feel about that?
If I'm lucky. I'm never going to be good enough at any video games to do it like this. I'll tell you that for free. But yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of fun, and certainly I think just adds an extra element. I mean, you can really see it like
the
moving.
whole camera was shaking.
It's not an easy key to get through, and I think that does sum it up in a little way that GK have had a tougher run to indeed get a key victory here today. But certainly, I think with the key being crushed, it's got to be an extra little cherry on top of the victory.
It's also rubbing salt in the wounds a little bit as well, Penguin, that, you had that key and it just gets eliminated in GK.
He's so happy, man.
Celebrating. I would be too. I mean, it means that his key wasn't crushed, right?
Yeah.
They live to fight another day. They don't have to have their key crushed, and they will still be competing tomorrow to try and find a spot in the top 8 of playoffs. But whether they can get past Vitality, that is another question. And as I mentioned, Vitality's booth is right there next to me, so I'm going to say Vitality are the favorites for that one. Otherwise, you never really know. They might come for me. It's going to be a bit scary. If you had to give me a prediction, who do you think? Vitality or GK?
Oh, good question. I would probably, say GK. Just we've seen some pretty.
Say it quietly.
We've seen some pretty good individuals. No, but I think they do look sharp. We've also not, at least personally, I've not caught a lot of the Team Vitality side. I know there's a lot of expectations for them. Again, given the venue, given where we are. I think it could be close, though. I think it could be close, but it does feel like, you know, those West League teams can sometimes struggle.
No doubt, Vitality.
Okay.
Just gonna be Vitality.
He knows. He knows. He's a wise man. They were listening.
I'm the one on the street.
He's in the firing line. They can see him. All right. Well, that is going to be us done for the third series. We still have one more, though. Plenty more Crossfire action to come. And we're going to see Anubis on our screens for the first time this tournament. They are going to be competing against Vicious. So that will be the series coming up next. So if you are fans of either of the teams or if you're fans of Crossfire, you are not going to want to miss it. So go take a break. When we're back, we have Anubis versus Vicious. Welcome back, everyone, to CROSSFIRE at EWC 2026. I hope you are refreshed because we have a brand new spanking series coming your way. Dan Gaskin here, alongside both Paladin and Scriv now, as we switch things up on the desk, ready for our last series. And we've got Anubis versus Vicious. We haven't seen Anubis yet on our stage, and I'm interested to see how Vicious do as well. Two teams who will be desperate to get to that next spot in this bracket, because as a reminder, this is another elimination game. Winning this does not guarantee you qualification either. Instead, it is just about trying to progress through that bracket. Kick us off, Scriv. What are you thinking about this matchup, first and foremost?
Yeah, well, I think it is going to be tough. We have Anubis, with a difficult situation yesterday, let's just say that, and I think that will make things kind of hard for them today. How are they going to be feeling? Are they going to be prepped enough? They have other things to deal with. And also, I think they come in as probably the weakest team across the board, up against the Vicious, who are not too much further ahead of them, so it's kind of worked out. It makes sense, but I think Anubis is still going to have a really hard time. Can they match individually again is going to be a really big question there.
I think they would have had a tough time against BaiSha anyways in that opening round, but the fact that they didn't even have the opportunity to play in the server, get used to the LAN environment, get used to this big venue that we have, the fact that they can't even do that, that's what really rubs me the wrong way and why I'm worried about them in this opening matchup.
Yeah, I think so. I think that they are definitely going to have to deal with those early jitters that they would have dealt with yesterday. But now, you never know. Maybe they'll be able to find a way through and surprise us all. I hope so, because it's always exciting to see what a team that seems like the bottom of the barrel, maybe if there's a surprise, we'll all be like, okay, we'll eat our words, which I think is sometimes fun to do as a commentator. Because yes, you can look at the stats, you look at how they performed, but suddenly when they blow you out of the water, you're like, all right, fair enough. It's good to feel wrong. But that being said, sometimes when this situation happens, we also go, yes, we were absolutely right. And they did get trounced. I hope it's not a trouncing, but we'll have to see. In terms of map selection, I know you guys, these two teams, they might not know each other particularly well. It's going to be difficult to try and go through a veto process. Do you have a favorite map, Scriv? What's your favorite to either cast or watch for these games?
It's kind of a bit sad, actually. I'd say Eagle-Eye. We've not had it, or at least I've not had it. So, it's been a little bit of a shame, but that was kind of one of my favorites coming into CROSSFIRE last year.
Paladin, what about you?
I really like Subbase. Subbase has really blown me away with some of the mid-round decisions. I think both sides have a lot of options that they can go through with, and I think that if we can get it today, I'll be pleased. I'll be very pleased.
Well, let's look at Anubis to start off with then as a roster, because we've not got to see them yet, but here they were arriving at EWC 2026, and let me just tell you, we're very happy that they are here and have the chance to play on the main stage here. At stage 4, there are plenty of stages here at Esports World Cup, if you were wondering, because we have all sorts of games that are going to be across the board. Scriv, this roster, they've got a lot to prove to us here. Anything that you can tell me about them? Any favorites? Any players you like?
Yeah, sure. I think Gainer is certainly one to watch. He ultimately carries a lot of the mantle for this team. Good to talk, a good brain on him as well. But Anubis, for me, are a little bit of a weaker side. They do okay in West League. They do manage to, compete relatively well over there. But it's when they come into the internationals, whether they have enough experience in this kind of stage. And it, again, just sort of comes through as a very, very difficult realm for them to play in, right? This is why I think there's a lot of hype behind Vitality, because people are like, maybe they can start representing for West League and start impressing against some of the bigger teams, and they're getting close, but Anubis are still on a learning journey, let's say, in terms of that. We'll see in this particular matchup, because like I say, it's not like they're against the heaviest hitters that the international stage has to offer, but certainly, yeah, Anubis are a very exciting team.
Well, then we saw Vicious also arriving to the venue as well. Are they vicious and are they delicious? Paladin, talk to me about this team. Are they just that one step above this Anubis roster, do you think?
I think so. You play in a little bit more of a competitive region, to be completely honest, and while they are also one of those teams that kind of squeak through, the expectations are a little higher, You've got a lot of experience in players like Ice Cube. I'm looking towards him to kind of lead the mantle on the side of the Vicious. And, again, they had the opportunity to play on the server against arguably the second, third best team in the entire tournament against KINGZERO. Obviously, it didn't go their way, but the fact they got that jitter out of the way, they got to, I believe, play on the main stage as well. So the fact that they were able to get that under their belt, I feel like this should be an easier time for them to kind of get reacclimated to something a little bit simpler, so to speak.
Yeah, they lost on Ankara 10-3 and then Subbase 10-8. So Subbase was a lot better for them, and perhaps that might be a focus for them going into the pick and ban as well here.
Yeah, I would say so. I think they are definitely capable. They do have a few maps, you know, in the back pocket that they can rely on. And I think that they may well be able to angle into a little bit more of that Subbase in particular that potentially fills them with confidence. Against Anubis, it's more of a challenge to know which way they might lean in terms of the veto, and maybe we'll see some Eagle Eye. That'd be nice, but I think that here it is going to come down to a lot of whether Anubis are able to really answer back.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat as you. Whenever it comes down to these types of games, the pick ban doesn't nearly blow me away. It's more, can the veteran leadership keep the nerves down and, you know, kind of take the equation of pressure off the table? And if they can do that, I think you get a very different area.
Sorry, I'm trying to communicate Eagle Eye. We'll see if we can get Eagle Eye. This is my Eagle Eye, by the way. We'll see if we can get
very good.
Eagle Eye. Maybe we get a port and compound taken away.
There you go. There we go.
See, this is why we learn sign language. This isn't actual sign language, but this is my sign language. There we go. That makes you happy, Scriv.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, you know, it does come through Westleague kind of favoring Eagle Eye an awful lot. So it does make a little bit of sense. The new compound as well. We had it with New Mexico for a little while, where Westleague teams not necessarily wanting to lean into the newer maps, especially on an international stage. The Ankara coming through. I feel like, you know, there is, again, keeping things simple for the side of Anubis. It does make sense. So far, I'm kind of happy with the veto. I think that there's definitely potential here for Anubis to maybe steal one away.
Yeah, I think Anubis getting a simpler map like Ankara, you know, very simple offenses that you put together. You know, that A side is always going to be very easy to breach into. And then you get Black Widow as a decider. I'm happy that we do get this. It allows for more individual playing. It allows for, again, simpler offenses. And for both of these two teams where you kind of want to just sit back and say, let our individuals do the talking, this is a great veto to basically showcase that across the board.
Yeah, I do feel like Anubis maybe targeting Ankara a little bit, would have watched probably the VODs and what happened yesterday as well on the side of Vicious, and perhaps they'll be able to take something away from that and be able to punish them with any strategy they've been able to find. That being said, it's always the same for the other team as well, right? When you lose a game, you're going to go back that night and you're going to watch and look what went wrong for you as well.
Yeah, I think you got to be very careful on the Vicious side of things. And, you know, we can come in with this narrative of the Anubis are maybe not going to be the strongest team, maybe not the warmest team either, but they have to be really careful themselves not to get upset. And I think there is a world in which they maybe look a bit beyond Anubis as a squad, and that might, you know, be their downfall.
Yeah, sometimes that'll get you. I remember when I used to compete, I would always look at the bracket as a whole and be like, oh, I'll be playing third seed in 2 series time, and then I didn't even get there, and I was like, maybe I should have been focusing on the earlier team. All right, predictions. How do we think this one's going to go, gents? Scriff, let's start with you.
Ooh, I think I have to lean the way of the Vicious. I just think that the region that they come from has a lot more firepower. I think that they can lean on that and maybe even take the 2-0.
I'm very worried about the situation Anubis is in or have brought themselves into at this point. You know, I'm happy that they have the opportunity to at least play in the tournament. I was very worried that wouldn't even happen. So it's nice, but I still feel, as you're kind of mentioning, Harvey, having the chance to play in a competitive league like the Vietnam League, I feel pretty confident the Vicious taking this as well.
I'm going to go for Anubis. You know what? Right. Because I can, and I can be different from you guys if I want to.
Of course.
And if I'm wrong, doesn't matter. You know, that's the advantage of being the desk host, is no one really cares about my opinion. That's why these guys are here. All right, Eagle Eye is where we're going to start things off. Scriv, you said you loved it. You like to cast it. Why? What's so good about Eagle Eye for you?
Well, I feel like there's a lot of different angles. You know, the snipers can really get in. There's kind of this, you know, angle across the top of the map where you can see from one bomb site to the other, which is kind of cool and opens up a lot of plays. But there's a lot of things that happen quite quickly towards Hotel. That can be quite exciting. But it feels like there's scope for both sides to be effective, that GR sides get aggressive as well, and yeah, it just opens up some faster play, which I think we've seen quite a slow day, to be fair.
You know, that open courtyard, I really like that as well. You know, sometimes the global risk side can have a little bit of difficulties having those setups on that side of the map, and sometimes they say, you know, let's just mess around with all-out aggression in through that courtyard, have some early round skirmishes. There's a lot of options for the global risk side, even though they have a tough time, you know, racking up rounds.
My worry for both of these teams is the winner gets to play Na'Vi in the next round. And we've seen what Na'Vi are capable of doing on this side stage, right? They've looked like a ferocious team, the third Brazilian team in terms of like where they finish. But to me, they didn't look too far behind number one. So it's about getting past this team and then focusing later on Na'Vi tomorrow, if of course you can get there. But I guess it's about just right now looking what's across from you on that stage. Are you able to take down Anubis, or are you able to take down Vicious, as the players now are gearing up and getting ready to lock into Eagle-Eye? And you know, I think that both of these teams will be a little bit nervous coming into this one. Not just because it's the first time for Anubis, but I think for Vicious, it's the unexpected, not knowing really what Anubis are going to have to offer here. They haven't had that extra time to look at their preparation because there was no footage from them yesterday. Sadly, they were unable to compete in their game, and that's why they find themselves down in this lower bracket. Tournament as a whole, boys, I just want to talk to you a little bit about what we've seen all-encompassing, right? Every single team we've seen so far. Who would be your number one team that we've seen on the B stream? I know we've not seen some of the teams that are on the mainstream, but who's impressed you the most so far?
Maybe Rock. I think they maybe look like the most consistent, and when we say, okay, this is a solid team, they have delivered. You know, there's not necessarily been too many moments where it's like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. They've played very, very well from the front.
I'm going to go with Liquid. And, you know, it's another Brazilian team. I think there were some inconsistencies from Rock, but there's that talismanic figure of Gouken on Liquid that just completely reshapes how you perceive Liquid. And then after that, you get to see 7-7, WY, a lot of fun characters. And so I'm excited to see more of Brazil in that playoffs bracket soon enough.
Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of Brazilian teams progressing at this rate anyway. We've already had a couple go through, and it looks like there could be more later on down the lines if we get there. But for now, we have to find out who is going to make it to the lower bracket semi-finals. Is it going to be Anubis, or is it going to be Vicious? The players are just about ready. All right, we've got Scriv and Paladin to cast us through this one. Let's get into it.
Yes, thank you very much. Excited to get into it. We've got the Eagle-Eye 2.0, a little bit of variety here. If you've been tuning into that B stream, not been super common, and of course first opportunity to get casting on it. I'm looking forward to this one. We'll see if it does indeed deliver and give us a good game of Crossfire. Ice Cube to open up, some early nade damage coming in as we talked about the long range angles for those snipers. Lots and lots of aggression on the cards. It goes well for Vicious to open.
It puts a lot of pressure on Ice Cube. It puts a lot of pressure onto Dirty as well. You know, they've really got to lead the way for both of their teams as far as the firepower is concerned. And if you're the Vicious, you're very happy to start off with a 5-on-4. Rest on your laurels a little bit. Play out the man advantage. The hotel is still occupied, though, and Noor will find the equalizing kill. Now, these offenses, they don't tend to be that quick on both sides. But for Anubis, I think they'll be happy to up the tempo right now. I mean, look at how much space that they're getting. Encroaching upon this A bomb site with haste. Nevis and Origami will have to come face to face with their fears.
Yeah, gonna have to hold off cleanly here. Origami, he's maybe missed that timing. Might have heard a footstep. He looks to pick up the pace himself and get aggressive. Not able to find anything just yet, but he is indeed being annoying. They overlook Nemesis, and look at him go, finding two. Origami to go down to Dirty, but he's now the only one left. 3 more to get through if he can. The question is, can he? Upon the sniper, plays it patiently. Out with the Colt as well, not looking too bad. There's a lot of damage done here, Paladin, but it is that flank coming round to finish him off. The Vicious find the first round.
Yeah, that's very nice. I mean, it's a little bit of, you know, mismanagement there from Anubis on the actual site hit. A couple of corners missed, hoping that the flash kind of carries them throughout that round. But not to be, and Vicious capitalize. You have a big round from Nevis, a guy that you need to hold down that B bomb site. And alongside Origami, 4 kills between the two of them. And so far the defense looks good. It's a secondary picked up by Nevis. And again, this twosome seems to be getting the job done over on this side of the map.
Yeah, certainly going to be the case. Nice find from Ice Cube. Just to shore up the round, it feels like here, Paladin. Oh, it's fast from Muffin, but going to need a lot more like that to get this round done. They will indeed look to play away as things are slowed down by the GR side. Vicious not looking to take too many fights at this point in time. Just gathering information if they can.
I mean, the best part about this map if you're on that global risk side is if you have a man advantage, I mean, you can give up the courtyard, you can give up every angle in terms of the encroachment because there's so many angles to clear once you do get to the site proper. And double sniper setup to open things up makes things even more of a nightmare. They've spotted out PBZ in the back of the A site, and Muffin will try his hand. He's trying to flush him out some way, somehow. It doesn't really matter in terms of the HP. And Jalio's on the other side as well, and unfortunately Muffin just slightly off the mark. Sure, Dirty can pull one back, but the Vicious continue to compound the pain here on the global risk side. They look very nice with how they're managing a lot of these angles and getting a little crafty, so to speak, with these crossfires.
Yeah. No, for sure. This, of course, comes through for the Vicious, their pick, so you maybe expect big things out of them. It is that Ankara up next for Anubis, which feels like their avenue of opportunity. Oh, okay. I'm a little surprised he didn't spot him. Maybe just not quite reacting fast enough. All the same, they know that they now have to deal with an advanced angle in Hotel. That's definitely how it looks at this stage.
Certainly so. Anubis do get that mid space.
Jalio pushing in. I'm not quite sure if he's able to find anything here or not. Nor just holding at this stage. They're really, really slow around here, guys. I mean, they really haven't pulled anything out. We had a little bit of a spot from the sniper early on, but that is our first bullet fired, I do believe. Dirty will manage to take advantage for Anubis, and now they have to be able to convert that as best they possibly can. But we'll see here as things look pretty difficult for the GR side. However, it's still moving quite slow. Despite the man advantage for Anubis, they're not really acting upon it.
And look at this gamble now from Vicious on the A side. 3 players here, a player kind of peering in with that secondary in Nevis. And the Vicious don't really see anything they like on that A side, so now they're going to go and gamble the other way. And this is what happens on the defense. If you're not as proactive, or the proactive maneuver didn't work, as you saw in the form of Jalio, your options are kind of limited. You're forced to basically make a grand call with very little information. So right now, we'll leave that second player, and you have a third player creating a flank as soon as possible. Here comes the hit, though.
Yeah, moving in quick as they start to pick up that pace. Origami trying to do what he can from behind, but it's not enough. PBZ hiding away. It's Nevis to help him out as well. Oh, and the snipers are getting the job done. They're holding them back. Dirty, low, needs finishing off as Muffin's coming from behind to catch them off. Wow, the flank really threw them for a loop there. It felt like Vicious had done enough to spin it back in their favor, but not the case. That is a real mistake, I think, from them. Just the comms all over the place, maybe.
Yeah, the smoke certainly didn't help with how much vision was obscured. And then you have to talk about Dirty staying alive for as long as he did. That's 2 big kills, swapping over to the secondary to get that 2-piece. And now Vicious, he really would have wanted that one back to keep this 3-0 clean sheet alive, but Anubis have a lot to do in terms of replicating some of these rounds, because so far the offense does look a little bit uninspiring, a little too slow for my liking as well. But here's a little bit of creativity, a triple nade into Origami's noggin, and he still lives to tell the tale with 33 HP. But starting to see a little bit more variety, some more detail work for Anubis.
Yeah, just for the time being. Again, Anubis looking to draw that clock down and bait the aggression into them. Very, very West League style, isn't it? That very slow, far back sort of default. Punish you for aggression and then break into a bomb site with the man advantage. But Fisher's very quickly going to learn that lesson, I think. There's still some overlooking players, though. Slightly overconfident. Jalio going to go down. And indeed, that will open the door once again for Anubis.
Again, Jalio, I mean, this time not aggressive, but it's that first death. Lot of long lines that are able to be taken by these snipers, especially on the offense. Dirty now with another opportunity at another frag, and he takes down the secondary. in the form of Nemesis, and now Anubis have got themselves a load of man advantages to play around with. Nor gets a little bit more aggressive than you'd like, but it has opened up the route into this A site. PBZ, and Ice Cube will be last alive. Make that just Ice Cube, swapping over to the rifle. Nate is good, but lands to the higher HP player of Doom. So now, the Vicious seem to be giving up the equalizing round, unless Ice Cube can come up with an insanely magical 1-on-3. That kill certainly entices him into another, trying to reposition as quickly as possible, but bomb halfway gone and Dirty still in a compromising position, and yeah, that angle is just too difficult to deal with. It would have had to have been an absolute stunner there from Ice Cube. Little dicey, but Anubis get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, Dirty looking really good. Great round from him, it has to be said, and he has done a lot of the heavy lifting in that round and the game so far. For the side of Anubis. Vicious, just got to watch it here. Anubis starting to find some momentum. Getting in the groove, looking good while doing so. And indeed, it is this playstyle that can just be a little tedious to deal with. Waiting on the long angles, waiting for an overswing. So far, Vicious have given them 2 or 3 that they need, 2 or 3 that they've been asking for. So maybe deny away those early pickups. Let's play some tight-knit setups.
No crazy gamble from Vicious this time around. They have a lurk smoke into that rapid A from Anubis, but nothing dropped to really convince them any which way. No real aggression from the Vicious, as you saw in rounds previous, trying to take hotel control. Instead, it's Ice Cube kind of perusing through these angles, checking through that sequence, and still doesn't find what he really wants to make a hard read or a hard call. That's the problem when you're playing up against such a slow-paced offense. They recycle those smokes over on the A side. It does give an opportunity to Doom here, and PBZ, I mean, spray goes everywhere, and he loses Ice Cube in the meantime. The sight hit is swift. It comes out of nowhere. Usually you're expecting them to take quite a bit of time on this sight hit, but instantly skipping a phase of the default and getting themselves a bomb plant makes this round look very simple.
Yeah, for sure. Looking really, really good in that sense. They're going to look for the retake, though. They still do have some numbers to go here, Vicious. And Dirty is trying to hold 4 flanks. Not really much coming his way, though. Nevis will go down. Oh, man. And it's not looking good. Anubis starting to get very, very dominant. As I think they have a lot to prove here. Very, very sharp so far. Vicious not quite delivering in that same way, and it starts to get very, very intriguing indeed. As the eagle eye for Vicious not as effective as I might have thought. They anticipate some aggression towards Fountain. Nice nade stackage over there from Anubis, but it's not going to be the case. There is aggression coming in, though. Jaleo to go down. 4-on-5.
And there's this mindset from the Vicious to take over all of that long B space. And they'd use that in the form of Jaleo, and it's just not been working out. It's been read like a book by Anubis every single round. 10 kills deep in 6 rounds of play from Dirty, and it has been so impactful in the long term. A bit of a lurk smoke being tossed over on that B side. And look at the congregation of defensive players from the Vicious over on B. It's completely the wrong read. I mean, I do feel like they're setting too many bodies at the problem. Eventually, they're going to have to speed up the rotation, or PBZ is going to have to stall out. Either which way, it doesn't seem like they've got much time left for themselves, the global risk, especially after Dirty's found yet another. The C4 has been dropped in the courtyard, though, and that means Origami can take things over on his own. 2 kills make that 3. Beautiful triple there from Origami, completely flipping the round on its head. Muffin and Gainer still have to recover that C4, so round's not over just yet, but now Ice Cube can arrive to the party, can find another one, and it leads along to the 1-on-1. Ice Cube switches to the secondary, but it's Gainer with the 1-on-2.
Big, big find. That's going to keep Anubis moving forwards and looking very, very good. They've got all these big moments for them, you know, some dominant rounds, some clutches going their way. I'm sure they feel like they're walking on water right now. A very, very cool look. And you've got to watch out. Didn't quite get it out on the desk, but a point I wanted to make. You have to be very, very careful of a team that has nothing to lose, right? They're really going to be difficult to play against. And that feels like the case with Anubis' story coming into this year's EWC. Vicious holding off and trying to just put up something more competitive here in the latter stages of this first half.
Not necessarily a team that was expected to perform at this event, and yet still seems to be the sharper team so far, but it's these double snipers that have sung to life here for the Vicious. Nevis and Ice Cube now chime in again, and that has to seemingly be the win condition here for the Vietnamese. It's those long-range duels and making Anubis feel uncomfortable in these initial goings of the default. If they're allowed to sit back in the 5-on-5s, the 4-on-4s, it does feel like they're able to run with whatever tone in the round as they want. But these secondaries seem to be holding strong.
Just for the time being. We'll find out if there is a way back round for Anubis here. Taking the long route, as they will potentially look towards this B bomb site. I think feels like one of their better options if they can. Timeout coming in as well after this round. We'll find out what the trend is at this time, whether they can bounce back. Still got a round to play ahead of them though, of course. However, short-lived by the looks of things. It will be Doom. Maybe try and take a couple of names, but it's not really going to result in too much at this stage. Eats a flash. They will be after him. They will be onto him, and they will finish him off. So Vicious, for the first time in a little while, able to get a round back.
And now the real discussion comes towards how do we deal with this double sniper setup? How do we encroach upon these sites without essentially a free pick on a Jaleo? Because as far as manufacturing these openings, there hasn't been anything really that exciting per se. They haven't really had to develop a split going through the courtyard into A. They haven't necessarily had to really attack the B bomb site in any meaningful way either. So I do like this timeout being called this early on. You know, racking up 5-6 rounds on this Blacklist side would be fantastic, I feel like. Then you can kind of get those double snipers going between Muffin and Dirty on the defense and try to take over for the West League-sided team. So, be very curious to see what the change up here. Maybe a pace change? Trying to go a little bit faster in courtyard control, or maybe faster into that A setup, getting Muffin or Dirty on that angle as soon as possible.
Yeah, certainly I think some mix-ups, though, is the key component to consider here. Just to try and stay ahead. I think, again, they know that there's a difficult road if they lose their effectiveness here. So, an awful lot to keep up with. But time indeed going to tell. It feels kind of challenging to know which way this is going to lean. I think that's the case for both of these teams, but particularly Vicious. Like, they're really unsure of what to look at on that Anubis side. We're just about ready to go, but they have teased us. I think we have a small tech coming through at this time. Little headset off, so hopefully not too long of one to deal with, but going to be sat here for a little longer, I think, Paladin.
You know, the tech timeouts have been efficient. We've had a great crew for the CROSSFIRE setup this year, as is every year. Very exciting to see how efficient the tournament has been so far. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time.
Nice.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, we've been taking a few pictures while we're in Paris, you know. You came when you were very young. So we've been trying to recreate the pics.
Yeah. That's
been fun. I've enjoyed being here and the tournament as well. Of course, always good. You know, I like the sound of my own voice. So it's nice to be able to do CROSSFIRE. The games run on quite long, so I get to talk a lot.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. You get to be in a venue, you get to hear your voice, you get all the kinds of feedback.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a treat to be able to do here at EWC. And I'm sure these players feeling the same way, that they get a really, really great stage to represent themselves on. A lot of nationalities involved in CROSSFIRE still as well. And that's always a big deal, you know, got the country behind you, that scene behind you, a lot of expectations. And I know that Penguin's quite excited to see Anubis play here and hoping for big things.
Yeah, I think the European side of things have always been dealt a tough hand. I really did like the moments from the Falcons earlier on in the tournament. Or sorry, excuse me, not the Falcons. I meant to say Nemesis, who are both playing each other right now.
Right.
In their other lower bracket game. But yeah, the Europeans have looked pretty solid so far in EWC, I would say. I think the only team that we were like really having question marks about was going to be the team that we have playing right now in Anubis. So I feel as though the upward trends are definitely coming to fruition here for the European sides. They're always dealt a tough hand, you know. It's like they've got to always go up against these Chinese teams. I mean, the Vietnamese guys, the Filipino guys as well have both as regions really flung up themselves in the rankings. Even the Brazilians. I mean, the Brazilians at EWC have looked fantastic. So
it's true.
There's definitely a lot of catch-up work that the Europeans have had to do, and I feel like this is going to be a great learning experience for Anubis, and I think in their minds, to go deeper in their tournament, get a little bit more experience is the name of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think there is obviously a real onus on those teams to keep improving year on year. And with something like EWC in the calendar, it's going to give you a lot to aim for, isn't it? So, yeah, I think they do indeed get very excited, push their best foot forward. It's been a long day. That's my first little trip up. But all the same, we are just sat here in this technical pause, hoping to get things going into the rest of this Eagle Eye. I was excited for it, and well, it seems like we do have a bit of a wait before getting into things. Can't quite catch. It does look like it's on the side of Anubis, as we've got, you know, referees and whatnot a little closer to the action than normal. Maybe looking to change things up. Not quite sure. We'll try and feed you some info if we get it.
Who's your dark horse for this tournament? I mean, we've seen a lot of secondary stream matches, so we haven't necessarily seen like the most amount of qualifying. We haven't even seen the Chinese teams, to be completely honest.
It's normally the case, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? They stay in that upper bracket.
Yeah, but we likely will be seeing some tomorrow in the form of Evolution Power. I'm actually curious if we do get them on this stream, but that might be the one Chinese team that we can watch.
Sure. I think Stallions probably fit in that bracket a little bit. That's maybe what the hype is. We do have 2 Filipino members of talent, so, you know, they sort of drip thoughts into our ears, you know, about yes, the Philippines, yeah, we're getting so much better, guys, you know, big us up. On the broadcast, of course, they would say that, but it is also true. I think Stallions come in all guns blazing, and there is a world in which they can kind of make that lower run. That being said, you know, the side of Liquid, a little impressive. Maybe you could say Rock, would they be a dark horse? But yeah, coming into today, I did feel like it would be Stallions, but they have a long run back in order to do that. And a bit of a tough game earlier against Liquid as well, which I think will potentially have knocked them for 6. You know, 2 very, very, very close maps there in that particular series might be enough to stem the morale. And I think that's something that a lot of these teams do struggle with, is kind of keeping their heads together. The Chinese teams, the Brazilian teams, that's why maybe they stay in spot 1, spot 2 as a region, because they just have an extra layer of maturity to them, able to bounce back after tough maps and tough series.
I think they value the mental side of things way more, right? You talk about how loud they get in some of those like late round situations, or, you know, after a big clutch happens, they really make it known that, you know, the opponents have lost a very critical round. And you have to really stew in that. And it's not something that I feel like some of these European squads, I don't think they get the most loud, the most excited. And I think it could really, you know, be a net positive in the long run. I would like to see that kind of lightning rod of a player in this region. And hopefully we'll get to see that a little bit more if, you know, Anubis can take this map, can potentially move on further along in this tournament. As we get back into play, round number 8 now is Anubis trying to manufacture an opening pick over on the A side. A little bit pacier here as they encroach upon Ice Cube. They find their man almost straight away. PBZ now cornered shrinking into the back of things, but he fights tooth and nail alongside AG.AL. Then AG.AL, now that he's alive for a little bit longer, has found his impact as well.
Yeah, we indeed come back to a faster round, as is the classic. Still got Dirty in the conversation, though, and I think he could be very, very effective here. He's got that C4. He's looking for the plant. Slow but sure, making his way towards the A side of things. As he hopes to just find a pick. Maybe his teammate gets one before they do indeed commit to this bomb plant. But easier said than done at this point. C4 going down. And we'll see. I mean, one quick kill from either of these snipers, I think, could change things. However, a missed shot from Muffin. Not going to be good enough. Dirty does come round with the information. However, he spotted out the next two. It's all going to be onto him. He's lost his teammate. Maybe wanted him for just a little longer. Trying to play around the edge of the smoke. Not going to work out for him. Sniper still up. A positional change. He's trying to isolate the one-on-ones. That missed shot will cost him. And that one will cost him his life entirely. Vicious back to even things up.
You know, I felt like Dirty had every opportunity to win on that. Like, you know, positionally, he's played that perfectly. He's found a safe haven to dodge a flash, to dodge a nade. He used the smoke very critically to join it up on the staircase, but just isn't able to be as accurate as you'd like. Even had the pre-aim set up and everything. It just felt like destiny for Dirty to win that, but not to be. That is just CROSSFIRE for you, a game won and lost by mere pixels. And the Vicious equalizing things, they'll certainly be happy that they have a second lease on life here, clawing back a couple in a row. Especially now that you've got AG.AL off the mark, you're still having these snipers cooking up a storm. The core of this team is slowly whirring to life. You're getting a little bit more consistency out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Might take a bit of time, might take a bit of adjustment, but they are indeed looking a hell of a lot better here as we span into the final round of this first half. Where do things go from here? A pretty key round, I think, to, you know, feel comfortable moving into half number 2. But it's starting very slowly once again. Anubis really do want this one, so they go back to what's worked for them in the past, you know, trying to refine that success.
And it's a late lurk from Muffin peering down A. You've got that classic lurk from Gainer in the middle of the map as well. And it's this 3-player sequence. They've got this lurk smoke to give them a bit of space. But still, dealing with Nevis is going to be a tough ask. This pixel angle is always very deadly. Hotel Presence is the name of the game for Anubis on their side. And they've gotten quite a bit of inroads here, but it's just a standoff everywhere you look. Nobody wants to be that first point of contact. Now, Doom will think about it, or Gainer rather, and Nevis will nail the shot straight away. AG.AL still, I think, spotted out a couple players in that hotel area, and this is giving plenty of relay information over to Vicious. 35 seconds left on the clock, though. We swing and seesaw back between these two sites as Anubis now wish to end up on A after a bit of a fake thrown out by Doom.
Yeah, absolutely. Ice Cube in on the site. He's going to be the last line of defense, it feels like. He's able to hold the line, however, and his teammates come round. Lovely, lovely spray control from Origami, all onto Doom. Looking to just try and find the first here, Paladin. Not looking too likely, is it? They're tracking him down. Know all about him. There's no time left in the round either, so he will be forced away. They might take him after time here, but not quite fast enough. They'll swap over, and, well, Anubis, since that timeout, since the, you know, extended tech, just totally disappeared. And this is something that can certainly happen. They've got to figure it out quick, though. It may well look like a close game, but it's starting to feel like Vicious are going to take over into their blacklist side.
Yeah, certainly so. And I mean, once you realize, like, playing the 5-on-5 is actually pretty advantageous for the Global Risk side, things looked a lot better for them. They were dealing with the site hits a little bit better. The crossfires looked a little bit more put together as well. And now the Vicious take to this blacklist side. I'd be interested to see how pacey they want to be with things. And speaking of pacey, I mean, Anubis straight away, all out aggression in through the courtyard, and they've gotten so much room, that deep smoke all the way at the offensive base. Or nearly there anyways. Puts a lot of pressure on Vicious to kind of stall things out. Their first phases of their defaults are going to be a little slower. It actually forces them into this B side. Dirty has to look between multiple angles. They've given up Hotel, and because of that, he falls early.
Yeah, pretty nice pickup. Pretty nice pickup indeed. Allows them a lot of control, pushing forwards towards B. Trying to move up the stairs here. Gainer, meanwhile, keeping an eye on things as he's found himself in behind one. Can he get any more? Origami looks for the trade, but can't quite find it. Meanwhile, Nor does go down in the same spot as Dirty, so that's certainly something to look back on. You know, a little over-aggressive from Anubis in certain spots, but they have tiny bits of control. Courtyard, I think they can still definitely avoid all this action, but it does feel like Vicious are looking to give them the fight. Muffin on that sniper, looking good. He will go down eventually, and just thanks to these early pickups, I think that Vicious will get this done. Gainer trying, failing to find these kills, but they also can't find him. This is a real fiesta over here. Caught reloading, though, and he will go down. That's a little close for comfort. Baladin gives me a look. Very messy round from both sides.
I mean, you've heard all three guns from the defense. At that point, you've got, I mean, even if you have a foot race over to either site, you will win that race. But Vicious try to kind of lay down the law from a firepower perspective, and very, very lucky to get out with that round. I mean, if they do lose that, I am scratching my head and then some, especially after you killed both of the two site players on the B side of things. So, very concerning sequence there, as the Vicious side of things want to actually capitalize on courtyard control now. Taking down Doom, bringing us to a 4-on-4. You'd probably favor them in an even man situation, especially when Muffin is the only line of defense here on A.
Nade's coming over the top, as Muffin will be indeed holding a long line, trying to be effective while doing so. But an easier said than done kind of task at this stage. Nevis trained in, finds Nor, big find actually. And again, a little bit of sloppiness from some of the Anubis guys with some of their peaks, with the overconfidence or the lack of bits of knowledge that is coming back to bite them here on Eagle-Eye. You have to bear in mind, again, it is 6-4, but Vicious are on quite the streak at the moment. Really, really looking good as they've strung rounds together. Gainer, Dirty, Muffin, all split at the moment as well. Gainer's pushed in. Doesn't find a kill, however, so the jig going to be up over there. Can he get anything done? It's Muffin who is trying to hold them together. He's dropped that C4 with those finds. There's still plenty of time to get it back, but suddenly we're in a 2 versus 2, where it felt like it was going to be a more one-sided affair.
Oh.
The snipers could be super dangerous here.
Absolutely. C4 still looking to be recovered by Nevis. PBZ has been spotted, and Muffin takes a significant bit of damage in that exchange. 30 seconds left on the clock, though. A little bit of pressure being put on, and look at Dirty on the flank. They're boxing in PBZ, and PBZ will fall, but now information given over to Nevis. Still has room to get the plant over on B, has booked it almost instantaneously after hearing that bit of information, and now has the chance to get this immediate sight line onto Dirty. Spots him out, can pull out the sniper, but isn't able to actually connect the shot straight away. Dirty's there to capitalize, and that is a much-needed spark plug for Anubis here on the comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. A big find to keep things close and to just prove to themselves they can get it done, that they haven't completely lost their magic. Vicious will be looking to bounce back. It's going to be a close finish here on Eagle-Eye, that's for sure. We wanted these teams to be close. I'm really not sure what to expect out of Anubis, but it looks like they have indeed brought an A game. They have indeed tried to avoid the small target that is on their back. At least so far on Eagle-Eye. Can Vicious answer and destroy those hopes as quickly as they might have been built up?
Look at all this aggression from Anubis here over on A. Deep smokes to push back the offense. And sure, they've got themselves a bit of courtyard control, but it really doesn't have much of anything else. They've got to basically wait these out before they want to re-clear. Doom's actually spotted in this entire sequence and is very lucky to get out alive. Deep smoke again to recycle. That's 3 smokes being deployed and just holding on to this A space. And it's going to rot essentially half the clock down. And with all of this focus on reclaiming A, you'd think that they'd have at least another alternative game plan, but no, they're still sending bodies at this situation and still finding really no net positive.
Yeah, lots and lots of damage done. Muffin, though, to break the silence. Dirty joins him. And it is these snipers that are starting to take over proceedings for the side of Anubis. Dirty tagged up, looking for a little more if he can get it here. He's unable to find it, but, you know, they're pressuring them in a big, big way, pushing them back, gathering the info, looking to pummel this round, even things up very, very quickly indeed here, Anubis. Origami to find a couple. They've got to be careful. Low HP bars are dotted about. Jaleo the only one left now, though. And he will indeed go down. 6-2-6 as Anubis even things up.
And now it's the double sniper setup that's looking to flourish on the Anubis side of things. It's Muffin and Dirty just consistently finding kill after kill, getting plenty of sight lines where they're not really contested or tradable. And with that, Vicious, I think this pace is not fast enough. I think at a certain point, you got to make these snipers feel uncomfortable. Muffin and Dirty are really having their way with things. And this time now, Noor is going to get a little bit more aggressive himself, but it's all Dirty on the other side of things, and it's an absolute sweep from Anubis. This global risk side now whirring to life on their side of things.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really starts to open things up, of course. They've got their own pick of Ankara coming up next. Vicious. Suddenly, the onus is on them to deliver. Suddenly, it feels like the game getting away from them, so hopefully that's not in the backs of their minds. They just go from one round to the next. Try and keep it as competitive as they can, but if Anubis can keep that up, this might be a quick finish here to Eagle-Eye. Sniper out, spamming away. Frustration spam, I feel, at this point. Ice Cube, he's still going. He's still going, using the entire magazine. Nearly said clip, but that's not what you say, apparently. I'm told. Nonetheless, nothing coming off the back of it.
Ice Cube now taking hotel control. I mean, Vicious have nearly... I mean, both sides have really not prioritized hotel, but it's so powerful. And PBZ will be the first player to breach that side of the map. And now pressure on a Dirty once more. It feels like this guy has stepped up at every point of asking. And he's got Gainer right behind him to bolster this position down even further. C4 still all the way back near the base. And so for Vicious, you can still see that this slow, methodical style that has really not netted them the success you've been hoping for is going to continue to be that slow, methodical play style.
Yeah. All goes down. Kind of a big deal at this stage. Muffin misses out. Still got Dirty in proceedings. That's the one that you got to watch here, and they will indeed start moving into his crosshair. What a flick, as wide as they go. Looking for a bit more. He looks so damn good. Ice Cube will try and keep them in proceedings here, but he's got a 1 versus 3 to complete. And there's another player at the back end of this A-bomb site that I don't think he will be expecting. Walk straight into it. Up to 8 now for Anubis after a shakier start there, but it's big man Dirty that they can lean on. Having a fantastic map. And Anubis are starting to turn some heads here, I think, with how they are playing.
Yeah, nasty, nasty sequences here from Dirty. Just multi-kill, flicks, pistol work, everything looks just so sublime from this guy. The game looks so easy from his perspective. Knocking on the door for nearly 25 kills in 14 rounds of play. You can't really ask much more from your primary sniper. And the fact that both your primary and your secondary on this B side of things have not been avoided at any point in this second half for the Vicious is kind of concerning. You'd want to switch things up, and now you've got this aggression from Noor, who's still sowing some seeds of doubt in the minds of this Blacklist side. And with that, I mean, he's still not been found out. Noor's still not giving this up, and nobody's really watching for this. There's an expectation that Noor's just fallen all the way back, and now he's going to start this boxing as Muffin doubles up, brings us to a 5-on-3, and now Noor can strike Anubis and this global risk side. It just looks magnificent. Now it's Muffin's turn for a highlight moment. It's just Origami now, and a 1-on-5 needed. He'll pull 2 back, but they all feel like consolation frags.
Origami super low does get taken down. Fantastic here from Anubis. And I mean, Nor was in behind. It was information at the end of the day. The fact that he's able to strike and find kills is a really, really big deal. Man, these snipers, though, it's kind of what I noted, you know, when Dan was asking me why I enjoy this map. It really does hand itself to that, and I think it's maybe why we don't see it so often. They can really, really dominate. As we are seeing here, Dirty and Muffin looking very, very good.
Very close there on the smoke spam from Dirty. It just feels like he's destined to connect with one of these shots at a certain point. That's just how good he's been feeling right now. But again, so much of a focus from Anubis here through those double snipers. Over here on B. But this time it's a triple setup towards the hotel. Dirty on this small pixel angle. It has been rewarded quite a number of times. But Newer and Gainer now up to bat. Whoa, what a ripper of a shot from PBZ. And Ice Cube, who's been quite silent ever since the initial goings, comes alive. That nade is very good, though. Look at that combination between the double Ds. And Anubis will be your first map victors. It just feels like a dominant affair across the line once we swap tabs.
Yeah, I mean, so good from them. A lot of energy, feeling themselves as they indeed are as yet to deliver. But absolutely fantastic from them. Really, really well played. And, I mean, it is Dirty. It is all Dirty. What a fantastic map he has had to really pull them through. I think where things were looking a little dangerous, to say the least, it does sometimes rely on him, but certainly onto that GR side, they look so effective there. And yeah, very, very impressive, Paladin.
Yeah, you're thinking about how long things were going to take in terms of getting this team online, and I know the answer was it's not really that long. I mean, it took like, what, 4 rounds of play before the Anubis Blacklist side kind of kicked into gear, and then once those double ops started, or double snipers started working on that defensive side of things, everything looked peachy keen.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree. I think that there was definitely a world in there where, you know, the final few rounds could have swung the other way, but it just felt like Vicious checked out quite heavily.
Well. I told you I'd be right. You know? I told you my opinion was absolutely correct, and I am the best analyst in the game at CROSSFIRE. But, wow, yeah, what a huge surprise. Anubis able to take down Vicious, and again, we didn't really know what to expect, right? I don't even think Vicious knew what to expect as well. So in that aspect, maybe Anubis had a little bit of an advantage coming into this one, but I think Vicious will be a little bit disappointed they didn't capitalize on some of those rounds where they did have an advantage, where they did look ahead, and somehow they were still able to throw it away. But it does mean that Anubis are going to have the lead now going into this series, and as we look back at some of these highlights, you know, Vicious had the lead, but as soon as we had that switch over, it just turned a new dial here for Anubis, and they look like a different squad.
Yeah, no, it was crazy. It was crazy. I think it was the fact that, you know, they go onto this defensive side, they get the double sniper setup straight away, and Vicious, they needed to step back, they needed to kind of reapproach things, and they just never really did it. They allowed Anubis to fully control that global risk side in the second half.
I'm thrilled to see both Dirty and Muffin just look so good on those sniper setups. It really completes this team for me. And then, you know, you don't really have the best map from Newer, but I do feel like his aggressive movements were so important to making these crossfires look as good as they do, because without him, you're probably not turning your attention to another angle if you're this Blacklist side of the Vicious. And so I'm really happy with even your quote-unquote statistically worst player on the team.
I had a Dirty Muffin for lunch earlier as my dessert, so it's good to see that it goes into the game here for CROSSFIRE as well. Dirty with 27 kills, 8 deaths. That is an insane statistic, and if he can keep playing that way, maybe Anubis are destined to carry on in this competition and find themselves in the losers bracket semi-finals, but they still have to, of course, get through one more map, or maybe 2 more maps if we see an equalizer happen after this one. But of course, we have to go for a short break. When we come back, we'll jump into map 2. Anubis are 1-0 up in our final best of 3 of the day here at CROSSFIRE EWC 2026 live from Paris. But can we see Vicious now come back into it? The only downside here is we move into Anubis's map pick as well. I was just discussing it with the boys here on the desk. Anubis have tried to target Vicious here. They've gone for Ankara, which is something we saw Vicious lose yesterday. So really, they have a huge advantage going into this next one.
Yeah, I think it is safe to say as well that second half, again, we'll harp on it, but like it just sort of came out of nowhere. I think Vicious are going to be really blindsided. So there's a lot to contend with. We talked about how important the mental is in these series. But yeah, I think now moving into Ankara, they're going to be scared for sure.
You speak about the conversation of nothing to lose, right? And Anubis are in that very situation, and it just feels like they're playing very freely. I mean, you're starting to hear them get a little louder as the series has progressed. It just feels like they're at that 10 out of 10 position form that they're kind of looking for, that I feel like they have all the tools to get it over the line here in 2.
And whilst it was a clear ban or a clear pick to try and take a map that we saw them struggle on yesterday, Vicious, they of course would have been able to go home, they would have been able to research it, they would have been able to find out what went wrong in case it does come back up as well. Do you think we will see kind of them benefiting from that here? Do you think they'll change up the strategy from what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, for sure. I think they will have learned a lot. And they can certainly go away and take that into this upcoming game. Again, we've touched on Anubis, like clean slate, things like this. I think that Vicious will have a similar kind of mindset. There is also the fact as well that I wanted to touch on is Dirty being in there. You know, he's got a really, really solid first map for sure. Can he do that again? Not quite sure. You know, is it going to be a map that leans into the snipers as much? Not quite sure. So there's a few aspects that are removed from what happened on Eagle-Eye.
Right, it's going to have to be another appearance from maybe a player like Doom, Gainer, your riflers essentially, because Dirty can only do so much, and I feel like a lot of it comes down to more macro ideas on a map like Ankara. How do you adapt to 6 A-sided hits in a row? Like, do you send that third player over to defend? Or, you know, how do you change up the offense? You know, if that A-sided approach doesn't work, how do you find a split in? So there's a lot of ideas that have to come forth, and this is going to test a different side of Anubis's mental and strengths as far as the series is concerned.
I mean, if it was up to Scriv, it would be Eagle-Eye every single time. I think if it was up to Anubis, it might be Eagle-Eye every single time as well, but we have to change map, sadly. And with Ankara, I do feel like the conversation has been so far that it's that kind of bogey map for a lot of teams. For some reason, they seem to struggle on it. Is it because one of the sites is harder to hit than the other? What is it about Ankara that makes it so different to other maps?
I think it comes in maybe alongside Black Widow as, you know, your baseline map. Everybody's got to know how to play it. So it's like if you pick into it, there is a chance that your opponents are just so comfortable and someone's going to have that life game. Someone's going to have that moment. It doesn't necessarily fit in as a map for a lot of teams where it's like, right, we have to permaban this away. A lot of times domestically, it'll find its way into a series. So everybody has a lot of experience. Everyone is capable. And sometimes it's going to be your day on Ankara. And you hope that it's not your opponent who's having that day, which is maybe what happened to Vicious yesterday.
It's funny because the only team that I can think of that does not have that issue with a gambling style is BaiSha, and they seem to not be able to lose on that map at all. And it just feels like the Chinese teams have a great understanding of how to play the map, and it comes down to, you know, the fundamentals of why are you gambling? You know, are you using enough information to make those gambles, or are you doing it blindly? And sometimes some of these lower ranked teams don't necessarily understand that, you know, you need that extra bit of information before you call a gamble like that, you know, before you are actually having to fall into the conditioning a bit more. So I'll be very curious to see who makes these adaptations the fastest, and I think that's the team that probably comes out on top, because yes, there is some gambles, some risks that have to be taken as far as Ankara is concerned, but there is a way to bottle up those gambles to make it look a little less like you don't know what you're doing and you're just saying, okay, I'm just going to throw some ideas on the wall and see what sticks, or, you know, there's some method to the madness, as it will.
Now, just to put your feet in the shoes of Na'Vi, who are probably watching this one and very curious of how Anubis are going to be performing in particular, do you think they'll be surprised with how Anubis will be doing? Do you think they'll be worried with Anubis potentially progressing as well?
I think they'll be surprised. I don't know about worried. I think they will certainly be surprised, but I think that there's going to be still a lot of confidence for Na'Vi. They've, had a tougher matchup today. Just those domestic derbies can be a bit funky, like they can get in your head. There is obviously a lot of history there, but if they have to play against either of these teams, I would probably favor Na'Vi pretty heavily.
I think about either map in that series looking pretty doable for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the reason why they lose that map? And it's pure clutches, right? It's like these X-Factor pressure situations that I don't think they'd be put in those kinds of circumstances again against either one of these rosters. I think they've got the deeper map pool. I think they've got deeper win conditions. I mean, you look at your third, fourth option being like what, JV and AKX as well. Like there's a lot of options that Na'Vi have at their disposal that, I'm looking at this Anubis side and I say, okay, yeah, Dirty is having a hell of a series so far. Muffin has shown some prowess as well, but the Riflers have not necessarily blown me away yet, and I'm looking at the Vicious and I'm trying to figure out who that guy is to step up for them, just in terms of this series alone.
Do you think it's a case here that if we don't see Anubis close this one out in 2, Vicious start to kind of snowball a little bit here and the momentum gets behind them, or is it going into map 3? Is it just another 50-50 at this point? What do you reckon?
I think there probably will be a snowball. I think if those individuals can come online, it will be difficult for Anubis to sort of stop them. As Paladin's been touching on, macro game, pretty important for these teams. And I think that a large part of the Anubis matchup here is, as we've been saying, we're not quite sure what to expect. We're not quite sure how they're going to approach things. And again, they were straight into a very confident, very aggressive, sniper-heavy global risk side on Eagle-Eye, and that really gave them a lot to work with. I think that in that first half, they played very slow, very far back. That's very sort of West League style. Took a bit of time for Vicious to get used to it. Once they did, they actually started, winning rounds and picking up momentum. And my point going into the second half was that it's not as close as it looks, guys. Keep an eye on this. And then, of course, they start stomping. But in terms of the scoreline, it didn't paint the full picture of how things had panned out in that first half in my mind. So, I think there's definitely a position that Vicious can get to where they do start picking up a lot of confidence against this team. I think there is just a good degree of being unsure.
Paladin, you had said that the Riflers kind of hadn't done enough for you. Was it more down to positioning or just raw aim they were struggling with?
Well, frankly, they didn't even have the opportunity to showcase themselves in that game. I mean, it's your double snipers that are doing all of the heavy lifting for you. So maybe it's not necessarily that I don't think that they have the potential to do it. It's more so I didn't see it here just because they haven't had the opportunity. Yeah. So, they're going to have to put up or shut up on Ankara because there's going to be no other choice for these Riflers but to step up.
Well, we'll have to see whether Anubis can close this one out 2-0, or will we see Vicious tie us all up? We're going to find out right here, right now on Ankara.
Thank you very much. Excited to get into things here and see if Anubis can deliver again a full surprise, a full upset, certainly on the cards. I think there was a chance, right? It's not this big deal, but it certainly felt like Vicious were going to be a harder team to put away for Anubis, especially given the circumstance and the lack of warmth for Anubis after missing day 1. But all the same, it's a question of whether they can do it again. It's hard to tell at this stage. Doom going to open us up, though. Really gets confident there. He will get taken down by the nade. A nice little backflip on the way out. Jaleo finds Muffin. That's a bigger deal for me, as it now gives Vicious that man advantage.
Big man advantage to have. Now they can kind of sit back, wait for the re-aggression to come from the defense, but nothing just yet. A little bit of a gamble here from both Dirty and Noor, and of course, I don't really have any other choice, especially considering Gainer's on this flank that's continuing to brew. Dirty decides to turn his attention back over to the defensive base, and he knows that Jalio's around the corner. They're ships in the night right next to each other. Jaleo knows that Dirty's around the corner. Finally does find him. It leaves it all up to Noor and Gainer, who's now made a quick bit of movement here to flank. Now that he spots 2 of those players, and he knows where Jalio's gone off to as well, or at least the general approximation of these players, but he can't capitalize, and Vicious really needed to start off on the right foot. Huge round to start off the proceedings on Ankara.
Yeah, definitely an agreement. I think that they did rely on a round like that to go their way. I immediately felt like when that 3 versus 3 came in, I was like, oh, this could be pretty scary. You know, you've got to be very, very careful if you are Vicious to not let Anubis immediately pull back an unlikely round in their favor. But we'll see moving forwards if Vicious are able to keep up the string of rounds. So far, not so good. Muffin going to open.
Global risk side on a map like Ankara is very difficult, but with the 5-on-4, it does feel a little bit more manageable. PBZ picking up that C4 does throw a little bit of doubt in this second round of play. Now looking towards that good old A site, tried and true in terms of finding a blacklist round. And a split certainly seems to be on the cards. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be. They've got still a boatload of utility to just make a site XE happen. You're looking towards a player like Jaleo to open things up for you, and Muffin's going to have to do a whole lot of heavy lifting with this sniper.
Muffin behind the smoke. They're somewhat ready for him, right? But they are going to go running through it. Bursting through are Vicious. Gainer with a fine, but he's taken down quickly. Muffin very, very low. Looking to get back. Hold on to the man advantage that they have here. Lots of nades coming in. Nothing quite found just yet. C4 on its way as the smokes come round. I think that will make life pretty easy for Blacklist to get this bomb down. It's going to be long-range flanks coming round from Anubis to try and get back into this round. Not looking too likely at this stage.
That's a bit pacey on this, you know. Bomb's nearly halfway gone at this point, and they're going to have to give up sound cues. Origami has heard all of this, and he's found the first. But are they aware of Muffin's flank and Newer? So many players coming from this direction. Now Nevis can strike. He's got plenty of kills on a plate, but he gets blinded up. They leads it all to Dirty, but PBZ with the 1-on-2. Massive kills, and there's so many opportunities for Anubis to get themselves back into it, but they just can't seem to convert these rounds.
Yeah, looking a little shakier here, right? Lacking some of that sharpness that they had at the end of map number 1. It does seem to be not the best of starts for them, despite things looking good. Maybe lacking some confidence, you know, 4 versus 3, dropping back. It might have been nice to see them just retain control of the site, sacrifice a player for it. Spam coming through. Sniper Tracer's looking to be followed. There's Noah moving in slowly here. Ooh, spots the tip of the head, can't quite find it. So both players will move back, but it's a good bit of information. It's a good bit of letting them know that you are around here.
A 3-player bit of aggression could definitely yield some positive results. We've noticed how helpful it could be in a man advantage. I mean, multiple man advantages have been found by Anubis here so far, but hasn't had that killing blow just yet to get off the mark. Deep smoke over there on the B side of things. And you'd think that maybe allow for an extra rotation over to A, but not yet. Still, eyes set on having a pretty default spread here, the defense.
Yeah, for the time being. Vicious are trying not to give anything away themselves, though. 1:10 left on this clock. And it's moving really rather slowly. They will start to make moves towards that B bomb site if they can. But it's really not looking clear at this point if they're going to fully dedicate to it. C4 starts to join them. It's a small fake out. Very small fake out, though. It will draw attention. So B's going to be lesser defended. And the timing of it all, the jump spot, etc., has gotten away from them slightly. Some needs to slow things down. Nice find from Doom. Nevis finds a kill towards middle, and they might know that this is all a ruse now, even despite losing a player there. Anubis still have to mount this retake. C4 getting tapped in. Big find on the cards, has to be picked up. Gainer gets it. Muffin chiming in with the sniper as well. Anubis have kept their cool here to regain a man advantage. A pretty hefty one for a moment, but now into the 3 versus 2. J-Leo down below, trying to win his fight, and he comes close, not able to do it. Ice Cube, low HP, will get finished off. J-Leo on the pistol, you think for a moment, don't you? But he's not able to fully convert, and Anubis are on the board.
Nearly had it, but yeah, you gotta talk about the productivity of Anubis to suss out where Nevis has gone off to. If he stays alive, even in those circumstances, that's where you've always got that nagging feeling in the back of your mind that, hey, there's somebody around this corner. We can't really have all of our eyes facing forward. And with that, the rounds could potentially fall apart. But as soon as they deal with Nevis, the site retake looks a lot easier and they get the job done, albeit a couple of hurdles to overcome along the way. Anubis get off the mark as you'd kind of expected and start to hopefully, you know, put together this global risk side that looks a lot better than the scoreline potentially suggests right now.
Yeah, we'll see. Anubis looking for another round. Quite a deep smoke coming in. Allows Doom to advance his position if he so chooses. But Gamble, as we were talking about, out onto that A side of things, starts out very, very early on. So we'll see if the bomb does end up going there. Anubis trying to get ahead of the guessing game. An educated one, perhaps. Vicious, however, have really thread the needle, found a lot of space here. Doom's got half an eye on these areas to make sure that there's not much happening, but it's all going to come down to the timing. So maybe looking to jump him here. We might get away with it. In due course, smoke goes down to just split him off. They'll go under him as well towards that B side of things as they look to split things up as best they possibly can. Dirty here, though, very ready for it. Picks up one, flash goes in. It looks good for another, but he hesitates, and that might be his downfall. He gets cut off by J-Leo. Meanwhile, Doom trying to trade things up. He's not quite able to do so. But it's a 4 versus 3, a kill elsewhere. A lot of damage as well done by Anubis. And despite the plant coming in, Anubis looked very, very good to get this one done.
Oh, wallbangs look good as well, and yeah, it's as decisive as you like, and you know, it's very different to that A side where you can keep chaining in the smokes and stalling things out. On this B side of things, it's a lot easier once you've got that underpass control, and you can see how simple those retakes become, and you gotta give credit to Dirty. I love this pre-aim here. Already a little bit further away, anticipating the jump to the left, and getting that kill, staying alive, allowing for Newer to do his work over up the ramp. Also looked fantastic. Anubis, again, looking a lot sharper in terms of this global risk side than meets the eye. And unfortunately, we do have ourselves another tech pause. It feels like this one's been mired with them, regardless of how fast or slow they've been. And man, I gotta say, I wonder if those drums are picking up on the mic. It's fun to see to feel how lively this venue is.
And we've got, you know, so many different stages, so many different games going on. You get the read and the feel from all around. The man to my left currently dressing up as a bee.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Hope to see a little bit of the Vitality crew maybe if they continue to run deep here in Crossfire.
It seems to be Furia, so a little bit of
making that noise over there,
a little bit of Brazilian excitement, and you know we've had plenty of Brazilian excitement in our division of EWC over here at Crossfire. You think about Rock advancing to the playoffs. You think about the huge upset that Liquid had earlier on in the tournament, and now we've got ourselves a very exciting playoff bracket. And you know what? I think they also made quite a bit of noise, which was really fun. Like seeing the Liquid supporters kind of rise to their feet was a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to check in with that main stage maybe once the B-Stream games are done here and see how things pick up. Are you any good at the drums?
Listen, I'm pretty prideful about my singing. However, anything regarding an instrument, I just don't have anything to give you. I'm so sorry.
Wait, don't be sorry. That's all good. That's all good. I'm sure they could teach you, potentially.
Sure.
Just waiting to get back into things here, of course. Not quite sure what is shaping up as the issue at this point in time, but it's a little bit of a shame this early on into the game to take a tech, as it will indeed just slow things down just as that, momentum was starting to pick up. I think it makes a big difference to these teams, and particularly to Vicious, who just want to focus on the round in front of them, forget about what happened on the previous map. Easier said than done, of course, at this time. But yeah, it seems we're on a bit of a hold up, and it can, some long faces, some slightly tired faces maybe, as we roll into the end of the day. A question of where it'll go in these next few rounds.
Feels like, unfortunately, for some of these West League teams, the tech clauses and what have you seem to be following them. No matter where we go, it's unfortunate that they've got to deal with this, especially considering the circumstances, but I feel like despite everything, they still look very poised, so very comfortable about the situation. And it doesn't ever seem to affect them. They always feel to put it to the side, forget about it as quickly as possible as soon as they re-enter the server. And things look so simple for them.
The vibe's off the chain. Now would be a great time to get back in and see how these players handle all this kind of noise, all this kind of pressure. And it does look like we're getting a little more active over here, just checking headsets and whatnot. So hopefully not waiting too much longer before we get into things. Yes, indeed. Here we go. So after a technical, thank you very much for bearing with us. We will be back into that action. And not a moment too soon as Anubis Vicious. Hard split down the middle here. Paladin will find out if Anubis can keep that momentum going.
Wouldn't be surprised if they do. All 4 rounds of play now. Seemingly a winnable situation for Anubis. Still, scoreline reads 2-2 at the end of the day. And now Vicious has started to set their eyes upon this A site, or at least the beginnings of an A site take. Deep nade to potentially jostle up Noor, but doesn't seem to meet the mark just yet. And this initial gamble is actually the correct one as we continue to see this round develop.
Indeed. Shaping up on the A side of things. Slow but sure for the side of Vicious. And maybe pivoting back, actually. So many options available to them. Dirty will find the first onto Nevis. Nice and clean, nice and easy. That might start to smell the ruse at this point. Contacting round to try and hit B. It is weaker defended. It is very weakly defended right now, actually. As Muffin's going to have to find one on this corner. Oh, the patience. The trigger discipline. As now he maybe calls for some support. Ooh. Goes back in, though. Buying off a bit too much. And yes, it's a 4 versus 2. Yes, they've dropped the C4, but those rotations are going to take a long time to get in here. The problem is C4 dropped quite a nice spot for the GR side to work from, right? They can now start pushing in and they can split these 2 remaining attacking players up. How's it going to look? Spam through the smoke as they all go pummeling in. Really nice from Anubis to work together. It's down to just Origami. Clean find there on the first. He could definitely get this 1 versus 3 going.
Yeah, he's gotten away. Does still have a little bit of utility to work with as well. He can wrap it at that A site if he so pleases. Decides to take a little bit of a hesitant look. And because of that, gives a bit of time to this GR side to book it back over to A. Plant coming in for Origami as we speak, but yeah, here comes that rotation from Doom. Origami has a couple of options in terms of how he wants to play the post. Decides to back up out of the site, at least temporarily, but now comes Doom and Gainer. Should be still having this one in the bag when you think about the trade potential, but they're giving him 1v1s, they're giving him opportunities, and Origami gets the clutch, a 1-on-2, a magnificent one to keep the lead alive for the Vicious.
Crazy stuff. Wild that they let him get away with that. I did feel it after that first kill, and he's able to get a reposition. It's going to give him a very, very solid chance. And he does not waste it. Yeah, it's that first move, isn't it? You never quite realize it until the clutch is over, but you are perhaps the first domino. By just getting a bit too over-aggressive. They had good information. They had a C4 drop. Anubis will be kicking themselves, and now it becomes an A-sided gamble once again. It might pay off this time around, though. Not expected 3 times in a row, I suppose. And the defense looks a hell of a lot better as Vicious try and pick up that pace, but Ice Cube's got 2. It's a 2 versus 2 now. We'll get the C4 planted. There's a quick flank that has been brewed here.
2 of them.
We'll see whether they're able to predict it, able to deal with it. Yeah, they've got to have somewhat of an idea that at least one player is coming in from behind. Doom, pre-firing, trying, failing to find his kill. Dirty gets his. That distracts away enough. And they will indeed get it done. The flank just not considered in good enough time.
Yeah, you can certainly expect one, but it's very difficult to expect another. And that completely stuns up the Vicious. And it just feels as though there's too much focus on this B site, I think. I feel as though this is a very A-site simulator type of map where you can continue to pummel that site if you have enough bodies. And, you know, this round previous, they did try to speed up the tempo, but unfortunately, not enough conditioning done to actually get that site open. Still had an extra third player to man the defenses there. And the Vicious now are tasked with trying to figure out this puzzle. Nothing is being offered up to them in what should be an easier side, as you'd likely think.
Yeah. No. Around this corner, trying to draw them in, and indeed will be successful in doing so. Only one, but maybe that's all they need. Again, it seems to be an A play, change in the setup here from Anubis. So they do move away from the stack. So it's the side of Vicious trying to get the drop on them, but Gainer has held so well. He comes in for 3. PBZ going to be the only one left. He's picked off by a sniper. That is perfection from Anubis. And the GR that we saw over on Eagle-Eye 2.0 starting to come alive once again here in the past couple of rounds.
You know, I had an expectation from, you know, one of these riflers to step up, but Newer's had his moments, Gainer's had his moments. It doesn't have to be the Dirty and Muffin show. And with that, you're starting to see a little bit more potency out of Anubis, this third-seeded European team, putting together a very respectable number so far on this first half. Still a lot of work to do, though. And for the Vicious, they realize, hey, we've got to slow things down even further. Pulling all the way back at every choke point in this map and hoping that they get offered up some sort of a freebie, but to no avail.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. See what Anubis are able to create for us here. If they are going to be able to string a few more together and look as dangerous as they did in half number 2 of map 1. Double snipers out. Looking to do it all again. Spamming away. No kills found just yet. Oh, here we go, though. They go flying in. Trying and failing to overwhelm. Trying to surprise. It's the rest of the team that's behind smokes that can't really do too much to join at this stage. Origami on half HP. And, of course, only 3 to the Vicious squad. Really not looking like enough at this stage. Blacklist struggles continue here for Vicious as Anubis have started stringing them together. They've got themselves a decent lead on the cards.
Oh.
So long as they do not mess this one up, and with a slight creep past you, that might be the first sign of a dangerous round to come.
Surely that was calmed over. I saw Dirty's mouth moving pretty quickly there. Pixel spotted from Newer's POV, and Doom will be there to pick up the pieces, but Ice Cube's found another. But it is just that one kill. Ice Cube will need a 1-on-4 in total, and he will not find it. Dirty to find the final frag, and Anubis continues to rack up rounds here on this GR side. It feels like they've found that rhythm that we saw in Eagle-Eye, that rhythm to try and close this series out in 2. And if I'm the Vicious, I'm really scratching my head at this point. You had a fast-paced A play, you tried to have a mid-split, you tried to have a little bit of a late round into the B site. You've really thrown everything in the kitchen sink at Anubis, but it hasn't really netted the results. And this time, faster pace out on the B side, and it's Newer to step up with a double.
Yeah, it feels very frustrated, doesn't it? A lot of these rounds that they're going for, a lot of the change-ups. I think the problem is you're doing it the wrong way round. For me, you have to start with some rushes, find success with the rushes, and then they know that that's something you can fall back on. If you keep falling back when they're not working, they're going to be ready. They're going to be confident in them as well. Gainer moving in behind. They are looking for him, so going to have to be very careful with how they play this one out. Plenty of time for Vicious. Anubis, therefore, just got to keep it cool, right? Vicious are looking for them to make a mistake if and when it does happen.
Flank coming in as well in the form of Gainer. But that's a shot that needs to be hit. Oh my goodness, Muffin very lucky to not get reswung there. Plant is absolutely available, but they're keen on playing this retake position. Especially considering they have this man advantage retained, and there's Dirty. That should be the kill that puts the nail in the coffin for round number 9. Dirty does show face and gives an opportunity to Ice Cube, but Dirty won't miss the second time around. So a 6th round now for Anubis, and it just feels like they've done enough, seemingly, at the end of the half.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely be in agreement. I think we'll see how this second half now pans out, but they, again, managed to find a groove, managed to find some momentum, and Vicious, once they lose control of the game, of the rounds, they really are struggling to come up with fresh ideas. A lot of the closer games generally come down to one round apiece for quite a while, you know, trading back and forth. But here, it's starting to look very, very dominant. Quickly out through to try and find that first kill. Nothing going to go down on the long range, though. So a lot of damage done onto PBZ. Ice Cube also not super healthy. Maybe a tag landed. Nonetheless, it is man advantage Vicious.
Very nice to kill. Very nice kill to find for Ice Cube, albeit the amount of damage he's taking. And Anubis, they want to go to Old Faithful. They want to start off the proceedings of this offense over to the A site. The split looks good. The first kill even better. Dirty now goes charging in, and Jaleo is good for one, but now you can start the smokes to be dropped off into the base of the defense. And Anubis can really rest on their haunches in this 3-on-3. You'd like to think. Long-range flank coming in for Gainer, and the timing is just barely off. Anubis now will have to play from a man disadvantage. Doom and Dirty have to combine for a couple more, and the HP is still a concern. You have to take that into consideration here.
No, for sure. It's going to come into play. It does with that first one, right? A hell of a lot easier for the EBR to get things going here. Origami somehow stays alive, and Doom's maybe out of mare. It's left in the 1 versus 2 here, as they will look to try and find a big clutch out from Dirty. Oh, he's just robbed. He is just robbed. 6 HP the difference, as Vicious will get it done. Really did not look like it was going to be their day there in the initial 3 versus 3. But it falls apart in the end. And indeed, things going well as Vicious finding a 4th round, closing that gap.
It really felt like, you know, I haven't heard much from the Vicious camp, and that was the first, like, real yell I've heard out of them. I think they realized, you know, somebody's got to be the vocal leader here. You know, it's not going to, that energy is not going to come out of nowhere. It's going to have to be produced over time, and there's still a long road ahead for the Vicious. You know, despite the 2-round deficit, it feels like there's a lot more to overcome when you talk about the global risk side of Ankara.
Dirty spamming away, desperate for this first kill if they can get it. But nobody behind that smoke at this stage. Also trying to make a lot of noise, right? I think they want to draw attention towards A. It feels like the C4 is maybe looking for more of a B angle at this time. With plenty of time left on the clock, it's always hard to call. Might be a pivot in the middle of this round for Anubis. They feel really heavily under pressure to find this return round and get back to their winning ways. Little bait and switch there for the sniper. But nothing on the end of it. And maybe they like the look of that because of how much ground they've been gaining.
And I'm going to continue to push the issue. No sniper actually watching that underpass angle, at least temporarily. Now Ice Cube's moving back over. So now you will have the man that you're looking for Vicious. And Origami's found that first kill. So they can disassemble the setup, move back over. A flick from Ice Cube definitely helps things out. Muffin will find one back, but I don't necessarily fancy their chances here. You'd like to think, and now with PBZ on the flank, that leaves it all up to Dirty on the 1-on-3. He does find the first, has spotted a body out in terms of the second, but isn't able to piece that one together. He wants to shave one more player off, and he's heard Jaleo. He spotted the barrel at least. Has one lined up, but has to hit the quick scope. Can't find it. Jaleo off the mark there, and now the Vicious cut the lead down to just one.
Yeah, getting closer. Getting closer. A good start to the Global Risk side for Vicious. Definitely a risk, you might say. One more round is the gap. Anubis hoping that they can figure it out, and it's a crazy, crazy off A kind of start for Vicious. And, well, things are moving towards A here. Muffin with a missed shot. Goes back in for a bit more. Lucky to be alive, honestly. That repeat was very, very dangerous indeed, but they are bursting out on towards A. Jaleo only on for one. Is it going to be enough? They're so far away from things here. Gainer, meanwhile, being annoying, catches a rotator all the way from B. This really is looking dicey for Vicious. C4 has yet to be planted. Plenty of smokes in the way to stop them getting in. Small gap on the edge of the smoke will be abused here. Dirty on the pistol as well. And that feels like it should be enough. PBZ, he's got a man behind him. Just have to be a little careful. Yeah. Just got to be a little careful, but it's all good. They had him dead to rights.
Oh, that could have gone a little dicey there for Anubis. Bit over-eager there in the final goings, but crisis averted. Anubis now marching forward. A couple of hiccups along the road of this Blacklist side, but still, they extend the lead back to 2. Still look good when you talk about the grand scheme of things. It's definitely not a one-man show this time around. You've had moments from your riflers for sure. It doesn't have to just be Dirty and Muffin. And now, again, looking towards something a little bit pacier over this A side. Origami not called into question in the initial going. Same goes for PBZ. So a lot put on the shoulders of Nemesis and Jaleo again. At least with how this round is initially shaping up. But they pull away, and it's actually the Vicious to go on the offensive here.
Yeah, it could get interesting. Better info towards A, so they will be more prepared for a B move. Minute and a half left on this clock. Anubis taking their time. Oh, edge of the smoke. It's got to be a fine for PBZ, and it is. Muffin never able to really trace him. The trade isn't there either. So suddenly just 3 remaining, and B is better bolstered. B is more prepared. Can they work their way in here? Just 2 remaining. Dirty coming round with a keen flank. He's dealt with swiftly, however. Not going to be enough, you feel. Doom has to clutch up. Has to get the 1 versus 3. He's got a C4 to recover. Does have a lot of time to work with, but it's not going to be easy. Moves up fast. Pulls off the reload, feeling capable for this. The C4 will be faked out to try and draw one in. He's expecting a flank, but it's not going to come. They're all from the same kind of angle. They're looking to triple peek in. Not even needed. Nevis will take him down. Anubis still have their lead, but it is once again under threat.
A bit more back and forth. You're starting to see some players that you saw in the initial goings of this series now come back alive once more. Nevis comes to mind. Ice Cube as well. It seems to be a more fragging by committee affair here for the Vicious. And that's all it is. I mean, on a side like Global Risk on Ankara, it takes everyone. It's not going to be just a walk in the park for any one player. Especially now with this A-site brewing. This A-site hit brewing, rather. Shotgun at the ready for Jaleo. A chance to get a couple as Doom and Noor are on the corner. And it's just a meat grinding situation here for the Vicious. But here comes the Offense on the other side. Gainer with a couple in his own regard. The rotations are still not fast enough. Dirty can now play close range with this pistol, and a bomb plant is at the ready here for this offense.
Oh, Gainer, I think, was setting his crosshair to get around the corner, so Origami manages to take him. C4 not planted yet, by the way. They really are just looking to try and find those kills.
It's been dropped.
Had plenty of time to recover it, and it's everyone on the flank, which feels strange. You're giving up a key avenue of your retaking attack here. And it's both the snipers as well, right? We saw how effective these guys were over on Eagle-Eye. They're looking to tap back into that. And they have a pretty firm idea that Dirty's just gone deep to look for some information. He's got to know. They've got to know where they're coming from. Down to the 1 versus 1. Dirty's got the pistol out to try and get this job done. They've lost track of each other, though. And it's all about the timing. Who's going to get away? Dirty just able to survive. Oh. He goes round fast. An Ice Cube caught off guard. A sigh of relief. Some confident nods. A big, big clutch comes through for Anubis.
I mean, maybe it's not a one-man show in one sense of the word, but in terms of impact, Dirty has just been the star of the show. Another massive clutch from him, and this one's more deft. It's not, mechanically brilliant. It's more playing around with positions, and it's similar to, that 1-on-3 that he nearly had on Eagle-Eye, where he's in the right place at the right time, wasn't able to actually connect through with that clutch, but this time around doesn't miss his mark. They still take attack time out here, Anubis. I think they understand that, regardless of these rounds that they're able to amass, they don't seem replicable. They seem a little bit more X-Factory, and they want to kind of button up a bit more. They think that this should be a bit more of an easier time to close out than it actually is.
Yeah, no, I think you are correct. It feels like for one like this, an elimination game, it'd be great to, get an extension of play. This map has been very, very back and forth, very, very unpredictable. But that kind of round could be something that breaks the spirit of Team Vicious. Or rather, I should say the Vicious, excuse me. Nonetheless, just waiting to get back into the action here. And I think Anubis staying cool, trying to stay in a good headspace. Replicate what they've just done. Maybe a little cleaner this time around, though. A long road ahead of them if they are to continue battling at EWC, but it starts with this first step. Get the Ankara on the board. I don't think you want to test that Black Widow as the third map, if it is to be required.
Bit of damage done with these chip grenades from the Vicious, but Anubis still unrelenting here with this A-facing offense, and they're at the split point pretty fast here. And again, it's the shotgun setup from Jaleo. He wants to cheese a couple of kills when this hit comes. It's definitely not an if at this point. It's more so of a when. As here comes the smokes, here comes the flashes. And Jaleo gets eviscerated almost straight away. PBZ has got to do a lot of heavy lifting. Nevis has made the rotation over, sure, but they're losing space. They're losing bodies eventually, and it all comes up the Blacklist way. It's all up to Origami. Still finds 2 to bring it into a 1-on-1. And Muffin is very far away, all the way in the base of the defense. And I feel like Origami's got a nice understanding of the situation. The question is, who blinks first?
It is a good question to ask. Muffin just training in now. Starting to doubt himself, isn't he? Checking all the angles. Maybe I wasn't the confident, unorthodox, patient kind of player that I thought I was. They're both digging for the fight rather than the plan at this stage. Origami clears a lot of angles, though. It's a lot of information gained in this 1 versus 1. We'll start to have a good idea of where he could potentially come from. Still plenty of time for Muffin to play around with. Origami just hidden away. Waiting to maybe hear digits being tapped in. Muffin, however, tries his best to clear as many angles as possible, but not able to get it done. And a big, big find there from Origami, a really key round. It looked for a moment like the Blacklist had done enough to come back into it, but not the case.
doesn't necessarily feel like he had the greatest understanding of where Origami could have gone off to, and because of that, the angle clearing seemed a little, let's just say, not productive enough. And with that, Anubis, you'd think would turn their heads to another site, but still looks like A being the port of call. And Jaleo again close range to try and deal with it, but this time does not get that initial kill. Now Ice Cube has a whole lot of work to do and he doesn't find anything. And this does feel like a bridge too far for the Vicious. You know, you did have that sequence from Origami, but I don't think you can reproduce that from the position that they're in, and certainly not after he hits the deck in the form of Dirty Sniper.
C4 going down, that'll start rolling this round up in a red carpet for Anubis. TBZ and Nevis just spamming away behind. I think they're going to have a good idea that maybe both of these players are actually sat behind this smoke. Not really got enough time to go for a repos. TBZ pushing in, he gets blinded up. My goodness, there's a good amount of kills back in all fairness, but it's not enough. Anubis now within one of knocking out the Vicious. I think in a 2-0 fashion, certainly surprises a lot of people. But that's what they're looking at. That's what they're going to be capable of here. We'll see if Anubis can indeed close it out.
They've got everything that they need to, especially now that they've figured out how to get past Jaleo and that pesky shotgun of his. But of course, still need to get it done in a timely fashion. They don't have as many opportunities as you may have considered going into this second half. So they have to make it count as soon as possible. Do you end with another A hit? Is that the solution here? I mean, it's... I don't know if you necessarily want to test the waters there when you haven't really conditioned the B side of things.
Yeah, it's hard. It is hard to know. Got this extended moment, of course, coming in. And I think that that's going to start to make you second guess some of your decisions if you're not careful. Another key. They're waiting to be crushed. Is it going to be soon? Or will we have another map to look at? It's going to be a lot of work for the Vicious to get there. Starting with an OT. And then a third map as well. Anubis. One more round for them to go to stay alive here at EWC 26. And I certainly think they are capable.
Definitely are, and here comes a Muffin with a huge kill on Ice Cube to start things off, and instantly Jaleo is alone here on A, and you'd think that, you know, maybe they just pull the trigger and try to commit straight away, but they don't. They'll instead sit on the 5-on-4. Plenty of time to play with now as they force this defense to go scampering around the backs of both the A and B sites of Ankara. Hmm. 2-2 split now. They've bolstered.
I think they're just waiting to see if there's like a response. It's quite a common move for a lot of global risk sides to see some presence, lose a kill on one of the bomb sites, and then immediately try this quick flank. And I think that's what they're waiting for, right? Like, is there anybody making a move? Is there anybody creeping? Got plenty of time. No need to waste it. And I do like it. It might feel slow, it might feel anticlimactic at a certain point, but it makes great sense from a tactical standpoint.
It definitely does. At a certain point, though, you've got to see if you can get a bit more information to maybe bolster another site. Unfortunately, not to be this time around. You're really just relying on PBZ scooting between angles on his lonesome over there on B. But hasn't seen anything just yet. Anubis, on the other hand, want to go back to old reliable. They don't buy that there could be more than 2 players on that A site, and they'd be right. It's only Jaleo here. But there is a fake on the cards. Smoke tossed in. A lot of space being taken over in terms of this B split. Instead, it's now Gainer that has to be up to bat. He hears PBZ, can't connect, lives to tell the tale, 7 HP to his name. And meanwhile, Origami and J-Leo have taken so many bodies in the meantime and so little HP. 7 seconds to boot. So sure, you've gotten a lot of these kills, but you've run out of time. And I do think that Anubis have overcomplicated that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we call that an overcook in the business, right? And it definitely does feel like it is the case. Just not giving themselves enough time to play out their options. I think they will know that. That's certainly some nerves coming into play and should have finished it from there. Really should have done after that first kill, but they just lean on it too hard. Putting all of their chips into the 5-on-4 basket doesn't work for them. And now, the threat of a looming overtime is potentially here. Ice Cube will find the first. PBZ as well, able to chime in. And a 5-on-3. As Anubis, it goes from bad to worse here. The Vicious have pulled things back after being in a pretty dire situation themselves. Anubis, though, still always capable. Dirty still alive.
Yeah, you still have basically the 3 players that you want if you're Anubis, but they're spread around this map of Ankara, and I just feel like they don't really have an idea as to where they want to end up. You're really hoping for one of these snipers to come alive, and neither one of them have really fired off yet. Finally, Dirty goes for a kill on the Ice Cube. Pulls this man deficit within 1. And now it's Doom's turn. He's going to have to find PBZ cleanly, but he can't. There is the trade for Muffin, but back and forth we go. The defense is favored. It does indeed look like we have overtime on the horizon. Dirty will have to come up with a heroic 1-on-3 if we want to finish this one off in regulation. And he's going to try searching, and he hits a beautiful flick on a Nevis, but that is going to be that. It's extra innings here in this second map of this last series.
All to play for, as the Vicious are not going to go quietly into the night for this one. They are hoping to firmly keep this one going. A third map as well. Right around that corner. A little bit of a cheer out from Anubis as they take a moment before we get into the OT. But it just felt like they knew they should have closed it out in that prior round. Came into this one kind of lazy, not checking all the angles, a little frustrated, I think, that they hadn't finished it by now. So just got to be very, very careful of that now moving into the OT.
Certainly so. Now Anubis, you got to think, has the momentum shifted the other way? Have they lost that confidence? How much pressure is on them at this point? Do they still feel like they're playing with house money? These are a lot of questions I have to ask, but I still think their global risk side was pretty formidable. It's one that I liked more so than the side of the Vicious. You've still got Dirty on this angle. Has been very kind to him as far as that first half is concerned. PBZ, though, looking for that initial hit. Dirty, though, missing the shot that you really could count on in the first half of things. But Vicious have seen enough. They don't want anything to do with that B side. They pull the plug. They move back over to potential A split instead.
I feel like they're quite ready for this, though. Dirty's going to be in a good position. Not sure if he was spotted there. There's some weird sort of timing. It feels like they're missing each other quite massively there on their little spotting plays. Making noise in our middle. Meanwhile, from behind, it's Doom. He's slipped the net completely. Able to find a double kill and drop way, way back. Dirty will fall. They're trying to get kills back. Gainer also confident moving forwards here. HP bars are a little low. Doom gets caught by J-Leo, who himself felt surprised. Into a 3 versus 3. It's really devolved here, the level of the Crossfire. Quick 1-for-1. Leaves us in a 2-on-2 as the dust settles. That C4 thinking about moving in for a plant now.
Well, you think that maybe Noor has heard this. Can't deny the plant, though, and can't deny the kill after J-Leo gets his gun back out. Now it's Muffin that's got to do it all on his own. Swaps over to the pistol, trying to cut the distance down as quickly as possible, but his trade potential is still absolutely there for this Blacklist side. Fires off a shot and takes a little bit of a glance and can't connect the final shot. Vicious now is their turn to get loud. They see that third map on the horizon, and rightfully so.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, again, that's going to be another demoralizing one. Anubis are letting a lot of rounds slip away. They're definitely not done deals, but certainly rounds that it feels like they have 65% chance in. Still pretty good odds, you would say. So, yeah, that is difficult to say the least. Nevis going to be tagged up pretty heavily here, though, as they do try and get aggressive in the early stage of this round number 20 for Anubis. But no kills as yet.
B site now the priority here for the Vicious. At least this initial hit. Here comes a bit of aggression from Doom and Newer, and the movement is great from PBZ to just dodge death, at least temporarily. And that surprisingly rather, creates a bait and switch setup. Gives him the 5-on-4, does significant damage to Doom as well. And while the Global Risk side did look good in regulation for Anubis, it feels like this team has run out of steam moving into extra innings. Worrying sign, especially if we potentially move into a third map, RB.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, not looking good for Anubis. Moving towards A on the Vicious side of things. Oh, and Muffin, his timing's going to be way off for some of these moves. Misses the flick on the wrong angle. Does well to find one with the pistol, in all fairness, but they're just so far away. Feel like surely not going to have a chance here. Gainer got to find Nevis. He's not going to check it. Goes down too easily. I do feel some sloppiness coming in here. Really does feel like Anubis checked out as the frustration maybe getting the better of them. Another round for Vicious. They are moving ever closer to that 13.
That feels like one of those rounds that probably spells the end of Anubis. I mean, granted, they still have plenty of opportunity, but it's the fashion in which they've lost these last few rounds that really caused some serious concern. And they'll go aggressive here to potentially shake things up, but I don't necessarily know if this is the solution to the problem. Standstill now from the Vicious as Anubis really just want to throw everything in the kitchen sink before giving up the sweep here on the defense.
Doom up high. Oh, nearly creeping under him, but he is able to spot out PBZ. A key kill for Anubis, who just need some kind of a break here in the OT. Muffin chimes through for 2. Quick as you like. And Anubis in prime position to at least find one. 4 on 2, J-Leo and Origami in some weird spots. The game state looks very, very strange. Origami in behind. Sorry, J-Leo in behind, but Origami finds a kill. So this could get very, very weird. It seems like Muffin does have half an eye on where J-Leo is creeping in from. They, of course, have that C4 at their feet, the Global Risk side of things. Muffin. Ooh, the tag could be a big deal. Wait a minute. 2 versus 2 now. C4 still needs retrieving. There's actually not a lot of time to get that bomb moving at this stage. They will try and head towards B, but Dirty's in a pretty good position to just slow them down and stop them. They don't have time to be taking liberties, trying to find where Doom disappeared off to. He will let them know with a kill, and Origami's got to do it all in 20 seconds. It feels like it's just not enough time for him to break in towards either of these bomb sites. B is going to be the only real option, and Dirty takes him down. Certainly hard work, but Anubis do get it.
Yeah, you want to talk about the break that they're looking for in OT, and that certainly is the sequence that you're looking for from Muffin. It's this quick scope into the double that opens the map altogether again. And now you move back into this Blacklist side where you think, okay, maybe there's a little something left in the tank. Just a last gasp to get them over the finish line. Of course, it's going to be needing. They're going to need a sweep to complete this without a golden round, but it's going to be a lot to ask for. PBZ now going a bit aggressive. Not too aggressive for my liking, but doesn't get punished for it just yet. Anubis don't want to give away this first kill just yet. A little slower in their approach. Players now congregate over towards that A side of things. Gainer still tasked with patrolling on that B lurk. You know, they're not in any rush here, Anubis. But of course, if you want to rely on that A site to be the end of things, there's a little bit of a worry with this third player in the form of Origami, who's been very formidable so far to pull this Vicious side back into the conversation.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on the Anubis round at this point. A late move from Jaleo here. Not going to go deep, but he is backed up by Nevis. They're looking to try and hold on to A as far forward as they possibly can. A minute left, and I don't like the look of it. You know, this is what happened to Anubis in regulation. They started taking a bit too much time to get things done, didn't leave themselves enough room. It seems like they are falling back into some bad habits here. Ice Cube, trained in. They're not even going to give him the fight, it would seem. 40 seconds left. They're going to go through with an execute here pretty late, though it is. Ice Cube lands that leg. Could be a very big deal here in proceedings. Not able to take a member down just yet. He's missing shots. He's under pressure. Origami around to try and bail him out. It's all over the place right now, but it's the main site that is finding success. They've got to try and get the C4 in. Kills going round. Muffin with 2 of his own. It's all going to be on Jaleo. It is a massive mess, as I say. There's kills coming back round. They just about get their hands onto that C4. They should have enough to plant in here. Jaleo with a reposition. He's so very low. This would be quite something if he can pull this off. It seems like they know about his flank. They know that he's changed up positions at this time. Not 100% sure, though, but he looks at that bomb, and that's when Doom peaks. 11-11.
Huge sequence there. I mean, all 10 players on that B bomb site at a certain point. You think that, you know, Vicious have at least enough bodies on the scene of the crime, but gets Muffin with a massive double kill on the pistol. And it feels like if you want to talk about a victory for Anubis here in overtime, you've got to say it all comes down to the performances from Muffin. Multiple rounds with multiple kills. And all of a sudden, Anubis have a little gasp of air here at the tail end of Ankara. Again, slow and methodical go Anubis. They realize that perhaps that extra pace that they had on their blacklist side in regulation wasn't the key to success. And frankly, I'd agree with how they've been playing some of these mid-rounds.
Muffin leading the contacts here with his sniper. 30 also on it, not as commonly seen on the blacklist side, the double sniper cell. That's what they're going to go for here. Meanwhile, also a rare kind of idea and push through the B-hole. It's super effective for Vicious. They get a double kill. And as I say, I don't think it was really all that common, but they've left a big gap on the site itself, which is, of course, where Anubis are going to try and find themselves. C4 could get it down, reset that round, make them panic based on that time if they need to. And indeed, the C4 will now start going down into the 5 versus 3. Feels like it could be doable. They really are in some odd spots now, catching themselves completely out of position on the GR side of things. Muffin tagged up. Nate goes in, not able to really find anything. There's some low HP bars on that GR side that need capitalizing on here. And you can see Anubis trying to put their best foot forward with some aggressive ideas. It doesn't quite happen for Gainer. Doom, he does his job. Nobody else able to join him. And Vicious will hit 12 first.
Ooh, it does feel like once you get the bomb down on the B side, yeah, you maybe get a little bit of an advantage there, but unfortunately, it's on the B side of things, and that means the retake is just a little bit more doable. I like the idea to go a bit more aggressive there from Doom in the underpass, but just misses the timing on multiple players. And as soon as you've lost track, it's basically round done at that point. Anubis now, although they had that opportunity to maybe close it out or at least inch themselves closer, have to fight for the golden round. Have to fight for just another day. Otherwise, it's Black Widow, and you'd like to think advantage Vicious.
Indeed. Gonna have to pull their finger out here, Anubis. Should have had this job done. They know that, but now's not the time to think about that. You got to get focused on the round that is in front of you. Heavy, heavy gamble on A.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this could be pretty devastating. And it does seem like with the majority of the team leaning that way, Anubis playing their slower style, might be the case that they end up there. However, Nor, he's moved very, very quickly there in towards the mid connector, looking to try and grab some information, and all of a sudden the C4 has a little idea. There was a nade that came over the top. Maybe they saw a couple players behind that, but certainly the forward posturing has made Anubis doubtful of the A hit now, and they look to go B, where nobody remains for the Vicious.
And now PBZ has also fallen all the way back to the base. So a lot of questions to be asked for the Vicious, and you're hoping that PBZ just doesn't go down. Worst comes to worst, we play a 5-on-5 retake. But PBZ will be a little forward-facing. He's completely blinded up here. He's got to back away. He's got to let that 10-man situation play out, but it's actually Jaleo to find the opening kill. Perhaps we've got map 3 on the horizon. Noor gets one to make things a little easier for Anubis, but now Origami, Jaleo, they're all encroaching upon the remaining Blacklist side, and we've got map 3 on the cards now as the Vicious storm back here on Ankara.
Yeah, tough for Anubis, man. Very, very tough for Anubis. I think we could see that they had a great round in front of them, but again, they hesitate. Again, they don't quite go in there, and it feels like they were lacking a little bit of belief in their, attacking prowess. I don't quite know. There was a massive capitulation from Anubis that comes in there, and it really is surprising and kind of disappointing in a way. This 2-0 was in the palm of their hand.
Yeah, it certainly was. It definitely felt as though, like, everything that they did correctly, at least to the final, until the final hurdle.
Yeah.
And once that 9th round was hit, they just forgot. I feel like all the things that they built up were completely lost to time.
Yeah, certainly in agreement. I think there's really some difficult showings for the side of Anubis, and now I'm very, very worried for them going into this third map.
It is very worrying, especially when, I agree with you, they had it in the palm of their hands. I mean, at one point they were in a 5 versus 4. They hadn't planted it yet, but they overcomplicated it. They could have just pushed in, used their numbers to their advantage, and they decided to slow things down just too many times. I know there's a lot more time available to them, but sometimes you've just got to try and put out that pressure onto a team who is sitting back a little bit. And the Vicious, they said, all right, well, if you're going to give us this time, we can strategize, we can prepare. And sadly, Anubis, they couldn't convert it, and now we find ourselves going into map 3 with Vicious having all of the momentum behind them, and Anubis will probably be thinking, have we given up our opportunity to take this entire series right here, right now? Obviously, only time will tell when we get into that third map, but at least it was nothing short of entertaining, lads. At least we were able to get a very closely contested one going all the way in overtime. Still no golden round for us to have just quite yet. But what a fight back it was. As much as we can talk about Anubis potentially throwing it away, for Vicious, what a comeback, right? Just being able to hold on to it and not just roll over and show their belly, they definitely took it to them.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of, the scoreboard and everything, we see some really, really high fragging moments, which is great as well. We have had a few games that feel like they've gone the distance, but it's all on one player. But no, it was much more spread across the board. So a lot of it came down to more of the macro play, really, from both teams, which I think is really, really great to see. And yeah, definitely gave us a keen competition here, which is what we want for an elimination game.
I want to give a shout out to Origami, though. I mean, huge work on the rotations in terms of that GR comeback. Very, very nice from him, and I hope to see a little bit more prowess out of him as far as the rifler is concerned.
Well, Time for a rest, time for a break perhaps, because I think the players are going to need it more than anything. We're going to a map 3 for our final series of the day. So you guys should rest as well. Go grab a drink, make sure you're hydrated, and when we're back, we'll have map 3 between these two incredible teams. It's CROSSFIRE, it's EWC 2026, and it's a map 3 then between Anubis and Vicious. Who's going to go through and who is going to go home and get that key crushed? We thought maybe, just maybe, Anubis with their first appearance on the B stream, they were going to get it done with a 2-0 in overtime, but Vicious, they come back and they show why they are such a threat. We are into map 3, it's Black Widow, we've got Scriv and we've got Paladin. Guys, take it away.
Yes, excited to get into this, and we'll see another elimination game is always a good prospect here on the B stream for you guys, of course. Anubis, I'm worried for them. We've talked a lot about the mental. I think that CROSSFIRE paints itself as a very, very mental game indeed. And it's dangerous now to consider how this is going to look for the side of Anubis, who, well, once, twice, maybe 3 times should have gotten that done on map number 2. I'm sure they reckon they could have gotten it done 5 or 6 times, right? Players always have a higher belief in themselves. So now on to Black Widow. It's a nice blanket map, but still going to be very, very difficult for them here. Vicious with the ascendancy.
Yeah, I think in Anubis' mind, they wanted to stamp their authority on a map that they truly enjoy in Ankara, but maybe they don't enjoy it as much as of right now. Forward-facing here are the defense of Anubis over here on B, and spams go every which way, but Jaleo comes out on top. It does thrust Muffin into a difficult situation, but he still comes out on top with 2. Doom is here on the rotation. Here comes Noor as well. Ice Cube and Jaleo do respond, but it does come down to a 1-on-2 as the dust settles. It's all up to Jaleo. He's found out where 1 has gone, but now it's time for Anubis to roar back to life.
Yeah, good feeling for them, and keep that energy up. You could hear them sort of with the battle cries, not quite on the liquid levels, but still quite loud, and especially getting into this 3rd and final map. Still got some vocality to them. I think we've seen a couple of teams, they start off that way and then it starts going wrong, and you know, it's high highs and low lows really, but they're trying to keep the energy up and just see this as a fresh opportunity. So a solid find from them. Always good, as we say, to open things up, especially after losing out on that second map in the fashion that they did. So double sniper coming out. See what Anubis can do.
Yeah. Can't necessarily deviate much from that with how incredible Dirty and Muffin have been playing so far in this series, regardless of the map score. But it's Vicious again looking towards his B bomb site. I think in their mind, they like what they saw. They like the clutch situation that they were put in towards, and they have a flash already to get themselves bridge space, which they've gotten without really using much in terms of resources. Whew. Big shot for Gainer to find. That's a lurk gone. And he gets to retain short control. So big first kill to be found by Anubis, and all of a sudden, Vicious now have to scramble for answers.
Yeah, really, really clean. This massive gamble stack, though, on the other side of things. Gainer, however, doing his job and then some as he manages to find another 4 versus 3. Dirty creeping in to try and defend out this A bomb site. It's a big flank coming in from 3 players from behind. Very, very difficult to see how else this is going to go. Nemesis and Ice Cube, the only ones that remain. They do get that C4 down. Ice Cube able to open up as well with his sniper. The legs showing, not quite able to finish him off, but Doom's like, look, I'm busy shooting someone else. Get out of the way. And he does find the final 2 in the end. Anubis stringing a couple together right now.
Yeah, started to see a little bit more confidence out of Anubis now. Going for these aggressive plays that really helped them on the global risk side of Ankara. It gave them a bit more dimension to how they wanted to approach things. It forced Vicious to get a little crafty with their offensive setups. And now it's forcing Vicious to do the same, at least in the early goings here on Black Widow. 2 rounds now where they've had the extra jump in terms of a flank, in terms of an extra body where the Vicious members weren't necessarily expecting. And it's going to make this offense feel a little bit more complicated as far as the early goings. But Jaleo does find the opener this time around. So you add that on top of PVZ's, and maybe you have a little bit more of an easier time.
Certainly very, very possible. Just got to see this one over the line now. Make sure to get it in the bag. Muffin. Ooh, does land a flick. Traded though. C4 still in the hands of the Vicious side of things. They're very quickly trying to move in. This could get messy. Dirty's in a good spot. He just did not hear PBZ come in. Doom the only one left then. They know vaguely about his position. They know that he's definitely coming from B, right? So they should be able to see him off in just a moment or two. Nevis looks like he's got his number, and indeed he will take him down. So Vicious quite speedily on the board.
It's nice to hear both of these rosters now getting loud. We're getting both of these two teams at the very tail end of the day. You know, it's the last best of 3 of the day. It's the last map of the day. Somebody's key's got to get crushed. And they're leaving it all out there, Harvey. It just feels like at this point, they just want to expend every last ounce of emotion that they have.
No, I'm in agreement. I'm definitely in agreement here. A little bit of a move from PBZ, maybe. Hanging on the edge of the smoke for the time being. He's thinking about potentially getting in there, but just on the other side of the doors for now. Does have to be careful. Player in front of him, player above him. As PBZ, super patient play. Vicious making a decision on the C4. Looks like it will be a B move if they can get this going here. Lot of presence over on B. They've actually completely abandoned the A site itself. Anubis again going for a pretty gambly GR style. It might just pay off here.
Ooh, nice kill there from Origami, though. That's the solo A presence that Anubis remotely had. And now Ice Cube and PBZ are considering just walking and crawling up long. Vicious don't have to commit to this. The C4 is in an advanced position on bridge, but that doesn't have to be the end position for this offense. And here comes the smoke in terms of the cross, and with how much space Vicious are getting, you can still pull the plug. You've got plenty of time to cause the rotations, but it seems to all be a fake. Anubis aren't even there to hear the fake. J-Leo now charges in as that opener. Noor now has got to step up to the plate. There's a flank brewing in the form of Doom. They're encroaching slowly but surely onto the Vicious side. And all of this just screams overcomplication, RB. It's just absolutely abhorrent in the late round. And the Blacklist side now look towards Ice Cube to come up big in a 1-on-2.
Ice Cube tagged down slightly. They know about him, not a lot of time, and he drags it out, but Dirty will take him down. Anubis back on the board for their third, and keeping a pretty heavy couple of rounds in the lead is going to be important, and the immediate answer back, I think, is also a very big deal for Anubis. Not allowing Vicious to get in, not allowing them to build up confidence.
Yeah, I do have to say, though, it definitely felt as though it was a bit of an overcomplication there from Vicious. Especially when you've got so much time on the clock, and the rotation over to A is a very easy one, especially considering they had that short space. But of course, we're right back to it. Pacey now from Nevis and PBZ. Instant 5-on-3. Plenty of space in middle as well. The Vicious now have oodles of space and time. How do they choose to utilize it, though? We've seen a couple of mistakes in terms of coming up with a solution, and they're bleeding bodies now as Noor, who has been on a bit of a tear to start things off on the B side of things, continues to pull this one back slowly.
Slowly but surely. Muffin on a crack angle here, and it looks good. Goes back in for a bit more, can't stay alive. So gets wall banged down. Dirty, meanwhile, there's pressure on him. He's got to be really careful. Nade as well. Going to take a fair chunk of damage from that. Just can't get up fast enough. C4 going down. As soon as he goes around that window, he's a dead man. His teammate goes down as well. So looking very, very good for Vicious here. Yeah, no funny business. They will get it converted. 1 round the difference.
A bit more decisive there from the Vicious this time around. Get the long crawl going, get the cross smoke in, and get your trades nice and efficiently. Anubis now have to search for another answer in terms of this global risk side. Nades up, flashes in the face of Ice Cube, so that initial encroachment upon A will have to be subdued for the time being. Bridge control established for the Blacklist side, at the very least in the early goings, but plenty of time for the Vicious to figure out how they want to end this round.
Minute and 45 left on that clock. Advanced position here for Nor. Very, very dangerous spot for him to be in. Oh, he's not clocked them at all. Yeah, he misses the timing massively. Doom, meanwhile, trying to pick up the pieces, but it's going to get away from him. I mean, the Vicious getting away with an awful lot in this round. Breaking in towards that A bomb site. 4 versus 2. Looks absolutely convertible from here. Muffin remains all alone on the other side of the map.
It feels just so disjointed in terms of some of these setups where you've got players on islands, there's no tethering between defensive teammates. And with that, it allows for this side of the Vicious to basically essentially get any sort of one-on-ones or two-on-ones really in their favor. And it really showcases how many holes in the defense Anubis have. Vicious now want to up the tempo in terms of taking some long space, and they get it pretty much for free. No initial duels being taken. Some pot shots from Muffin, but nothing necessarily converts to a kill thus far. And with that, the Vicious will be very happy with the initial hits.
Bouncing back towards that B-bomb site here. Oh, they're in a very good spot, Anubis. It feels like they're super, super ready for this. Looking to try and get some timing on it as well. Maybe some aggression on the cards from them. Dirty will fully sacrifice his life, but it might just work out in their favor here. Gainer and Doom round the corner, holding the line. Catching that C4, getting slightly overzealous as well. So it will force the rest of the BL team into their grasp. Ice Cube moves in, somehow able to live, get that C4 and get out. Doom gets the other, but Ice Cube's out of there. They'll look for a reapproach. Maybe towards A, or maybe just to pull away for a minute.
In any case, they've got to up the tempo if they want to commit to a site. Kind of catch this defense off guard. But so far, just a complete slowdown here from the offense. They'll move back up short, and they'll go into Muffin's hands, who has certainly been a formidable player in rounds past. You think about how he was able to go to work on Ankara, and now he's got to come up big, but just a tag. So we have ourselves a 2-on-2. We have ourselves a plant and a chance for Vicious to reclaim the lead.
Looking that way, but definitely not a done deal just yet. Nor out on the pistol, does get the kill. Ice Cube can be left to clutch up then, and he's missing shots. He is missing, but he lands that. And now brought into the 1 versus 1. Not quite sure where Nor is coming from, though, and Nor's looking to use that to his advantage. Oh, nearly getting the drop on him. Ice Cube can't find him. Well played by Nor, and Anubis to retake the lead with a 4th.
Again, not one of those rounds where I think Anubis should be favored per se, and yet still they find a way to make it work. This round should not have gotten as complicated as it did, and still the Vicious had an opportunity to win out in the 2-on-2, especially after Muffin is only left with the tag. But aggression from Origami, trying desperately to cut it down into a 2-on-1, completely changes the scope of the round. Meanwhile, Anubis, they get early tag on Origami in the form of Muffin's sniper. And with that, Anubis will slow the pace of the game down. Same goes for the Vicious. I think they're considering this long crawl. It's been very kind to them in this first half. And they've got a bit of a transitory phase that they can capitalize upon.
Dirty. Nice find from him. Will be Gainer here as well. But he's immediately dealt with, so it still looks good for the BL side to break in towards the side itself. The C4's been dropped in a slightly awkward spot, and it's now man advantage, actually, for GR. As they roll around, Dirty and Muffin left to do it all, and it seems to be falling away from them. Muffin into the 1 versus 1 now. Does miss the shot. Him and Ice Cube out on the snipers, trying to get that opportune moment. Not quite landing them. Muffin spots him out, takes him down round that corner. Nice and quick with it. As Anubis, a key clutch goes their way for the 5-3. 2 rounds to the good.
It doesn't matter how it gets done as long as it comes your way. And Muffin still gets it over the line. More impact from him regardless in the one-on-one. And they extend the lead to 2. It's definitely a very shaky 2-round lead. Not the most clean of 2-round leads, but it's closer to advancing in this tournament nonetheless. They haven't had the real opportunity to play 2 best-of-3s in this competition just yet. They want to earn that right, Anubis. An unfortunate forfeit against BaiSha forces them against elimination as soon as they enter the competition. Had an opportunity on Ankara and was not able to actually convert that. But now, inching ever closer to still reclaim that advancement.
Ooh, nice from Dirty to break that silence. Gainer joins him. Doom looking to get involved here, and he will find success. Nigh on flawless. Close enough. Keen finish. Anubis, we've seen this kind of scoreline from them before, and they've not managed to get it done. So I'm not going to call anything too early just yet, Paladin, but it does look awfully good. 6-3 as we roll into that second half.
But if you want to get excited about a round of play to end a half, that's probably the round to look at. Finally, a round where the setup is there, an expectation for the round to be converted is there, and it actually does come through. Now Anubis, with everything in the palm of their hand yet again for seemingly the third map of our 3-map series, are looking to put Ankara in the rear view mirror. Muffin has gotten out into the long side. He's gotten to the back of barracks, searching for an opener, but it's really the short hit, which is the name of the game. PBZ close range, with Jaleo not far behind. Ooh, that might be a good nade though, and it absolutely is. Chunky onto Newer, but the flash is even better. Pushes PBZ off the angle, and now short is in the favor of the Blacklist side.
Yeah, just about. I mean, not that deep into it though. Maybe looking to try and split things. They do have a player out long. Feels like the majority of the team pivoting back. They've also got the C4 really quite far away from all this short business. But no, it looks like it will be that A split. Anubis got to be careful not to fall back into old habits. Give yourself enough time so you're not panicking, you're not worried. Would be a little dangerous here given the chance. Slowly starting to move up through short. It's more Muffin trying to get away with as much control as he possibly can. He will find PBZ there. It's Ice Cube, though, that we've got to really worry about. Still alive at the back end of the site, losing his teammates, but he remains strong. Jaleo not far away to help him out either. He will get taken down. Big find from Muffin, but it's all in vain as Jaleo pops up out of nowhere. A big one for Vicious.
Huge ramp hold there from Jaleo. And, you know, he had a very slow start to this series. You talk about the Eagle Eye aggression that he had and how it was punished round in and round out. But regardless of that, his bounce back has been unreal. You talk about the defensive holds that he had on Ankara, making it work with shotguns, and now here on Black Widow, a reason to cut this game down within 2. And it's essentially all on his shoulders. He goes down. It's an unfavorable 1-on-3 that just probably doesn't come up the favor of Anubis. And yet still, round 11 has us at a 6-4 scoreline.
Doom rolling forwards, thinking about hitting B, but get away from him slightly. It appears to be another attempt today. And they really like the fact that they're getting someone out long. Anubis. Again, they just wind it down, take a long time to get going. That's a big find. Ice Cube's still here at the back end of the site, though. He's ready for another round of the same beating. Are they going to test him? It seems like they will. The C4 again. Getting over here slowly. Ice Cube taking an advanced position in towards short. Try and thin the numbers if you can. Slightly different position from the last time. They will indeed start to look towards him. Turns away. Misses the shots out. He's going to need the rest of the team to pick up the pieces, and they will. They will, Paladin. It's Doom in the 1 versus 2. And he has dropped back entirely. He's lost that C4, so he's going to have to end on A, but he's looking for a different way into this round.
And comes out the long side of things. Does potentially have a jump up on Jaleo. So the question is, does he give a sound cue away? Whoa, it's just timing. Jaleo checking between both the angles with the flick around from Doom is there. Brings it to a 1-on-1. Nemesis doesn't have this long sight line with a sniper. It's the rifle that's going to have to do the heavy lifting. Damage goes both ways. Nemesis still holds on that headshot angle, giving him just a couple more seconds to live. 15 seconds left on the clock. Doom's got to get a move on. He's got to find his kill, and he absolutely will. Finally, another clutch going the way of Anubis, and they are now 3 rounds away from avoiding elimination here at EWC.
Yeah, just the whole way through here, keeping the Vicious at arm's length, and sometimes it's just as simple as that. It doesn't have to be dominant, doesn't have to be flashy, just got to be a couple rounds here and there, but making sure that you do string a couple together, obviously going to be important. Anubis, just give us one more, and I think you're in a really, really good spot to secure things. Will be, again, the double sniper coming through, so they really do like leaning on it, of course. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. But it's something that they feel very, very confident that they can rely on. And it does seem to be working for them. Plenty of options. Again, looking to get a player out towards long here if they can. But perhaps a different idea as the B bomb site looks more inviting this time.
Complete slowdown now outside of B. And a pretty big gamble from the Vicious, mind you. Trade of utility over on short. Oh, that flash is very good, but PBZ isn't blinded up. So he'll find one, bring it to a 4-on-5, and that should prime the B hit into coming. And the Vicious should be able to lock this one down, you'd like to think, but Nevis isn't able to find enough. 2 more rotations on the way. And a flank coming in from PBZ should secure it. You've got a late lurk from Gainer, who's all the way over on A. But it does feel a little too late.
It is possible. Bomb takes a long time to get over here. And is it going to get over here? Yeah, they're thinking, contemplating different ideas. Ice Cube spamming round, but nothing coming off for him. Tiny bits of damage. Have they got anything for him? It's a HE. That's all they really have, and it's not enough. Nor goes down. C4 hits the deck. They know about Gainer. He's got to pull off a 1 versus 2, and he's unsure of where number 2 is at the moment. Tops onto the EBR, and yeah, gets caught off. Not expecting that angle. And a key one for the Vicious as they keep the gap nice and tight. but there's still a gap. Anubis looking to capitalize on that.
Yeah, you can definitely say that again. I mean, Vicious don't necessarily have that crazy X factor per se, but they're just hanging around, just keeping Anubis within touching distance. Gainer takes a heavy bit of damage off of that nade. And now the Vicious don't have that extra player on the B site, mind you. Still taking bridge control goes Anubis, and still taking box rooms as well. So a lot of early pressure applied to Vicious over here on B. It caused that little bit of a lean over for Ice Cube, and Dirty's there to punish.
Yeah, really, really keen find. Again, keeping them in a great spot as they look to open. Question of whether they can keep it going from here, though, of course. BBZ and Jaleo looking to push forwards and get something back for the Vicious, but easier said than done. Muffin was ready for that. Keen find from him. It's now 5 versus 3.
And look at what that does to the Vicious. They call a timeout almost instantaneously after that kill comes through. And Anubis, they've been gifted. They've been gifted around right now. It's all having to put it over the finish line. Get on par. But they haven't joined hands just yet. I mean, it's a very simple idea, right? You've got box rooms control. You've got bridge space. Join up. Hit the B bomb site. You've got enough utility as well. And yet still, they are considering a split over to A. The C4 is still looking for duels, and this is where I feel like there's just an overcomplication to the round.
Yeah. No real need for it. They are going to get lucky here, though, aren't they? Because there's not really a defense over on A, but they have lost some numbers, and that will make a difference now. It's a 3 versus 3 retake that feels very, very possible all of a sudden. They do get that C4 down in good time. I think the ground that needs to be recovered is indeed going to buy a lot of time for that C4. Dirty.
Oh.
Just missing timing, maybe. We'll see. He's got to look back to that angle. Yeah, keeps half an eye on it, but doesn't find the kill. Pistol out. Catches the quick switch from the nade. Really well done from him. Muffin's fallen, however. It is Nor that holds the line for one. Dirty is so very low. This is definitely doable for Nevis. There's not really a lot of time. Tap onto the bomb. Dirty moves forwards. He will go down, but I don't think there's going to be enough time for the defuse. No, sir. Anubis up to 8.
I mean, despite their best efforts from Anubis to potentially drop the ball there, they get it just eking it over the line. And of course, the Vicious still want to take a timeout there. I think in their minds, they were still thinking, okay, maybe this is a pretty lost round. And it comes off the back of some great sequences from Muffin. But Anubis just 2 rounds away. It doesn't matter how it's done, Harvey, as long as it does. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. You might look back on it this evening. Maybe we could have got that one in 2, but the fact that you move forwards is what's important. And I think that's what everybody else thinks as well, really. The rest of your competition, of which there is a great deal. A moment to be taken for the Vicious, nearly a super positive one if they had managed to mount that mini comeback within the round. Doesn't happen for them. And so the timeout now going to be worth its weight in gold, and they have got to find a response here. Got to do well. It's got to be tough to go out in last place at the International, even if you do come in as a slightly lower seed. So yeah, they're looking to try and stay alive and remain competitive here on this final map.
It's such an opportunity to play at this kind of stage. And I think in all of their minds, they're just so happy to be here. And trying to extend play, that's everything. I mean, you surely in their minds, they're not necessarily thinking, okay, we could potentially make playoffs with how tough some of these groups are. But if they can just get a little bit more experience, maybe there's a bit more on the table. Maybe they can potentially cause an upset. But of course, nothing's said and done until this first best of 3 is over in terms of that lower bracket. Ice Cube does find the trade over on the A side of things. And that primes Anubis to speed things up over on B. A player is playing anti here in Jaleo, while Nemesis takes that first contact. Deep smoke to come in at the end of bridge, but they're going to go through it regardless. The flashes are fantastic. Jaleo completely blinded up. Nemesis just gets his vision back, but it's not enough as Doom doubles up. C4 will hit the dirt. And Anubis with another ripe opportunity, just ripped away straight away by PBZ's nade. We've got a 2-on-2 on our hands.
Yeah, it could be really something if the Vicious can get this one going. PBZ, though, he's spotted, he's tagged. Dishes out some decent damage himself. It creates space for Ice Cube to come in. A great flash. Really great flash there to get things done. The Vicious will move up to 6. Anubis, we have seen this before. Sloppiness coming in, missing out on some keen opportunities to find the quote-unquote easier rounds. And we shall find out if this is going to be another heartbreaking kind of map for them. There's still plenty of room to bounce back with, even despite a tougher loss there. 2 more rounds on the trot going to be required from the Vicious.
Ooh, late long control being taken by Anubis here. And a late response from the Vicious nets a 1-for-1. Kind of what you're looking for your Anubis. You want to thin the herd a little bit more, make some of these side executions a little bit easier, break up a couple of crossfires. But Anubis will, again, recongregate towards that B-bomb site. And put some pressure over onto Nevis's shoulders. No sniper up for the Vicious here. Nade goes deep, doesn't hit a man. And with all this silence and all this aggression from PBZ, an instant gamble from the Vicious with 3 players leaning over to that second letter of the alphabet.
Feels like a pretty deadly setup. Big flank coming round here. Big kill as well on the cards. It's PBZ that finds it just about. 1 HP. How has he ever gotten away with that? And now a timer on this for Anubis as they look to move forwards. Looking for the split.
Oh, no.
They will be caught back turned. Jaleo with the perfect timing. All on Muffin. It's fallen apart before it ever got going here. And the Vicious with a couple back-to-back. Starting to believe that they can get this done. Anubis, it's super, super scary now. They have to respond. They have to respond.
I mean, in the Vicious's mind, the way that they're winning that round comes down to efficient information management. It's aggression over the long. They get barracks control. They realize there's nobody home. There's not even a sound cue to be heard. No utility in their face. It gives a 3-player lean over this B site. And I mean, it's not even crossing Anubis's mind that there's potency for a stack to come through. There isn't a smoke up in the spawn side of things, so everybody's turning one way. Doesn't feel like there's communication to kind of split the attention to try and get a trade going. And with that, Jaleo with another key impactful round from him. Now, all of a sudden, we've got essentially a repeat, a rerun, if you will, of Map 2 in Ankara. All I see is shades of overtime, shades of heartbreak on the horizon.
Yep. No, I am with you. I am very much with you. So talking things over, trying to keep it together here. We get to the end of quite a long series between these two teams. Fatigue becomes a factor. They have to be very, very careful now about these next few rounds, especially in the case of Anubis, who again felt like they had a really good chance at closing things out with a nice lead to play off. The onus now on the Vicious to see if they can continue their momentum.
standstill now. As Anubis don't necessarily want to make this first mistake. They can feel the pressure building at this point. So many squandered opportunities. And they don't want to let this one slip. They don't want to give away that lead, make it an even footing type of game. Utility tossed in to cover up mid. And PBZ will still have a look-see. Ice Cube is also aggressive, so plenty of bodies and troubles around the corner for Anubis, especially now giving up bridge control. They're kind of going all in on this A play. There is no short control, though, for the Vicious. There is no long presence either, so PBZ and Ice Cube have got to get a move on to at least kind of board up this side of the map.
They're all rotating, man. They're so ready for this. It's going to be very, very scary. I think they're super prepared, but all of a sudden we get Jaleo and Nevis dropping away back towards B, so they come away from that idea, not enjoying the stack. Nice little flash here, spam through those planks. PBZ finds one, does damage onto another. It certainly looks good. C4 still up. Origami with some trigger discipline looking for a couple. He's only able to grab one for now. C4 going down. There's a lot of open angles for these snipers to abuse. That's what they're looking to do. 4 versus 3. Got to try and even it up somehow here if you are Anubis. Time of the essence, though, for the Vicious. There's a smoke in the way towards short. Could be big, but the trade is there. Down to the 2-on-2, though, as Muffin brings another with him. It's all going to be on him to clutch things up. Oh. 1-on-1, Nevis round the corner. He's spotted out now as well. Muffin trying to spam away and just play it quick. Round these corners, the pistol can't get it done. But it does for Nevis. And it will be Vicious to even things up.
Wait. Oh, just in the nick of time. Real close there for Nevis, and you thought Muffin stalled just long enough. But there you have it, folks. A retake setup from Vicious still nets them the man advantage going into the post. And then they just swarm. They constrict Anubis on the A site. And now we've got ourselves a tied game. Overtime a possibility. A loss for Anubis in regulation. Who would have thought at the scoreline that we were at as a possibility? It's all to play for. And again, elimination on the line between these two teams. Absolute heartbreak on the horizon for some of the lowest seeded teams in this tournament. But still, a chance to continue on is just such a ripe opportunity for some of these young guys.
Up through middle here. As PBZ's got an eye on this. There you go. Silhouette spotted. We'll have a good idea of some presence. He is pretty weakly defended, though, into this round. Vicious thinking they'd done such a good job in the last that they maybe didn't need anyone over here. However, what is going on with these rotations? It's crazy. Ice Cube drops back, takes the sniper towards B, and it will be pretty much 4 towards the A side of things. So they are again expecting more of an A hit. Lots and lots of open angles for the Global Risk side on this. Very, very interesting indeed. We'll see what they can get away with. Jaleo spams away to find that first. Lots of damage done here, so they are really fighting tooth and nail to get in through short, but it's the kills, for the most part, that are going the way of the Blacklist side. They will close it out, and Anubis with a key find to retake the lead.
Is that what they needed? Is that the final catalyst to give them enough confidence? I mean, the energy really certainly feels like it. Now that, you know, finally one of these X-Factor situations that have been very ugly for them in rounds past, where they overcomplicate things, comes out in their way. But they only have this one round of asking to close it out in regulation, and Muffin starts off the proceedings in a very favorable way.
Yeah, massive find. Really great find. Could be all of the difference. They just have to be careful not to overcomplicate, as we've seen them do, right? Early pickups and just winding the round down can be a big problem that Anubis have had. They're trying to go the other way here, though, Paladin, as they pick up that pace. It's too early kills for the GR. However, can they hold on is still the big question. 3 versus 3. C4 has been dropped in all of this. Not ideal. Some smokes going down to close out some gaps. My goodness, the GR side is so very split here. They've got to be really, really careful of how they walk into this. Just giving it up with those smokes covering the cross. C4 is planted. Going to start to pull them in. And we will see here an interesting smoke to sort of try and cover off long, and that does indeed mean the Gainer is going to be out of the round ever so slightly. Muffin misses his shot. Gainer finds one. He knows about the second towards short. They know about Nevis. It's all going to come down to Doom in a quick 1 versus 2. Makes it the one-on-one. He hears the drop. Origami's lost track of him. They spot each other. It's an open fight, and it is Vicious again to take us to the overtime.
And you want to think about a player to potentially point a finger at. I'm thinking it's Muffin. I like the idea to be as bold as he is, but that's a one-and-done position. There's no way holding that angle with the sniper is going to net you a multi. And with that, not even able to get one just completely spoils the party altogether. Look at how much pressure that builds for Doom and Gainer, who, you know, credit to them to pull it as close as it did is just not enough. And unfortunately for them, Anubis just don't have the secret sauce to get it over the line. When the chips are down on the table, it feels like they're making the wrong risks, the wrong reads.
Yeah, definitely in agreement. Yeah, it's really troublesome to see, I think. Anubis, something to watch out for if they survive. They can't quite close it out in a clean fashion. It's 2 maps now where they have had the upper hand, and the Vicious have managed to come back into it. Certainly going to be heartbreaking for both of these teams now. We go into the OT. And you have one team that should have closed it, one team that has battled very hard to be here. So it absolutely sucks for both after the end of this one, after they get eliminated. Vicious starting slow. Looking to move in towards A if they can. And taking a contact out long here. Nice idea. Something very, 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 very fresh. If they've got some good smokes.
Here comes that cross smoke.
Could pay off, yeah. Looks good.
Falling in.
Nice little lineup.
Dirty should only be allowed pot shots. No reason to spam that whatsoever. You don't want to give Dirty a chance to track that. So we have ourselves a 5-on-5. 3 players in the box rooms have to now book it over to short. And Doom's trying to have a big, long flank brewing here as well, but bomb quarter of the way gone, and they're still not really in advanced positions to get this retake going. They've got to get a move on here, and they've got to get a move on now.
Indeed. Big flashes coming in, blinding up everybody for quite a long time there. J-Leo caught out in the open, but somehow not taken down. There's really no time on this C4, to be honest. They're rushing in. It's all disconjointed, and they get absolutely rolled over. Yeah, they were bamboozled. A great round from the Vicious. Honestly, one of the better rounds I think we've seen from both Blacklist sides. And it pays off in dividends. Nobody goes down.
Very simple idea. It's the exact counter that they're looking for. And, you know, if you do have all that advanced positioning on box rooms, if you're on this B site as the GR side, at a certain point, you've got to have a plan B in place in case, you know, they do end up on that A side. If you see that play coming through, you got to speed up the protocol in terms of the retake, and it just never happens. They take that short side control, you know, halfway, bomb halfway gone, and it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate that they have no real idea as to where to go in the late round, and it costs them. Anubis now running out of gas, running out of steam at the worst possible moment, it seems like, as the Vicious side starting to get louder, starting to feel a little bit more confident in their game plan, and now getting to set the tempo here on this Blacklist side makes this a nightmare to deal with if you're Anubis.
They know they can do this. They know they can mount the comeback. They know they can win.
They've already shown it, right? That's
exactly. So I think that they are trying to lean on that precedent as much as they possibly can. So yeah, I'm pretty confident in their ability, as I'm sure they will be as well. Anubis trying something a bit different themselves. Muffin advanced, but this is a dead spot now. He has to come away with something. He nearly gets a chance at the second. All the same, it will be a 1-for-1, but that's quite far out from B, right? They can't really dedicate anything off the back of it.
4-on-4 as PBZ moves over to short. It seems like the A split is more the port of call for the Vicious. They've got to dig out Gainer, though, in the back of the barracks. And this is a tough position to find a free kill. Luckily, though, they haven't spotted Nevis out on the cross, and that means that Gainer's going to have a hell of a difficult time. He's found one, and that's difficult enough, but Jaleo is there. Of course it's Jaleo. 24 kills now, 20 rounds deep. As the flank is coming in from Noor, but he's found. It should still be a Vicious favored round, especially now that Noor isn't able to complete that second kill. C4 down on the ground now, and pressure is certainly on at this GR side.
Yeah, big reposition from him here to try and mount the 1 versus 2. Noor rolling in slowly and will get caught at the very first hurdle in that clutch. You can hear them cheering you. They're off their feet a little bit there. It will be the 11th round coming in, looking for one more to just secure their position. But feeling really, really good. I'm sure if they can find all the rounds in this half as well, we would be on their side for closing things out. We move into this 21st round, and it's Ice Cube to break first blood.
Aggression there from Noor and Gainer in the meantime to at least take some box room, some bridge control as well. And they're able to get it, but hey, you're still in a man disadvantage scenario. At a certain point, you got to take a risk. You got to plant one player in that position and back away, and that's exactly what they're going to do, at least temporarily. Now Dirty backs away as well, so very odd situation here for Anubis. And in the meantime, Vicious want to go back to old reliable, and that's that long control. They don't even have Gainer to deal with. It's that deep line from Muffin that's really the main pressure point here for Vicious to deal with. Oh, they're going to do it blind here.
They do like this, you know, the slow creep up, trying to find that first kill. Muffin misses his shot, as does Ice Cube a couple of times of asking. Noor going to go down, though, as he tries to help out his teammate. It's not looking good here. Onto Gainer and Muffin to try and attempt the 2 versus 5. And, you know, so far, so good.
God.
Muffin finds a couple. It's down to just Gainer. He's brought it into the 1 versus 1. And the Vicious getting way ahead of themselves. Can Ice Cube close it here? He's been spotted. Gainer's still around, still open. Drops down with the nade, but it's not enough. Ice Cube will take him. Oh, and if that is the big round that we look at, that's the key one that Anubis maybe could have had. What a way to go out it will be. They're now going to need 3 in a row.
Valiant attempt. That's all I can really say for Anubis. Just right there. And I mean, sure, they would still potentially be down 2 rounds, but completely changes the dynamic of everything. Now the Vicious, with so much confidence in their favor, look for some long control, and they can't find it. It's instead mid control established for Gainer. Doom will chime in with one more. Anubis are not done yet.
Not quite. Ice Cube. Close, but not able to find that kill. Origami, slightly weaker game from him, so maybe not expecting big things here. He will be spotted out. Moves in. Okay, to a defensive position. Swapping positions with Ice Cube. All right. Interesting. As they're maybe not feeling too hopeful for this round, but the confusion, I was going to say, could work in their favor. I don't think it's going to be the case. A lot of damage done, but no kills coming off there in that 4 versus 2 attempt. And Anubis will keep us going.
Fair enough. Anubis still have a little bit of a never say die mentality. But still, against 2 series points still. Fast up the short side now are Anubis. They want to bear down on this A site as quickly as possible. But there are 3 players here to contend with here, Harvey.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to get through, I think. Really difficult. Maybe the very tip of the barrel could be spotted at moments. Nevis just has to be aware of that slightly. But nothing coming off here. Great little setup for the Vicious as they look to play things by the setup. Play it safe. Don't take any risks. Let's get this job done. Up towards short is the vast majority of Anubis here. They will now start rolling in. Decent flash to kick things off. However, the hold is solid for a moment.
Oh no!
For a moment. Ice Cube still alive though. Origami also still around here. As they're split down the middle, just got to be careful not to get taken out. And they're worried about some long presence. Worried about where this 5th player is. In the form of Muffin. He's going to look to go for the cross of toes. Spotted. Maybe take some time on that, but tried for the flick. Didn't quite happen. Origami takes some big damage. They are going to go for the C4 plant now, so I think if they just play around that, it's going to be very tough for the Vicious to get back into this round. Smoke goes down. Ice Cube behind it. Origami looking very nice indeed. Gainer and Muffin will get it done as they keep us going here. Goodness me. Really looking good. And Anubis also not going quietly, it would seem.
Yeah, you can say that again. I mean, it just feels like every opportunity where they should roll over and just fall away from EWC, they say never. And now Anubis want to up the tempo in terms of taking at least this bridge control. And they absolutely will. Is this where they go back to that tried and true B split? Or just that B commitment straight away? Doesn't seem likely. They don't want to give up their potential tournament lives that simply. But boy, oh boy, I would love to know what's going through the minds of this offense at this point. What's the secret sauce to get it over to that golden round?
Minute and 40 left on the clock as Anubis with the hot hands here. Looking to pull out yet another round. Bit speedier, up through middle in particular. Very keen find as they try and break in towards this B bomb site. So far, so good, but Vicious holding strong. Looking to get the job done. It's all going to be on Dirty 1 versus 2, and he cannot hold it. The Vicious have done it 13-11. Damn, as close as you can go, but my goodness. It has been a very hard-fought battle. The Vicious, I think, deserving of it. That's 2 maps in a row that they managed to come back from. What a performance.
I think that might be the most disappointing, heartbreaking elimination I've ever witnessed. Genuinely. I mean, so many opportunities to stay within this tournament, and you just gotta feel for them. Commiserations to Anubis, and just an unfortunate set of circumstances, to say the least.
The way that history repeats itself, right? It's just a pinpoint accuracy of what we just saw from map 2. They had the opportunity to win the game, and then we see them throw it away yet again, but we almost get to the golden round, and Vicious just clutch it up once more, and they will be the ones who will progress into tomorrow's action, and it will be, sadly, Anubis going home, and their key being crushed. So close, yet it feels like so far here, Scriv. They just... I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was just lacking that clutch factor or whether maybe the pressure got to them here.
Yeah, the pressure, certainly. You know, there were a lot of rounds into map 2 and 3. Maybe there were a few of them on map 1 as well, and we just kind of missed it because they had such a one-sided global risk side. But yeah, it really did feel like they were their own worst enemy at times, winding that clock way down. And, you know, that means you're going to overlook angles. You've not got enough time to check everything. And there's a lot of boxes in this game. You know, you really got to check everything. So I think they will be kicking themselves, they will be blaming themselves, and why wouldn't you? You know, 2 maps in a row where you have the ascendancy and you let things slip away, it does indeed point in one direction. So yeah, they'll be so heartbroken.
You think about the 5-on-4 on Ankara in regulation. You think about the opportunities to close it out, potentially on this 3rd map as well, and you just say, like, who is the issue? Who do you point at and say that this is their fault? And I don't think necessarily you can just collapse from where I see it. And that's just the most unfortunate way to lose a match of CROSSFIRE, is when, you know, you've got everything right. You've got the reads right. You've got the positioning right. The crosshairs on the head. And yet still, the result is not what you're looking for.
Well, at least it was all friendly on the stage when they kind of shook hands, and there were some warm embraces shared as well, as both teams seem to be very friendly with one another. But 13-11 is the final score on Black Widow, but it was 2-1 the final score in terms of the series, and sadly for Anubis, it means they will be heading home. J-Leo taking 26 kills to the 18. That's what screams to me. 2.7k damage as well. I mean, not too shabby there, Scriff.
Yeah, no, I think it is safe to say. Again, it felt like we had that higher impact in ways coming through, you know, and they really did deliver there, the Vicious. They just looked that little bit sharper all the way through.
Speaking of the Vicious, a chance to chat to them on the stage. Penguin is going to be there. Penguin, who have you got for us?
Thanks, Dan. We've got Origami now to have a little chat about the game. First of all, how do you feel bouncing back after first game's loss versus KINGZERO?
Hôm nay bây giờ mình đã quay trở lại đường đua, thì hiện tại bây giờ cảm giác mình như thế nào?
Hôm nay bọn em thắng thì bọn em rất là vui vì mình đã không bỏ lỡ được những cơ hội.
We're really glad that we just won, so we won't miss out on any changes.
Talking about J-Leo on the last map, you've got 26 kills. How does it feel having such a player on your team, especially that this was the decider game for you guys?
J-Leo vừa rồi là có tới 26 mạng hạ gục, thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào về cái tuyển thủ này?
J-Leo là một người có kỹ năng rất là tốt. Khi mà bạn ấy tự tin thì điều đó là điều bình thường.
Yeah, he's a really confident and really strong player. As long as he feels confident in himself, he can do it.
That's definitely. Now you guys up against Navi, the team that sent Falcons to the lower bracket. How confident are you guys going into this matchup?
Trận tiếp theo thì mình sẽ đấu với lại Navy. Thì Navy đã đưa đội Falcon vào trận đấu thua vào ngày hôm qua, thì mình cảm thấy như thế nào?
Navi là một đội rất là mạnh đến từ khu vực Brazil, thì bọn em sẽ cần chuẩn bị thật là kỹ để đối đầu với Navi và cố gắng hết sức để có một kết quả tốt nhất.
Yeah, so Navy is a really strong team, so we will have our best preparation and we will go in the game with we'll give the best performance.
Definitely, Navi is a very strong team. Now back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Penguin. Appreciate it. Some good insight there, as always. Just checking with the players. I'm sure they are exhausted at this point. Time to get them home, get rested, and get ready for tomorrow, because Na'Vi is definitely going to be a difficult opponent. If you thought this one was tough, it's going to be even harder going into tomorrow's action, Scriv. And, you know, for them, I think they've got a chance to assess what they can do against Na'Vi. At least there's going to be records. There's going to be VODs they can go over as well. So hopefully we can see a good effort from them, and maybe we get even more close matches.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what we're after. You know, they really gave us a competitive, exciting series there. I do worry slightly that they might have, you know, traded in all their luck, all their comebacks in that particular series, and I do feel that there is a good chance that Na'Vi kind of dispatched them quickly, because that was a lot of energy. That's going to be a lot of, you know, adrenaline dump and everything, and then you got to get straight back into it tomorrow.
Do you know what time it is now?
Well, I'm going to say like
7, 8-ish.
I didn't mean literally. It's time for
Oh.
Story of the Day. I told you it's going to be a different jingle today. I think it was quite similar. But Story of the Day, overtime. What, OT, baby. We just had so much overtime. And I guess to be expected when you get to today, you get to these close matches with close teams. We just couldn't seem to separate them until we got to OT. And I think it really just showed the experience of some of these rosters, right? Paladin, when you get into these situations, you need that clutch factor.
Yeah, and then you kind of turn towards your vets and you say, okay, show me the light, show me the way to get into the end times of these series. And it basically figured all itself out. Like, I looked at Rock, a team that doesn't necessarily have the flashiest defaults. I don't think they have the greatest strategy either. But you look towards a player like MG, you look to a player like Action, and they just turn things around for you magically. It makes everything make sense for this Rock squad. So I think overall, that's probably the team most important to highlight that story, I'd say.
Lots of overtime. Maybe tomorrow we'll see even more overtime as well, as I'm sure the games are going to be equally as close. But another fantastic time is a chance to crush a key. Maybe not fantastic if you are on the Anubis side, that's for sure. But for Vicious, they get to do what some might say is a delicious job in crushing said key as we say goodbye to another team here. Our last team eliminated for the day, and another key dismantled, chopped in half, and destroyed here, Scrib. It's a sad scene for some, happy for others.
Yeah, well, I'm just enjoying PBZ. He was ready to go. He like really looked quite scary at the start there, and then he was straight there on the lever, like, you know, before it was even fully placed into the crusher. Yeah, he's feeling it. He's definitely feeling it.
That's a cold-faced killer right there.
Yeah. He was loving that. And I think rightfully so. It's obviously a really great element to just, you know, let him know that we won. You guys are out. Like, it really got to feel good.
And hopefully he'll be thinking, right, is our key going to be safe tomorrow? Because Na'Vi is going to be their next opponent, and that is going to be a very difficult one. That's where we're going to be tomorrow anyway. We still have to find out who else is going to be going into the top 8 and into that playoff bracket. For now, though, we have said goodbye to several teams, and we're going to have to say goodbye to some more tomorrow when we get there. It's going to be about the same time as it was today, so make sure you have your alarm set. Make sure you are scheduled and ready. Thank you so much, by the way, to my amazing casters. They've been fantastic today. It's a long shift, so I really appreciate you guys. Well done. And for everyone behind the scenes, and of course, all the players. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.